Hey everyone, my name's Kevin. I'm the lead mechanical engineer here at Find a Mouse. We've been working very hard to bring everything you're about to see to life, and we're confident this is going to be an experience and journey unlike any other. Before we get started, I'd like to give you a brief rundown of today's schedule and events. First, we'll start with our next generation legendary mouse reveal, and then we'll bring you back here to the stage where I'll guide you through it in detail, going over all the features, engineering, and technical achievements that made it possible. Once that's finished, we'll reveal our multiplayer competitive shooter, Aimgods, a game that will not only introduce a fresh and unique take on FPS gameplay, but also bring forward revolutionary concepts to in-game rewards, the competitive experience, and esports as a whole. Once you've gotten all the info you need, we'll then transition over to the caster's desk of the Aimgods $250,000 Invitational. Featuring some of the most talented gamers on the planet, you'll get a first look at what Aimgods will bring to the esports scene. And lastly, once the Invitational tournament is over and the winning team is crowned, that's when your journey will begin. That's when the gates to the arena will be open, and all of you at home will be able to take part in a global competition unlike any other.
Over thousands of years, in the crystal clouds of Mount Olympus, Zeus, king of the gods, was slowly losing his influence on the mortal world. In desperation, he sought help from his son Ares, the god of war. But Ares understood that they were in a new age. The world had changed. What once was no longer. And life on Earth had no time for the ways of old. There were no epic battles for heroes to be remembered. However, there was still competition. Competition, after all, was a lust the mortals could not part with. So Ares descended to the underworld to meet with Hades and Achilles. And together, in secret, they created a new game, the ultimate game. And for the greatest heroes of this game, they crafted a weapon made from the heart of a dying star, a weapon that would change the course of history forever. The legendary mice of the gods. 37 grams and next-generation wireless, born from a dying star. The Starlight 12 chassis, composed from magnesium alloy, the lightest structural metal on Earth, yet stronger than you can imagine. Next-generation wireless. Latency speeds faster than any wired or wireless mouse in existence. 2 months of battery life. Charge it only a few times a year. Same iconic shape, but comes in 2 sizes. The legendary mouse of Zeus, king of the gods. The legendary mouse of Hades, king of the dead. The legendary mouse of Achilles, hero of Troy. The legendary mouse of Ares, God of War. Are you worthy of such a weapon?
Let's fucking go! Kevin, tell him we're geniuses right fucking now!
All right, this is the magnesium alloy
Tell him
mouse.
about the magnesium. Hit him with the bullet point right now, dude. Kevin, you're not in charge of this shit. Put the next bullet point on right now.
This is the lightest structural metal in the world.
Tell him about the magnesium.
The chassis is inspired by luxury watches and high-performance supercars.
Dude, why did you choose magnesium? Let's tell them about this mouse. You know we have to do a full send and push every limit and boundary possible if we were going to make another mouse.
Absolutely.
So we ended up looking at high performance materials, exotic materials, things that you only
Yeah,
see.
so we looked at what? Carbon fiber, titanium, aluminum, magnesium.
Listen, magnesium is the lightest structural metal in the world. So even though carbon fiber is a better strength to weight ratio, you can't produce it and manufacture it in this level of detail. So that's where magnesium comes into play, and we're putting it through like these intense, machining process, machining, stamping, lasering, finishing. Like the level of manufacturing you're seeing in this is stuff that you only see in the luxury watch and high performance supercar world. It's absolutely nuts. And you're getting it to 37, why is this not working? 37 grams!
It's amazing.
Wireless!
Yeah, and one of the big challenges.
37 grams is because it's 0.7 millimeters thin. The walls are 0.7 millimeters thin. That's absolutely insane. But even though it's 0.7 millimeters thin, it can still take 100 pounds of grip force. It does not bend at all. It's stronger than any plastic mice.
Absolutely. Yeah, and one of the major engineering things we had to go through was this Faraday cage because it's metal. It's
True, Kevin. Every issue, the big issue was we couldn't get the RF to pass through exotic materials. That's the issue with carbon fiber, magnesium. So we just big brain, galaxy brain this, and we came up with Ultem as our base layer. So that's the super signal technology. And that's how the RF is basically escaping out of the mouse. It's going through the Ultem base layer. So that's the super signal tech. And because the bottom of the mouse is not magnesium and it's Ultem, the RF is actually boosted. It's better signal performance.
I think it's better than most other mice out there, plastic mice.
Every plastic mouse we compare it to, it's actually better wireless performance because the magnesium is literally creating a dish effect that's pushing the signal out through the Ultem base layer, and you're getting a 37-gram mouse that's magnesium metal. Let's go, Kevin! Next slide, design. Do we even need to talk about the design? Look at this thing. It's a work of art. The emotional thing that we were trying to convey with this is it needs to feel like it's a legendary mouse from the gods.
And I think being metal definitely conveys that. You really feel that when you hold it.
You're literally holding a metal mouse in your hand. It feels like a metal weapon. And like every engraving, every line you see on there is engraved. Every line.
That's exposed magnesium.
Exposed magnesium through the honeycombs, above the mouse wheel. Like every single color is masked onto this, like through the nano coating process. Like this is absolutely insane. Insane. And it's so light. The fact that you're holding a 30-gram metal mouse that strong, it feels magical in your hand. So in that sense, it does actually feel like it was made by the gods. Let's go to the next slide. Why is my thing not working? All right, boom. Next generation wireless performance. Tell them about the Godspeed, Kevin. Tell them about Godspeed.
You're pretty much end-to-end latency speed faster than our previous wired mice.
Dude, not just faster than our previous any mouse. Faster than any mouse out there today. Wired, wireless, that's Godspeed. It's built on the latest next-gen Nordic RF stack. The packets are being reported to the USB in mere microseconds. The end-to-end click latency is what?
Like 2 milliseconds?
It's 2 milliseconds with debounce count. That's faster than our previous wired mice's click latency. And even with all this click latency, we had to make sure it's working
smoothly.
And in good and in noisy conditions too.
Oh,
so
yes.
If you're in like a battle royale tournament.
Yeah, with Wi-Fi, mobile, all that.
Dude, my voice, holy shit. It's working in like tournaments, battle royales, LANs, Wi-Fi routers, whatever. It's gonna work in all that stuff because we have this sophisticated channel hopping architecture that operates in any noisy condition without a single loss in packets. And lastly, true sync tech. Nobody's done this, Kevin.
No.
Tell them nobody's done it.
No one's ever done this.
Every single wireless mouse is out of sync. That's just the nature of wireless mice, but we developed true sync. So even at 1,000 hertz report rate, you're in perfect sync with the USB. That's the last little puzzle that nobody else is able to achieve in wireless, and we did it. Boom, next map. Let's start. What the hell is going on. Final sensor, co-developed with Pixar. That's the heart of the new legendary mice. And we're able to achieve some insane battery life with this thing.
Yeah, we're able to take a power draw of 31 microamps, and that's theoretically 10 months
10
on
months,
runs.
Kevin!
10 months.
That's
and
almost a year at full rest. If you had it at full rest, you don't need to charge it for a year almost. And
yeah.
my average use case is
it's like 1 to 2 months on average use.
Still absolutely insane. This is all in a 16-pin integrated illumination package. Next-gen tracking performance, resolution better than the 3360. Every sensor is PAW final, laser etched on the silicon. Absolutely nuts. Next slide, let's go. Size, shape, you know what we had to do with the shape. Like,
yeah, we had
legendary shape.
Yeah, we kept the same shape, but guess what? We have a new size. It's 5% larger. It's in between the Air 58 and Cape Town.
In between, that is the ultimate size. In between the Ultralight 2 and the Air 58, the perfect Goldilocks size that was missing this whole time. So it's coming in the Ultralight 2 size and this new medium size.
Comes in what, 4 colors?
This size, the medium size, guys. Listen, 4 colorways, King of the Gods, that's Zeus. King of the Dead, Hades. King of, what's the other one? Hero of Troy, Achilles. God of War, Ares. What else is there? This slide, I don't even give a shit about this slide. Let's call it.
All right, guys, now that you've seen the mice, let's take a look at Aimgods.
Okay, so who am I stunning? I can stun sync though. I can stun sync off block. I can stun sync off block. I can shield you too.
Double blood, double blood. Grab the crystal, I'm gonna shield you.
Wait, I can stun Ace. I can stun Ace.
Ace is one health.
He's dead. I'm pulling. I'm sorry, what's calling it?
Hey guys, Final Boy here, and I'm going to show you guys some gameplay that you've never seen before. This is a totally unique concept. And once again, we didn't want to do something that was already done. We wanted to change things up and introduce totally new gameplay, completely new concepts, because at the end of the day, gameplay is king. And there hasn't been anything new, fresh, or different for a long time. Everything's a clone of something else. Everything's the same thing. And you know how we like to change the game, right? So here it is. Here's the concept behind Aimgods. It's WoW Arenas turned into an FPS, but with no preset classes or broken things. Instead, it's a totally open, deep meta hunting element that you'd see in a deck or card building game. Every element behind the game is pure skill. There's over 700 billion possible ability loadouts. That's not even taking into consideration how you execute those with your teammate. We have created the chess of multiplayer video games. I could go into way more detail, but there's no way of me just talking about it. So we just got to go into a match and do some match analysis. So let's get into it. All right, guys. So here we are in a match in the starting gates. This is actually a match that I had against Tfue and Steel. And the first thing you're going to notice is in the top left and right corners, you're going to see the ability loadouts of each team, including the enemy team. So the first thing you really want to do in the starting gates before they open is with your teammate kind of look at what abilities the other team has, what they're running, because that's kind of how you're going to decide on your strategy. And like I said, there's over 700 billion different ability combinations because you have 7 slots, but there's over 60 abilities. So there's a lot of different ways somebody can play. But you want a general idea of like what every ability is so you can kind of decipher in kind of this pre-match area in the starting gates what your game plan is and what you want to do. So I noticed here Tfue's got double AoE and bleed, a couple defensives and a heal for his teammate. Steel's running a heal for Tfue as well. He's running traps, and he's running also Athena's Gift, so and Cloak of Shadow. So I actually know that I don't really want to be targeting Steel here because of that Athena's Gift, because that's actually an ability that if he pops that and I shoot him, I'm actually going to get counter stunned. It's kind of like a reflect ability. So it's going to be dangerous to be on Steel. Turner, on the other hand, he just kind of has a couple defenses. It's probably a safer call to try and focus him down. So let's go ahead and start this thing. Let's get it going.
Yeah, and then
and I'm running double bleeds here for myself. More offensive. My teammate's actually very heavy support CC. He's running sheep, he's running fear, he's running stun, and he's running 2 heals for me. So I know my teammate's a little more support heals, so I have to be aggressive and I have to put out some damage. So when these gates open up, that's kind of when the opener starts. Like, this is the opening phase of the game. You call it the opener. And the first thing I do on the opener is I want to shield my teammate. So let's actually pause that back and replay it for a quick second. So you guys can kind of understand how abilities work just by looking at this first thing. So to apply this shield, let's take it back a little bit to when I activated the ability. When I want to activate an ability and place it on either or hit an enemy with it or even a friendly with it, I use the ability, and every ability has a specific kind of charge window. That's when your gun starts shaking with lightning, and you have to shoot somebody with it to be able to place that, activate and place that ability on them. That works for both heals and all the abilities you put on an enemy. So if I want to use an ability like a stun, a bleed, a heal, a lot of those types of abilities, then I have to use it. It charges up my gun, and I have a window of time between 3 to 5 seconds, depending on the ability, and I have to shoot somebody to apply that ability on them. It doesn't have to be the next shot, but it has to land within that window. So I went ahead and put this shield on my teammate. I did this to just kind of use my shield off the bat, so I have the cooldown back, and he can go into the match knowing that he's going to absorb some damage. This shield actually absorbs about 30 damage, so it's a good kind of like load up heal type ability. So let's keep playing it back. All right, so I give him Athena's shield of absorption. He's able to absorb some damage. I make a blink on the opener to try and get a little extra movement out there to get to my pillar faster, and I'm putting bleeds into Tfue just to do some damage. You see Tfue put down, they put that AoE down by the pillar. They're trying to push me off pillar to kind of make me a little more vulnerable, but I'm staying behind it in a good angle, so I'm kind of avoiding that. I keep putting and charging up some bleeds, putting them onto Tfue. I got stunned there, but I'm doing pretty good because my teammates, he's sending me some heals. I'm in a safe spot. I send him some heals and I re-shield him. And here Steel and Tfue are really making a push and they're getting aggressive. I'm still just trying to put some bleeds on him, but I know that Crystal's spawning here in 2 seconds, and I make a blink play for the Crystal. That was huge. So Crystal spawns at 1 minute 15 seconds, and I made a clutch blink play for it, but it made me vulnerable. I had to ice block here, but it was really worth it because now I have the upper hand, and that Crystal buff lasts for 1 minute. So it's really important. So now I'm putting some bleeds into Tfue with that extra damage from the Crystal that I have. I'm trying to put out some pressure.
I need help. I'm dead.
And then my teammate almost dies, and I get him with a clutch heal and shield there. And then right after I do that, I make a counter initiation on Tfue, who's low for my bleeds, and I take him down, and then we're kind of set there. Really hard to lose a 2v1, so we're looking good now. And I'm just putting out some bleeds on Steel, finishing off the fight, getting my teammate up, putting a heal on him.
Trapped.
Headshots do more damage than body shots, so base body shot damage is 4, base headshot damage is 7, and everything compounds with your abilities that you use. And that's kind of a match. It's fast-paced, it's hard to keep track of it, but it's pretty crazy. So let's do another match analysis. Let's go into the next one. Now here's another match. Go ahead and pause this here. We'll look at what the ability loadouts are. And you see it's totally different play style here. Tfue and Steel are running some crazy offensive abilities here. They both have, let's see, Tfue has Titan's Fury, which is a big offensive item, offensive ability, and you got Steel running Charge, Blade Storm, and Siren Song. 2 really, really strong aggressive abilities, kind of cheesy. He's going to go for like a Charge, Blade Storm play on me. Me and my teammate, we actually changed it up a little bit. We're going double AoE traps for some heavy map control, basically pushing people off pillar and applying heavy pressure on a pillar. So let's go ahead and play this and see how it looks. You got to get out of the starting gates after a minute on the match timer, by the way, or you take spawn damage. Important thing to note.
Yeah.
We can do it anyway.
Let's just go to separate ones so we can still do it.
Yeah. Where are you trapping?
As soon as the gate opens, I'm gonna trap right side.
Now, as soon as this gate opens, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a trap and immediately place it so I have it back on cooldown immediately. I'm just getting maximum efficiency out of it. And then I go ahead and Athena shield him absorb for my teammate again. And now I'm just putting out trying to hit some shots. I see Tfu's use big offensive items. He used his Titan's Fury and his Headhunter. And I kind of negated all the offense he was going to put down by putting those AoEs down. You see I'm putting AoEs on their pillar really successfully. Tfu's in a really bad spot right now. And Steel, let's rewind that charge right there and take a look at what just happened.
Left side if you can.
So let's go back a little further. So I've put down 2 AoEs. Me and my teammate are just kind of quad AoE stacking the pillar, putting heavy damage. We forced Tfu to ice block really early. And we're also putting traps there at the pillar at the same time. So with traps and AoEs, they're still charged, abilities that you have to charge up with your weapon and land, except they're the exception where you don't have to shoot it at the enemy. You actually shoot those at the ground. So we're putting those by the pillar, creating some heavy pressure. And then what Steel does, if we fast forward a little bit, is he uses his charge and lands a charge shot
Left side if you can.
onto my teammate. I think he's going for some kind of counter initiation play. You see he charged in and he blade storms. And my teammate does a good job of basically completely negating that blade storm by ice blocking there. So they're in a really bad spot. Tfu's over there far away from his teammate. He's being, taking heavy AoE damage, taking trap damage on the pillar. My teammate's negating, the biggest cooldowns that Steel's going to use. So we have a good upper hand. So let's keep going here.
I'm gonna. Yep.
I'm just putting a little damage here.
Now. Can you send me a heal?
I'm avoiding line of sight from Tfu. I'm giving a heal to my teammate. Tfu's taking big trap damage over there. Like the traps that we put down earlier are still messing with him. So that's pretty clutch.
Over there on their side.
I'm placing more traps because I know they're going to that pillar again, and I'm just messing with them at that pillar. They really need to move away from that pillar and get away from that pillar, and we're in total control. We make a play for the crystal, and now with crystal control,
Keep putting traps there.
it's pretty lopsided. Putting more traps on their pillar. They need to get away from that pillar. Steel does so. He does another charge, but the ice block cooldown's back up again, so he really can't capitalize. Meanwhile, Turner's still taking trap damage, and he's just dying to traps because he's not moving away from the pillar. Like, he's got to know that I'm putting traps there on that pillar.
Right here.
I ice block just for safety, but at this point the game is won, and we're putting down some AoEs to finish off Steel,
Double trap.
and that's the game.
Yes.
All right, guys, so that was just 2 brief matches, give you guys a little glimpse of what Aimgods has to offer, but honestly, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more depth and complexity that can't be covered in that short a time period, but luckily that's just a good intro to segue you guys over to the Aimgods $250,000 Invitational Caster's Desk, where you guys are going to see even more high-level gameplay and more looks into the nuance, subtlety, and complexity that is Aimgods.
What is up, everybody? I'm DDK. I'm here with James, and we're here to talk about all of the madness that you just saw. I don't really know where to begin. How you doing, James?
Tell me about the magnesium. Tell me about the fucking magnesium, Kevin. Free Kevin, hashtag free Kevin in the chat. I felt so sorry for him, but that was absolutely hilarious to watch. That's the first time I've seen that, although I did know the details of the mouse itself, obviously, in the run-up to this event. And I'm excited for the mouse, man. I want my hands on that. Don't forget me, Final Boy. I want 2 of those Ares God of War. That Ferrari red for the Ferrari Peak, I think is going to be awesome. But yeah, free Kevin, man. Is he still alive? Is he in a basement somewhere?
Who knows? I mean, they're obviously doing insane work, though. The kinds of stuff that they're coming up with is really impressive. And for me, I'm excited too. I'm already a Final Master user. I've been using it for a while, so I know my next upgrade is gonna be. But right, a lot of people have already got tidbits of information now as to like what's going on with the mouse, and that's been revealed, as well as the game itself. So let's talk about Aimgods a little bit. You just got a demonstration there from Final Boy as to like what the gameplay looks like, the strategy that's involved, the fact that it's an abilities-based game and you have to outthink your opponent. And we've got an incredible tournament here. We can talk about the format. It is a $250,000 invitational, and it's winner take all in a single elimination bracket. So
that is absolutely gangster. All of it is 125k per person. Look, all that money. It's delivered in suitcases by a fat dude in glasses and an ill-fitting suit. Perfect.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. It's a really interesting take. I'm sure that these guys are gonna be super hungry. I mean, we've been in the Discord, we've been seeing a lot of the pros who will be familiarizing ourselves with from a variety of different games. We've got CS:GO pros, Overwatch, Apex Legends, just people with all
Some
kinds of
Fortnite in
different
there.
backgrounds. Absolutely, and so it's crazy. Like some of the teams that we're going to see, it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be able to one up each other. I think there's been, from what we've seen in some of the prep matches, some of the seedings. So because that's one thing we can talk about, is that there has been seedings to create the brackets as you see them on the screen here, and that has been based off of a mixture of sort of just discretionary kind of the expectation to the level of the players from Final Mouse, on top of a seeding, an ELO system that's been running. We've been doing some seeding matches over the last few days. Not all of the players were able to play them, so but this is, I would say, pretty accurate from what I've seen so far.
Yeah. I've watched some games I've seen Summit playing some matches. I've seen Steel and Tfue playing some matches as well. And I haven't seen every team, but those of the ones I have seen, they've been really competitive, and I know Steel has been like hard bodying this, like all the abilities and so on. 125,000 per person. That's a big chunk of change, and they're not messing around with this. Like there's a lot of money on the line. I think winner takes all is absolutely amazing, and they've got a good mix of hungry players to go after that first place as well.
Yeah, and it is a super interesting one, because you would even, I think Steel's a really interesting name. There's lots of names on this bracket to think about. But in terms of a player that stands out from a very strategic, tactical background, you are thinking Steel is one of those standouts, because he's also, his focus in his career has been an in-game leader. I was actually, one of the seeding days, I was actually able to play with him because Tfue wasn't available. So I took the opportunity to play for a few hours, and it's interesting because, as Final Boy was saying with the video, you actually need to create a game plan very quickly, because every single round, a round can be as short as 5 minutes, or well, much shorter than that. But every single round, you've got different abilities you might be up against, because the other team's making adjustments, as you may be also. So you've got to create a game plan, anticipate what they're going to be doing, and you've got to make a plan of attack. And we will be doing listen-ins when we're throughout the course of this tournament. So you will actually be able to hear these teams strategizing. You'll hear that, what their game plan is going to be looking like, what their focuses will be. And so that's going to be super interesting to do those listen-ins. And as you can see here, there's currently 55 abilities in the game. So lots of different combinations. You have heals, like self heals. You've got team heals, heals that only work when you activate it and then shoot your teammate. Those tend to be bigger in terms of the amount that you can heal with them. I mean, we'll probably get into more detail on the minutiae of the abilities and how they're used.
The important thing is that there's a sheep ability, yeah? You can turn people into a sheep. Well, literally the sheep's walking around for a few seconds and it can't do anything unless you shoot him out of the sheep or he tries to cleanse out of it. There are some cleanses. But the important thing to know is that, like, you can disarm your opponent. You can send them, if they're trying to pillar hump, you can put fear on them, which makes them run diagonally, put them out into places. You can do AoE attacks to force them from their position as well. But you can turn them into a sheep, Dan. A sheep!
Absolutely. Yeah, the hex, I think the hex thing is like a really, really interesting one, because they did talk about, like, World of Warcraft, and I feel like the whole sheep thing is kind of like a play on something, like the whole hex ability. There's so many different games that have had that, so it's kind of cool to see it in this game too, and that general idea. And there are ways to defend against it. There are abilities that allow you to pop out of stuff like that. Some of these disables, some of these crowd control abilities, you can counter them and deal with them. There is a way to deal with everything in this game. It's just about, are you prepared enough? Has your opponent been able to get rid of your counters before you're able to, be in that final fight where everything is going to go down onto the line, and it's going to come down to what abilities, what cooldowns you have left to work with. So loads of stuff we'll be talking about, the strategies and the tactics teams will be using throughout the course of the tournament as we get to jump into some of the matches. But one thing that's worth noting is that in terms of the weapon, it is just that single weapon, that single rifle, which is kind of like you just tap with it. There's no recoil. Where you shoot, where you're aiming, and where you click is where the bullet's going to go. There is headshot damage, which is a small multiplied amount of damage. It's slightly more than a body shot. But other than that, it mostly comes down to being really good with team play, really good with understanding the meta as it evolves very quickly. And as Final Boy said, there's over 700 billion combinations of abilities.
700 billion. Also, at the beginning of each match, you can see what the loadouts that your opponent has once you're in the cages while the countdown is there. So you need to figure out, like, you can have a cleanse for yourself. So if you're put in some sticky situation where, let's say you get sheeped, like if Dan and I are playing together, for example, they might sheep Dan, for example, to try and focus me, so he kind of can't do anything. But since you might have 1 or 2 cleanses that you run, so if they put a bunch of crap on you, you can force your way out of it. The problem is, all your abilities have cooldowns. If you go for your cleanse immediately, then they may have baited you into that. Are they trying to bait you with a basic thing, so you cleanse and then they put something else on you and you can't cleanse? You're going to see people chaining stuns as well, so you've got to be really careful about when you choose to go for something like a cleanse, etc. So again, they've got about 20-30 seconds to figure out, okay, This is what our opponent's running. You got things like Siren Song as well. So if you shoot their opponent, then they may reflect the damage back onto you. There's a lot of crazy things. You can see some of the examples here. Hades Plague is a good one, and some AoE damage to kind of force people into different positions. Top right is a fear, which makes you run diagonally, and you can't really do much. So these are the kind of things which you may choose to cleanse yourself out of. Also, we can see the heals towards the left. You can heal yourself, but it may be more rewarding to heal your teammate instead. It may do more healing as well. So you've got these kind of decisions to make. And again, in terms of communication and so on, that's going to be really important.
Yeah, there's so much to this. It's actually really interesting because the game looks really basic and simplistic because you're just dropped in an arena. It's a 2v2. There's very little cover to work with. The rounds are very short, and you get to select 7 abilities each, and there's only 1 weapon. So it's quite a simple formula in that sense, but it's very addicting, I found personally, because you constantly want to run the same comp just to find a way to use it more efficiently, but at the same time, try to find ways to counter what your opponent is doing and try to find ways to optimize what you're doing. And it's this endless cycle of optimization. It's just super addicting. So I'm really curious to see who is going to come out on top in this, because I've also heard that Sinatra and Zoms are super good as well, and I haven't seen them play. And obviously, a lot of people know Sinatra from the Overwatch League, as well as now on Sentinels and Valorant. From game to game, he's someone that's proven himself that he can just be the most elite player just very quickly. So it's I think that's going to be definitely a team that I'm looking out for.
Yeah, absolutely. Sinatra is a person I'm looking forward to seeing more of here, as someone who focuses mostly on Counter-Strike. It'll be interesting to see what he can deliver in this tournament. And if he'll last more than 1 round, again, it is going to be so competitive. It's going to be quite ridiculous. I don't know if we can go back to that ability screen that had the sheep on it, because it had a good mix of abilities where it might be cool to just point a few things out to the audience, because you had some cleanses, some heals, the sheep, which is my favorite thing ever. Okay, so we have a look at this. So in terms of cleanses, if we look towards the top right, Athena's legendary trinket, that's one example where, if someone throws a bunch of shit on you, then you can cleanse your way out of it with that. But as you can see, the cooldown is 30 seconds. So if you get baited into that, and then you get some more junk later on, then you might be in trouble. Bottom right, you can see the sheep command there that turns somebody into a sheep for 7 seconds. So if you make someone a sheep, you can focus the other guy, unless they cleanse, of course. Go towards the top left, you've got the different bleeding strikes. One does more damage than the other, but the cooldowns will be different as well, so something to bear in mind. Then in the middle, you've got things like protection from Zeus and Ice Block, which are probably going to be common defensive abilities that we might see. The Spartan Armor's been popular with more of the counter-strikey players, but I don't think that's going to be too popular. I could be wrong, though. And things like the Athena's Lesser Shield of Absorption towards the top left. If you see, I think that's the one that makes a green bubble on your teammate to protect them. And that's been common at the beginning of rounds while people are trying to find protection towards the pillars. You'll see how that all works as we get into our first few games or so. But this is just one page of many pages of different abilities. So there's a lot of stuff to throw around. It's going to be really, really crazy. We've seen some wildly different setups as well. Final Boy, for example, has this setup where he kind of stands in the middle of the map and has his teammate he just tanks damage and his teammate's running loads of heals. And I find that difficult to break, but then you go to someone like Summit or Steel and they've got completely different setups here. And I think it's going to evolve as the games go forward as well. And I know some people have been holding a few things back in the test runs and so on, and some have been avoiding matchups. So it's going to be really interesting once we get into things here.
Oh yeah. There's like so much nerding you can do in theory crafting around what are the best comps and the best iterations of approaches. But I got to ask you, James. Who do you think is going to win this? Because it's a really hard call. I feel like it's going to be. There's like 4 or 5 teams where it'll be very close between them. But you have a clear victor in your eyes.
Of the players I've seen, I would look towards Steel and Tfue, and my focus is on Steel. I may have some bias being Counter-Strike alumni, but I think Steel, honestly, just the way I've heard him talking in a Discord and so on, like he understands there's a massive case of cash to be won here, and of course he is one of the cerebral people, as we spoke about earlier. So of the guys I'm more familiar with, then I would definitely like Steel's the thinker, and I think this is a thinking man's game, and you've got to make decisions quickly as well. You've got to understand the threat that your opponents are running and figure out a way to deal with them, avoid what's going on, and so on. And I think that of the guys I'm more familiar with, he probably has the best mental tools with which to deal with that. In terms of like aim and so on, like we've seen Ace playing the likes of Apex and such, but I feel like it's more abilities focused. That's going to be the thing. There are damage buffs as well, which we may see, but for me, I would pick Steel. What about you?
Yeah, this is super tough. As you say, Ace and Sings, both players are extremely strong in terms of ability usage, and I'd say probably have. And it's kind of insane to make this claim, but I kind of feel like if I'm going to give the team that has the best individual aim, I'm probably saying Ace and Sings. However, I'm going to go probably Tfue and Steel in this one, just because I think in terms of the evolution of a best of 7 in rounds is going to favor them, because the adaptation is so huge in this game, like you said. But with that said, Sinatra and Zoms, people are very afraid of Sinatra and Zoms. They're very, very, very good. Summit and Mendo also are doing a lot of stuff right at the moment. I can't say too much for Bigger and Stretch because I haven't actually seen them play in particular. But of what I know right now, that's where it stands. So for me, I'm going to expect probably Tfue Steel versus Sinatra and Zoms in the final. And but it's going to be super competitive. And I'm, again, really curious to see what strategies the teams bring in, because everybody's been preparing like multiple looks in terms of having different starting setups, so that round to round they're going to be able to bring something new to the table, and they're not looking like they're not giving their opponents an ability to just look at the what they've been showing over the stream and be like, oh, this is how they're going to start. Actually, every round, technically speaking, if you want to have an edge, you have to have something different for every single round. So the first rounds, I wouldn't even expect to see the best kind of comps and like the most abusive strategies from the teams out of the gate. They're going to save that stuff for later.
Yeah, I do wonder, like if people have a big red button set up that they want to hold back for as long as possible, how quickly will some of those come out if they get battered? Somebody gets battered in the first round of a series. Are they going to just be like panic? Are they going to be like, shit, guys, we might need to just pull out the big guns and hope that other people aren't watching while they're doing something else? That might be something to consider. I want to see some nervousness. I want to see the nukes be fired in these first few games. For sure. Yeah, definitely. I think we have a player interview coming up to get the thoughts and views of the players before they start their matchup. I'm not sure who we're jumping to. So waiting for that information. Do they know about the magnesium? That's the question. The fucking magnesium.
Dude, honestly, that mouse looks so.
I think I need evidence that Kevin is still alive as well. I think we need proof, because I don't know how he made it through that conference. That was amazing though. Definitely more engaging than your average keynote.
Yeah.
Props to Final Boy for unlimited energy. That was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. Like the whole fact that they've managed to get wireless in there. That's an upgrade on any wireless technology, on top of the fact that it's a completely new material. It's going to be a difficult act for competitors to follow. So I'm kind of curious, actually, in the market, what the response is going to be, because that's always going to be the thing, right? So
yeah, I feel like if people are considering competing, I mean, what is interesting, if you look at accessory makers, look at keyboards, for example, a lot of them, the manufacturer ones rather than the hardcore community, have got like crappy keycaps and just like cheap materials and plastic and stuff. When you're whipping out a magnesium mouse, I mean, I feel like it sets most competitors back so far, because again, you got to look at the cost, the scalability of making something of some kind of metal as well, and then of course the RF issues that you're going to have in Faraday cages and so on. It's pretty nuts. I can't wait to get my hands on one.
All right, so who do we have in our first matchup that we're doing? Because I'm actually waiting for that info still, and then we can start getting into this.
Arab Fresh Steel Tfue, I believe.
Okay.
Do we have?
Well, what is up? How's everybody feeling?
What is up, fellow gamers?
What's good?
We're ready.
We were just talking a little bit earlier before you guys joined, and it doesn't seem like Steel and Tfue are really confident in their gameplay. So Fresh and I are ready to just sweep them up. Like I was saying earlier, Tfue found another teammate to carry him in yet another title. So
yeah, you see, I've been.
It seems like it's gonna be a 1v2.
Like, I'm just confused on why I'm here.
So if Steel can pull it off, props to him. I get why he's thieves now, but it seems like he's playing with dead weight.
That's true, but as you can tell from basically the gameplay, I don't know what you want to call it, that they showed earlier, the devs we're just shitting on us. We're actually horrible at the game. We're probably going to lose, and these guys can probably beat us blindfolded. So honestly, it's going to be a pretty one-sided match. We might just forfeit right now, to be honest.
Listen, just understand that when you guys do go down first, that you won. You were the first loser, so...
That's true. That is true, yeah.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a title either way.
Yeah.
What are you guys going to do with... Go ahead. Don't let
No,
me
that's
interrupt
fine.
you.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say that not only are we going to lose, we're going to lose to a Fortnite coach, so...
Oh.
Hey, I picked you to win the tournament, buddy. You need to shit on people. On the
Okay.
All right.
It's getting a
Sorry,
little
my
bit
bad.
spicy in here. Okay. All right. Okay. So what are you guys going to do with the money? Because it sounds like you both teams here are pretty confident. I steal you're kind of sandbagging right now, but your reputation kind of precedes you here. We're all expecting big things from your calls, your game plans.
125K bottle of champagne, I think.
Yeah, my plan was to donate the money to Steel because I heard their Valorant prize pools are lacking as opposed to our Fortnite
The
one.
Valorant prize pools are kind of brief.
125K is kind of weak. That's like a 5th place in Fortnite tournaments. So
This guy just loads up like a Fortnite game. He just presses Q and then he wins like $1 million. I don't get it.
So I was thinking of doing some holiday charity work. Yeah.
I think the prize money's got to run through my Nigerian accountant.
We're going to end this little pre-match interview on the fact that everyone seems to agree that the Valorant prize pools need some work. But we'll go back up into our respective channel. We'll leave you guys to it. Thanks for giving us some words there. And going into this match, James, this is an interesting start. We've got already Steel just sandbagging. So I don't know what the deal is there. But, I feel like he's setting his expectations low. We did say that these teams have to hide stuff. They've got to come in under the radar right from the get-go. And this is a best of 7, so there will be ample opportunity for these teams to really figure each other out.
Yeah, absolutely. I would imagine there's going to be some back and forth in what they're choosing to continue to counter each other. But we'll see how deep they go into the weirder abilities if they're just constantly trying to hard counter. And someone's going to come up short if it goes all the way, of course. So we shall see. But very soon we'll be into our first games. I can't wait, man. Our first proper, we've seen some really competitive games in the warm-ups and so on, but this isn't the warm-up anymore. This all counts now. 250K winner take all. It's absolutely outrageous. I want to see some. We might see a Ferrari to go with the Ferrari Reds mouse of the God of War mouse. I really want one of those, man. The mouse specifically. I think the red is so nice. Like we have in Counter-Strike these Ferrari peak memes, and I think that would just be such a perfect mouse to do it with.
You can't really go wrong with any of them. They all look so glorious. I'm kind of liking the Zeus one, the white one, but yeah. So you can see that once again we're on the bracket, and that first matchup. Fresh Arab versus Tfue and Steel. Lots of Fortnite action going on there. Again, we're expecting to see big things from Steel. I think, though, with Fresh and Arab, again, we don't really know what to expect from them. There's a lot of history with Tfue, a lot of history with Steel. But, by the way, I just want to... I did ask Steel about this a little bit. I'm like, how the hell did you guys actually match up to be a duo for this? I wasn't aware that you guys had a thing. I was trying to find where is the link between these two guys? And I think it was actually facilitated by Final Mouse. So I don't think previously they really knew much about one another. So it's cool to see this mix up of players. Obviously, Tfue is an incredible player back in his Fortnite days in his own right, and Steel is someone that can work well with anyone. So again, that's one of the reasons why we expect a lot from them. We're talking them up so much, but Fresh and Arab, man, they could throw a wrench into the works here.
Yeah, they certainly could. We're going to be riding with Tfue at the beginning. So for those of you in the chat, of which there are many, we can see that chat going crazy. During the matches, because there's going to be so much communication going on, we're going to be focusing on the players themselves. So you're going to get to tune in and hear their comms and so on, but we'll still be live. So we'll add what we can. But there we go. We can see Tfue's just picking his abilities now. So we can see he's got some traps as well. His E button, I think he has 5 invisible traps, which he can put around the pillars, for example. So people from moving for a certain amount of seconds. So if they're trying to focus somebody, those are invisible traps, which are going to cause some problems. He's got the Spartan armor as well, which is that last one. The blue ice gives him some protection and heals him as well. So we've got a good mix. We'll see if he chooses to opt for something for his teammates. Okay, he's changing his stun from the traps to something else. So there may be some discussion as to what they're going to do here.
Yeah, one of the interesting things actually is there is an ability there called Heal God, which is his Q. And I didn't actually see many people running that, so I don't know if there's something that they've discovered since. Is like, because this is so new, also new for the players. They're constantly finding things like, oh, is this broken? And Heal God, the thing about it is that when you pop that, that's only going to work if you're shooting your teammate to heal him. So that means that you're not shooting anybody else. It means that you're not able to pop an ability and then put it on anybody else. So it's kind of a huge sacrifice in that sense in terms of what you're able to do, a huge opportunity cost. So curious to see how that works out.
Heal God, so it's active for 6 seconds, and every shot that you shoot your teammate with heals them for 6 health. So, and bear in mind, you can't like spam your bullets really, really fast, but maybe you could heal someone for about 30 health, maybe more than that. But that's a lot of time. Like for 6 health per shot, that's a lot of time shooting your teammate and not shooting the opponent, which is a very curious one. But the cooldown is 15 seconds, so maybe they're going for a shorter cooldown, more heal. But he's going to need to be behind a pillar to do that. So I suppose while he's waiting for other cooldowns potentially to reset, he could be doing that. But that is an interesting pick for sure.
Yeah, and what's really interesting there too is that so Steel also picked that. So it seems like this is an evolution of of how heals are in the meta, because there's a lot of different ways to think about it. You have the self heals and you have the team heals. So the self heal, obviously you can heal yourself by pressing the ability, and the team heals you have to shoot your teammate to do it. And usually it's either like a heal over time, or it's going like a rejuvenation or something, or it's something that's instant. And you get a choice between high cooldowns where the heal is huge, or you get a choice between a small cooldown and a small heal. So theoretically, I know Steel is a fan of all of the low cooldown abilities, because then you're less likely to get caught out on your cooldowns if you're forced to pop stuff. But it requires a lot more micromanagement, a lot more awareness, and you have to switch your aim much more consistently. So it's a much higher skill ceiling to get the rewards from that kind of a play style. And with Steel's, we can stay on Steel for a second here. We can see actually he's gone for a couple bleeds. So the bleeds are pretty awesome. It's a damage over time. For those of you familiar with that from World of Warcraft or MMOs and general RPGs, and he's got also the Heal God, as we mentioned, and he's got the Vanish and the Cloak. So for 2 and 3 at the end there, those are abilities like James was talking about before. These abilities that allow you to kind of cleanse and get out of other stuff. So if you get hit by a DOT from the enemy, like a debuff, you're able to get rid of that debuff. You're able to get out of that situation. Sometimes, you'll get hit by, let's say, an area of effect ability, and these abilities also allow you to get out of those without taking damage, or to just quickly avoid taking damage whilst you're in them, and you can get out of them. So I'm wondering if
this is a tank setup, because if you look at how much red, if you look at the red icons, it's basically a lot of aggression from Steel. Like F sacrifices health to do 70% more damage. His R key has also increased damage, and he's got double bleeds, as you mentioned. So I think this may be some kind of tank setup where his teammates probably going to spend a lot of time healing him potentially, and he's just going to be there trying to focus one player as much as possible. And the double bleeds, again, if whoever they target cleanses out of the first one, then maybe they'll hit them with another one afterwards.
Should we try to listen in, James? Because I think this is Steel just seeing their abilities for the first time. So let's see what they're saying in their game plan. We might be a little bit late to catch this though.
As well, Fresh. We have to go on Arab first.
Yeah, that's what I said. Arab has. Okay. He has a Spartan's armor though, but yeah.
Okay.
We should tax me off Rip.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Arab. He's gonna bleed pretty hard. He's gotta pop his shit soon, or he's gonna fucking die.
He's weak. I'm gonna heal you a little bit. Heal me as well.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm sheep.
You're sheep. Yeah, I'm good. Invis soon for me.
There you go, James. Get to see the sheep off the rip.
Thing soon. I need heals.
Again, heals got a lot more damage, I feel like. You can see him. Is he going for the the crystals and out? Yeah. So again, there's a crystal that spawns in the middle that will do even more damage. So Tifu was stunned for a second there. Stars running around the planetary. But that green bubble again is what Fresh is giving Arab to help protect him, give him more health. It does absorb a certain amount of damage over time as well. So Fresh is just hiding behind a pillar. He's pillar humping. He's got back to 100 HP now, and you can see it looks like they're going to try and charge.
Yeah, that's part of the benefit of having the Vanish.
They both
get Fresh.
Okay. I'm stunned. Nice, got Fresh.
Turn.
Back up.
I got your heals.
You really
You're good.
You can now. You can see he's got no one to heal him. That really makes a hell of a difference. Invisible as well, headshots, and that's GG for the first game.
Ooh. Damage done there is kind of insane. But you were talking about this, James. The kind of build that we saw from Tfue and Steel was really interesting because they went for a lot of these abilities that gives a good percentage increase for their damage over time. I actually didn't see these abilities be super popular when I was playing in some of the earlier stages, like just a few days ago. So this is definitely something that they've come into being in their composition much more recently. You can see here the explanation of the abilities that Tfue was running. So we can go through some of these here. The ice block, as James mentioned before, is super good to like get out. It's like a get out of jail card, but the problem is that you're unable to do anything. So your teammate is in lone whilst you're in that ice block. So that's one of the big problems with it. The Spartan Armor is something that's been used quite a lot, especially in response to some of the stun-heavy builds, because you get to pop that even whilst you're stunned, and it reduces the amount of damage you're taking whilst you're stunned. So it's one of those abilities. It also has a pretty quick cooldown, so it's quite useful, especially in spots where also, like if you're stuck in a DOT or in an area effect attack, like it's just generally very useful.
Yeah, so we'll see how things change. But this is the what they were running in that previous game. So again, we got the double bleeds from Steel. The first two on the left, the Rage of Achilles increases your damage by 40%. Titan's Fury will do even more. So that worked out pretty well. Again, their heals were on point, Steel and Tfue. So there's a lot to process for their opponent to try and figure out how to turn things around. So again, I would expect we'll see some kind of counters based on what Steel and Tfue are running. So Fresh and Arab have got a lot of thinking to do, but they do have a limit in time before they move into their next game. So they've really got to get their thinking caps on and not get deleted next time. But again, it's like it was very brazen the way Steel and Tfue were playing. They were out there, they weren't afraid to push, and again, that risks being focused and so on. But maybe once they see the builds of their opponent, they had the confidence to press forward. We'll see if that changes once they see the builds for that game to come.
Yeah, and I did like the approach a lot because, as you were saying, they had this ability to kind of just pick that moment, and they didn't try to force anything. And a lot of teams initially were running builds where you're kind of all in. You're very committed. You're going for a charge. You're trying to cross pillars really quickly. You're trying to double up on the opponents. You're trying to pop all the cooldowns at once. But that was like an approach where it allows them a lot of... They have a great ability to adjust over time. If their teammates are super aggressive, they've got every ability to kind of deal with that and counter that and keep themselves safe. They have a great damage output, and they just use their bleeds and their damage output and their heals to just put them in a spot where they're able to make a play for the crystal when that spawns as well. And they can do that with the Vanish. The Vanish can get them across to pick that up because it makes you go invis. So you can actually, by the way, take damage whilst you're in the invis, but you have to obviously hit them.
You got to find the guy.
Yeah. so if someone has a bleed on them and they go invis, they're still going to take damage from that.
Right, so we're just waiting for... Well, it should be starting anytime soon. Anytime now. Fresh and Arab. We'll see if they've changed much. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll just go straight back in again and be like, oh, if we just did this, then maybe we would have been fine. So we shall have to see. But definitely some contemplating there. Well, we can see the ability. So we've got some stuns there with the E key. I'm going to look up some of these logos as well. It says, what was it, 55 abilities in this game?
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, and the stun thing's interesting. So you see that there is... I mean, a lot of teams like that charge with the stun because you get to chain stuns, you get to charge, close the distance, and when they're stunned, you're able to hit headshots really easily because they're not moving. And the R there is something that does I think it's 250% increased damage on the headshots. So it's there specifically in combination with the stun. And you can see here the explanation of the abilities. Again, Sheep, as it's just everyone knows this, like intuitively from so many other games, it's a crowd control ability to take one player out of the picture. But if you do damage to that player whilst he's in sheep form, he will come out of it. So you have to have good communication on that one.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sheep as well. It's a very handsome sheep, and I think that's important to have a handsome sheep if you're going to have a sheep of any kind in your game. I don't even mind
Finally
being
groomed.
sheep. I'm like, just like, it's not bad. As long as you're behind a pillar. You can see they weren't concerned, but as long as your cooldowns are in the right place, you'll be okay. So we'll see if they stick with this. I feel like there's more focus in the build that we have from Steel and Tfue. But again, Steel may be the most focused man in the tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if he was. So I believe in the man. Let us know who you're favoring in the chat as well. I can see sheep being called in the chat.
Yeah,
maybe you favor the sheep.
There's also, I'm actually not sure if the percentage damage increase from these abilities that Steel has, Titan's Fury and Rage of Achilles, if this actually modifies the bleed damage, because if that is the case, then that would be part of the reason why this build is filled out with bleeds as well. But at the same time, the bleeds are really good to punish teams that go for high cooldown heals, because it creates a timing for you, as once they've popped those big heals, to then out damage them, because you've got these lower cooldown damage abilities, and they have no way to get their health back after that point. So that's another punish that the bleed style gives you.
Yeah, there's a lot of bleeds. Again, there's just so much aggressive abilities on Steel and Tfue side that I do wonder about how they'll use the cleanses for Arab and Co.
We're just letting them beat us to get some false hope, and then we're ruining them. We're gonna at least just look like we do a fake fight. Alright, so just remember the dispel, okay?
Yeah, Steel.
They still have blood stuff. They still have blood stuff.
They have blood stuff. Steel has the ability.
I'm pretty sure their heal. I'm pretty sure their heal is every shot is like 7 health. So, like if we stun the other guy when he needs to heal the other one, they're not
How are they shooting me? I'm getting railed. I'm getting railed. I'm getting railed. Heal me.
I healed you. I healed you, and I stopped you from bleeding. I need you. I need you to heal and stop me.
I stunned Tfue. I stunned Tfue.
Yeah, I'm spraying him. Spraying him. I'm gonna stun him again when he gets out. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna stun him again. I stunned him. I stunned him.
Okay, we can focus him.
Let's push up. Let's push up.
Hold up. I need 3 seconds. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh,
I'm just hiding behind a wall right
behind now.
You're full health. I don't have to
wait
heal
for
you.
my heal. I ended up using my thing.
Yeah.
The damage output is really intense right now from Tfue
I'm
and
using
Steel.
my dispel on you. I'm bleeding though. If you can get it on me. Wait.
They're really feeling that
you
Titan
invisible in front of you.
fury.
Oh.
And I couldn't fucking tell, bro. They just go invisible and fucking rail
Dude,
us.
that invisible thing is
Yeah.
cooked. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
they did get railed there. They got absolutely deleted. It was even worse than last time, because they have no choice but to react basically to what Steel and Tfue are doing. They seem to be in full control. Like they stunned Tfue, but Ad was looking at Steel, even though he knew that the plan was in the works to stun the other guy, which is precious seconds. The stuns aren't that long, so you really got to stay focused. That was definitely a shock to the system, though.
Yeah. It's so cool to see, because part of the reason the Vanish is also really good, as you can see, like there's this basic mechanic of cover where it's like, okay, 4 pillars, like the 4 corners of a square, you're standing, a player to each pillar, and it's about those angles. And the thing is, like crossing the distance pillar to pillar, you're quite exposed, but having like that choice moment where they're forcing out ice blocks, and ice blocks gets popped by a player, and then that's 6 seconds that player's out of the picture. So that gives the ability to push on like 2 versus 1 and gain more position and angles. So because it's about line of sight, right? The pillar allows you to cut off line of sight from your opponent, so you can control the damage you're taking. But if the opponents are suddenly able to quickly, just out of nowhere, because they've invised, get a line of sight onto you, and they're in a really committed fight against you, and you weren't expecting that, or your teammate's in a position where he has his cooldowns that have just been burned on his heals, you're absolutely screwed there. So that is such a cool way. Like Steel and Tfue are out damaging them massively with their combination of abilities, and that's bad enough as it is, but they also have the ability to just commit for the finish with how they can reposition off of their abilities. So Fresh and Arab, we have to figure out like what the answer is for them, and I don't know what the answer is, James, right now, because they're not even able to keep up in any aspect here. It's not, they can't even put the damage onto Steel and Tfue right now.
Yeah, I don't think they knew what was happening, and it almost cost them an immediate death at the beginning. He had no idea he was getting shot by the Invisible Man. So I think we may see some guesswork here, but they are in a lot of trouble. And again, I think Steel and Tfue have got to be favourites for the final at least, and they're certainly showing it in this first stage versus Fresh and Arab. can see them looking at some abilities and considering their options here. So maybe taking some inspiration from Steel's setup. We're going to see some bleed coming in.
Yeah. I'm glad he replaced the snipe there, because they weren't really getting spots where they could get that concentrated damage, and they may have to switch up to a different style entirely. Steel and Tfue have been playing pretty heavy around the pillars, and Steel and Tfue's one big weakness is that they sacrifice a lot of healing for the heal god, and so that means they have to heal each other. So if you're able to find ways to CC them, if you're able to find ways to force them to move, like using AoEs, I think this could be a good start of how you would begin to think to counter what they're doing. But we can see a pretty big switch up here, actually, from Arab. It's going to be interesting to see what he's able to do with this. He has the sheep. I think the sheep is pretty critical, but at the same time, they've got to be able to close the distance and isolate a player and be able to take him down. So it's one thing is I'm trying to figure out what the strategy is behind their build, James, because if you look at Steel and Tfue, it's very deliberate what both players are doing. It synergizes super well together. But this feels a bit generalized right now.
Yeah, it's only by design for Steel and Tfue units on reaction for the other side, who are yet to really even threaten to break what Steel and Tfue have been doing. I love that you can see the mice at the top of the game as well. So you can see all those keys that Tfue has. In the playtest we were doing, you would earn keys by playing the games, which would unlock certain things. So once you eventually get your hands on the game, then some of these mice are going to be up for grabs. Which color are you preferring out of those four?
I like the white and gold one, which is the Zeus one, and Achilles is the gold one, I believe, or maybe it's Ares, and so it's Achilles. Maybe the red one is Ares.
Ares is the red one. Yeah.
Okay.
Black and red are the colors of war,
and the black one is Hades.
Yeah.
Color of death.
Yeah.
But we're into the next rounds. Should we do a listen?
We are. Absolutely. I would imagine it's going to be super calm for Steel and Tfue.
Thanks, Admiral Star. Oh, we didn't even bring out our fucking real strats yet. Sick. They already popped their dispels. What?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Push him.
Oh, he seems bad.
You're good. Keep fighting. You're healed. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Keep fighting.
Where the fuck can I move?
Heal God on Tfue. Just keeps him alive. Oh my god.
You went to the pillar.
Dude, he was just holding his left. Oh god.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not feeling challenged. But again, they really focused on this. So this is a great first round for them. But I do wonder, this is only going to get more difficult as they go deeper in the bracket. So this may be a false sense of security for them. But it's certainly a good start against Fresh and Arab. They're not really putting up much of a fight at all. They are really getting railed. It actually gets worse every round. There's just more and more confidence. But I feel like maybe Fresh and Arab have lost their identity in terms of what they want to run. They're just trying to figure out a way to stop getting wrecked, but are getting wrecked even more.
Yeah, and this next one this could be the 4-0. And Steel and Tfue haven't had to change a single thing. That's great for them because they can use this. They can run this in the beginning of another round, perhaps, and they haven't shown any other looks out of it. And that's going to be interesting, and to see what other people can do against it. But we can already see off of the right at the start that their opposition cannot deal with it. They get so far behind in damage, and it creates this effect that you're then, as the players receiving all this damage, you're getting really behind because it gives the options for the other team to keep doing damage and also to gain position, because it's not like you can go and attack them. You're now behind in health points. You've got to try to be defensive, but they don't seem to have a defensive option to stop this. So that's where we're at right now. So that's what they've got to try to adjust with. And you can see Tfue hasn't really had to do too much. Most of the damage has been coming out from Steel as he is more tooled up for the damage. But we've got a lot of percentage damage increases between both of them. Hades' Cursed Strike is the other one. I don't think that Steel has Hades' Cursed Strike. But yeah, this is looking really good so far from them. I love the bleed style as well. I think I'm a big fan of the bleeds, the damage over time, the constant pressure, especially for players that try to dodge in and out the pillars. You just have to hit one shot and they're consistently taking on damage.
Yeah, and you've really got to keep an eye on your health as well, because there aren't too many. There's no audio cues at the moment. if you're low and such. So if you're too focused on like where am I getting shot from, I can't even see the guy and so on, you could suddenly find yourself on 25 HP, and then by that time it might be too late to turn things around. So when you've got these bleeds and things, it can be really high pressure, and there's a lot to focus on. And I think it's very easy to just stare at your opponent and lose control of things.
Yeah.
See Tfue patiently waiting for the next game to begin, and maybe the last game for like the Fresh and Arab.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. That in this, like, if you look at Counter-Strike or let's say Valorant, any tactical FPS, the distraction of your focus from just shooting and like visualizing with your next, the next move is from your opponent. There's only one distraction in CS really, which is for your eyes, which is going to be the minimap. Like you got to glance at the minimap every so often to get like a macro sense of what's going on in the map as a whole, and then you're back to your crosshair. On this, as like James said, it's like it's your focus is on continually aiming and shooting because that's what you can do on your teammate and your opponent, and looking at the positioning of those players, and then looking at your health, and then looking at your cooldowns, and then looking at your teammate again. Like there's so many points of distraction. I feel like from the actual shooting, it's actually got a lot to handle. It's really quite an art to manage that well.
We can see Arab has pulled out the sheep, so it looks like they're going to try to focus on one player. However, I would imagine that they will likely cleanse out of it immediately. Oh no, they were sheep before actually. They were just chilling behind the pillar, so they didn't feel too challenged to do anything about it. So we shall see. It does feel like Arab and Co are up against two psychos here in Tfue and Steel. So we'll see if they can try to put a stop to them. But I don't know, man. I don't see the comeback, Dan.
Yeah.
Do you?
It's not looking like they have the adjustments. I think the ice block is kind of a difficult one because, as you pop that ice block, it just gives time. You're not able to help your teammate. And the other issue I see is also that they have a really high... It's a huge heal. It's like a 60 health heal. Athena's greater heal, or was it? Oh, sorry, Apollo's greater heal. However, that's a 22-second cooldown. So that's once you've popped that, and there was no other heal. So that's a window of like 20 seconds when your opponents can catch you before you can heal your teammate again. I feel like because of the consistency of the damage output with the bleeds, I feel like you need those lower cooldown heals. And also you need to know a way to keep the pressure back on your opponent so they can't have as much damage output at the same time. So it feels like this is a difficult one for sure. But we'll see if, because the other thing here too, as well, is it's not just like how well can you counter with abilities, it's also how efficiently do you use the stuff that you have. Because even if it's suboptimal, if you use it really well and you understand how to get the most out of it, that can be better than your opponents who maybe have a better setup but don't know how to get the most out of it, if that makes sense. So maybe there's some, I want to leave some room for hope here.
I got no hope, bro.
we did both pick Steel and TV to win, so
yeah,
there is that too.
I hope we see them against Summit and Mendo later, because I played against Mendo a fair bit, I think, and didn't go well for me. Not that I was going to be the best player in this anyway. It's very hard to remember, especially like I think one of the issues that Arab and Fresh might be having is that, bear in mind, you have 7 abilities all on different keys. When you change them all up and you've got to remember what's where, that's a lot of information to remember, and that's something that I really struggled with. So if you don't have certain builds, as we know that Steel and Tfue have from their comms already, then if you're trying to change things on the fly, you maybe, like if you press the wrong button, like I think in that previous one, they did a cleanse at the beginning of the game before they even saw their opponent by accident. So I imagine they may have pressed the wrong button by changing things around. So that is, and I feel like that can just start a ball rolling where things just get worse and worse, where you're like, oh, I meant to press this, and then it just collapses into absolute madness.
Well, one thing in terms of madness that's about to happen is that Steel swapped out one of his abilities. He swapped out Rage of Achilles, which is one of those, you activate it and increases your damage percentage for a short duration of time. And he swapped that out with Charge of Leonidas, which you see on his Q. So that Charge of Leonidas is what it says. You lock onto your opponent and you charge towards them, so you can cover the distance from pillar to pillar extremely quickly. And so I don't know if he's doing this because he just wants to have some fun, he's bored, or like because there's no reason to change anything. Oh, he's also got the traps in there as well. That's going to be interesting to see. I think you talked about the Artemis trap earlier, James.
Yeah, sounds like they're experimenting maybe at a 3-0. They need one more round to eliminate Arab and Fresh. So I think, bear in mind the colors of the scores. So the 3-0 and Tifu both being blue. I think they're just experimenting, just toying with their opponent. You know, like when a lion is carrying a baby deer in its mouth, let it think, so I'm your parent, when really it's going to be eaten later on. Well, maybe it's going to be eaten right now.
All right, so let's do another listen and see if there's anything for them to say in response to the new build we see for their opponents.
Just keep that to the 2 seconds.
Did they change anything?
No.
They're literally on the same thing.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck, dude.
I got both on ice block, but that's it. Okay, first person to use ice block, I'm gonna charge him after. Good luck.
Fuck!
What's up? What's up?
Nothing. I just feel bad. They haven't really played. They haven't really played.
I got double heals, by the way.
He's pretty lit. All right.
I got sheeped. Good luck. I can heal you as soon as I'm out of it, though, if you can live. Oh,
It's a beautiful sheep.
Shadow thing for some reason. I'll heal you through that.
Ooh,
You're good.
here we go.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Oh, this is another awesome application of Heal God. You can just spam heal on your opponent who's sitting in an AoE, so he doesn't have to run outside of the pillar.
Oh, so you can just kill a hump anyway.
Yeah, that's
You
quite
can't have
nice.
potato aim with something like that. You've got to be landing your shots every single time. Oh, he's charged with the...
In a second.
Oh, by the way, I think they're in trouble once again. Well, Fresh is going to be the last man standing for a squad now. You know, it's going to be the final game. You can see Steel's feared, so he's going to run diagonally, but he's not too concerned. Could probably cleanse if he wanted to. Tifu. Oh, he almost killed Tifu there, actually. That would have been quite something, but he will get deleted. Back of the face, and that is a monstrous 4-0 for Steel and Tifu. Pretty much uncontested, let's be honest.
Yeah. Yep. Arab and Fresh, we wave goodbye to them. Here are the 250k Aimgods Invitational, and Steel and Tifu will move on as expected. 4-0 fashion, I think that's also as expected too. I think that it's going to be really interesting to see what happens when we see Tifu and Steel like forced to adapt to another build. And I think that's something that you were getting at, James. I'm sure we'll be able to check out the bracket, in due course and start speculating exactly what the additional matchups will look like. And you can see that Booger and Stretch definitely going to be interesting. Fortnite World Championship winner Booger from 2019. See what he's able to accomplish with his Fortnite buddy Stretch against Tifu and Steel. There's a lot of cracked Fortnite players here. I got to say, it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's nice to see how nice Tifu is. Definitely, I feel like the Counter-Strike guys are going to have absolutely no mercy. He felt bad for them because they didn't really get to play. They just went there and got smashed. But that's it, man. If it's 125k, all I want to do is smash. That's for sure. No kindness from me. But again, that's a very good start for them. There'll be more Fortnite in the next series on that part of the bracket. So we'll soon find out who we have up next.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to mention, you can see that there's a huge lead for Huddled and Sybil, 7 against Scream and Basie. And so I'd actually expect that they would win that one. Scream and Basie, they haven't had the best start so far. I managed to play against them quite a lot when I was with Steel. And they've been struggling to find the builds that work for them. So definitely I'm expecting that they will be eliminated in the first rounds, and that we would see Huddled and Sybil against Ace and Sings. But Zayt and H-Tag, I'm not sure what's going on the Sinatra Zombs matchup. I think that Mo and Tarek are not actually playing. We'll see.
Mo's got a different partner now, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So he is here. I was actually, in one of the chats we were arguing about watches, but he tried to flex on me, but I had what he was talking about, and then he never replied. But we'll see if he's got a reply for Sinatra and Zombs on the server. I think a late replacement for his teammate, that he's going to have some big brain plays if they are to be successful and survive that first test. But hopefully we'll find out pretty soon.
Yeah, and it's I think it's really interesting. Like, the Fortnite representation is really strong. Like Zayt and H-Tag, for example. I think Zayt, if you check him out on esports earnings, he's got over 1.1 million to
That's not bad.
his name, thanks to Fortnite. Yeah, that's it was. I think he got a fourth place at the Fortnite World Cup 2019 in the duos for 750k, so that's not bad at all. And H-Tag's also a very strong Fortnite player, so that matchup is going to be really interesting because I think those guys have taken to the game pretty well. I haven't seen too much from their gameplay, but so that's going to be a great matchup. I think all the matchups going forward are going to be a lot more competitive than what we just saw. So I'm super excited to get into the next one after we saw what we saw from Tfue and Steel, because again, there's so many different builds you can run in this game. There's like no one perfect build. There is a counter to every build. The whole point is that it is effectively that infinite meta you can do. There's always an answer to everything. It's just about, can you find the answer in time, and can you execute that in time?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the prize money in Fortnite, over $1 million for fourth place. But I'm also flabbergasted at the sheer prize money in this tournament. Again, it's the definition of top heavy. Only first place takes the money. So for those of you joining us late, whoever wins the grand final, those two take home a total of 250k, presumably $125,000 per person. That's nuts. It's absolutely crazy. And let's not forget, we've had some really awesome magnesium mice announced today by Final Mouse. Make sure you're checking the Twitter, as there'll be a lot of information on there about the details of how you can try to get your hands on one as well. And that is not necessarily going to be easy. But boy, getting your hands on this cash might be hard if you go up against Tfue and Steel. As we just saw in that first series of the broadcast, a 4-0 uncontested round. Fresh and Arab deleted. They will not be in the history books for long in this Aimgods tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, like the way that the different builds can go up against each other, because you can get really slow burns. But with that said, we will be jumping into Basie and Scream against Huddled and Sybil. So we were just talking about that, and as I was putting all of the pressure on Scream and Basie to come out with something here and to kind of show that they can come back. I'm not expecting to see it, but we'll see if they can prove me wrong.
If they charge, then we can just bomb them. So yeah, they gave each other absorption shield. I'm gonna pop cloak when I walk into pillar. Yeah, he tried to charge me and it wasted it.
Nice.
All right, they're both on the same pillar. Do you want to like duo bomb them right now? All right, you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, and now. Focus, Daisy. That man flew.
Oh my god, I didn't know you could actually. So the Hephaestus bomb actually has that knockback. I've never seen it knock someone even remotely that high up into the air. That's insane.
He charged.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? Oh, he's trying to focus Sybil, but not doing a very good. Oh, hold on, he's gone invisible. That's going to be a good counter, to be honest. Like, can't see me. There we go.
Ooh, Huddled grabbed the crystal too, so that's going to be huge. 30% increased damage, 30% damage reduction for a minute. You can see Scream and Base, their build is very aggressive here. They're just going straight in, looking for the stuns and the charges. And Spartan's armor is up there. Oh, got to pop it. And there we go. Another bomb, just sending Scream like so high up into the air, and the ice block to prevent them from hitting damage on him whilst he's in that predictable. Wow, this is the. I actually really like the knockback on that.
Quite as well. This guy was down on he had a lot of cooldowns going on, and I thought he might get focused. Even now, 40 HP, trying to survive the ice block coming in clutch. He's got the armor as well to pop if needed, as well as the cloak. So, see what he's able to do. Oh, Basie, 20 HP now, just trying to hold on for as long as possible. Oh, he's got some health back. The launches again, down he goes, and that's a wrap.
Yeah, that's that was a great round from Sybil and Huddled. You know, they actually, there was a moment it looked like they were maybe getting behind when Basie and Scream were able to close the distance, trying to just abuse aim against them. However, Basie and Scream's build is very committed in the sense that they want to just get the charges in, and if they don't get enough of a conversion of value off of those initial plays, they get behind pretty fast. And that's not worked out well for them, Huddled and Sybil. I love the Hephaestus bomb usage. I think that's what it's called, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to double check so I'm not spreading misinformation.
It is explosion, heifer, whatever you call it, explosion. How the hell do you say that? Heifer.
I'm looking for
I can't even say it. Hephaestus. Hephaestus. Well, either way, it's an explosion. But yeah, I've been on the receiving end of that. I haven't tried to use it. It'd be cool if you had some, well, I say it would be cool, it'd be broken if you had some like ring outs, like it was Soul Calibur or something, just launch them off the map for an insta-gib, but I think the pillars are too close to the edge. But if you could like launch them into the stadium seating, because that's not necessarily near the pillars, that would be probably tilt people, actually, be overpowered. But anyway, with FPS games, right, it's always good, or where you have a character, I think it's always good to see how weird it looks if you look directly up while you're crouching or directly down. But you can, these guys are wearing these robes, right, where they kind of like flow and so on. Have you tried to twerk with them yet?
No, I can't say that that's been on the top of my list.
No twerking. I may have. I mean, what? While I'm waiting for the cage to open, I'm getting my twerk game on. You know, I'm crouching very aggressively in spawn.
I know, man. I spend my time just in the Matrix, looking at the abilities, trying to make a game plan.
He wants to do that.
You're just twerking, all right?
Yeah, I'm out there twerking, man. Someone's got to do it. All right, you got to bring the heat.
Well, I mean, I can't. I mean, if that gets you in the mood, then you gotta do it. You gotta go for it. Now, I gotta say, you know, between the builds we've seen so far, like I feel like Tfue and Steel definitely look the strongest in terms of like what the whole build. If you like look at between both players, how it synergizes, how strong that is, on top of how deliberate it is in terms of the outcome they're looking to achieve. In terms of the pressure and the way they can heal each other, the way they can close distance in the different area, like the different periods. Like you'd almost say it's like in Counter-Strike or Valorant, like you have the early round, the mid round, and the late round. It feels like there's an answer for like what they need to do and how they can accomplish that with their setup pretty nicely. And Huddles and Sybil, I liked how they had the bombs there as well to also answer various questions about like what their opponents might be doing. I don't know if it's been tweaked since I last used it, but I did not realize you could actually make them go so high up in the air. That's pretty nuts. So imagine if you put some traps below where they're going to land. You got the Artemis traps. You could drop some AoEs there.
Yeah, I know people were trying to. Well, they were wondering if you could get on top of the pillars, and I do wonder if you could launch somebody. I don't know if it's possible at the moment in the current build to land on a pillar, but it's not a place you'd want to be because then you've got no cover whatsoever, so it's not really to your advantage to be completely exposed to everyone. But yeah, so I think from the more successful builds we've seen so far, we've seen a lot of bleeds. Of course, like healing your teammates pretty important as well. I love how aggressive Steel's setup was, but I am interested to see how that one changes once they get some proper opposition, which perhaps they will once they go up against Booger and Stretch. Maybe in that one it does. But who are we about to get into? Well, it's Summit. Okay, so now we've got some proper gamers. He's looking to see what other people are doing at the same time. But Steel, he's been a gamer. We've seen some competitive matches from him in the warm-ups at the very least.
Steel? Yeah, it's funny, dude. You know, I feel like how many games I've casted Steel in 3 games now. I guess this would be the 3rd one.
What were the other? Well, Counter-Strike and
Valorant.
Oh, of course. Okay, back in the room.
Yeah. It's pretty for those people that know about his, and of course, you know, we're Counter-Strike guys, so we're going to have more knowledge of the Counter-Strike history. But if you're not familiar with Steel's storyline, it's pretty epic in that he was he was banned at the beginning of Counter-Strike just before it got big, yet he was maybe one of the most impactful in-game leaders in North America, on the best North American team at the time, didn't get to live his career out, and then 5 years later, he leaves the game, wins a tournament in Valorant, and well,
very quickly,
maybe we can get into that later on.
Very quickly, we're going into Sinatra's POV, but I've just seen word that Twitch drops are now enabled on the main stream. So connect to your Twitch at aimgods.finalmouse.com and you might win one of these legendary mice.
Oh my god, hype! No one's gonna be watching whatever we're about to cast for the next 20 seconds, James, so everyone should be doing what you just said.
And Blizzard did.
I can heal you.
Mo's already fucking low. I need to heal soon. No. Yeah, we won.
There's that charge, putting the pressure on.
After the spear, okay.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Oof, ruthless. Already downed one. That's brutal. Mo's on the ground. Leb is ice blocked, but and it's just delaying the inevitable at this point. Once you go down in a 1 versus 2 like this,
I guess it doesn't matter.
I hope we see some BM here, James, because they could really troll Leb right here if they wanted.
Sometimes what people do in a 2 versus 1 if they have sheep, as we do right here, is they'll just sheep the guy and just stand next to him while he's just walking around as a sheep. Because unless he cleanses out of it, he can't do anything but just walk around as a sheep, so you can just stand next to him and just troll. So Mo got deleted immediately. I don't know how much he focused on this versus some of the hungrier guys like a Summit, like a Steel, but didn't look good so far in that first game. We'll see if he chooses to try and mix things up, as he did 23 damage, which is probably the lowest we've seen so far. So that's kind of embarrassing, Mo. We need to see more from you, because you got dumped on and dunked on in that game.
Yeah, Mo needs to step it up for sure. I know that it must be difficult because he had that just last seconds switch up for his partner, so that's not gonna. I mean, this game is a lot about like figuring out what you and your partner, like how you like to play the game, and how your chemistry is going to be together. So that's a pretty huge element. So I feel for Mo in that sense.
So we've got stuns, the chains. We've got stuns. It's considering some fear. Here, Sinatra, of course. You can see the username on the top left. I want to see more sheep. Not quite a Hulk if you're in sheep mode. But again, you can cleanse out of it. So one of these, I think Sinatra got sheeped and he chose to cleanse out of it immediately, I'm pretty sure. But again, if like, let's say Dan and I are on different teams. If I sheep Dan, but then I shoot him again, he's immediately popped out of the sheep. So the idea is you want to sheep someone and then leave them there and focus their teammate. Or just troll them as well, as happened to me. I have been sheeped as the only man alive on my team and then promptly being trolled and deleted afterwards.
Viciously trolled. Yeah.
Viciously.
Yeah, so we got that. We saw it before. Titan's Fury is the Q. That's going to be you sacrifice health, but you get 70% damage increase for 8 seconds. And you have to, it can't be used if you have less than 30 health. So you need to have the 30 health, the cost for that. But the cooldown is really huge, 35 seconds on that one. Then the next ability is a Cloak, and the Cloak is kind of like your debuff, get rid of debuffs ability. So it removes all the debuffs, it makes you immune to AoE damage, and that's for 5 seconds. And the cooldown is about 25 seconds. So it's a pretty important ability, but that's a fairly lengthy cooldown, I'd say, generally speaking. Then we've got a heal, we've got a teammate heal, I believe that one is, and then we've got the stun, which is the F, and then the FC thing there, which is the C, that's the sheep. Then Spartan's armor is the G, which is the damage, 60% damage reduction for 8 seconds. You can pop it when you're stunned. And then the last ability there is I think it's lesser shield of absorption. So even though it says lesser, there's nothing lesser about it except its cooldown and the damage that it absorbs. So it's a really good one because it's got a 12-second cooldown. So it's a really nice way to pop it on your teammate and to kind of prevent them from getting focused for a shorter period of time. So it's a pretty roundabout build, I would say. It feels like they're really not trying to show anything here, James. Like, if it seems like this is very generalized.
Yeah, I think we're certainly going to see some more reasonable loadouts until they come up against unreasonable competition. So I would expect that they will try to hide as much as possible because, again, there's so much. It's so top heavy with money. You don't want to be giving away things for free. Certainly not if you can avoid it. So we'll see what it looks like. Again, for those of you just joining the chat or didn't hear it the first time around, go to aimgods.finalmouse.com, connect to your Twitch account, and you'll be eligible for the drops, which have now been activated. So make sure you do that. If you don't understand what I'm saying, look at the Final Mouse Twitter, and you can find the same instructions there.
Yeah, it is. You guys better get on this, because why would you not want to win one of these mines? Especially because, I mean, I don't know. There was that tweet they're saying they don't expect it to sell for less than, like, resell for less than $2,500 or something like that. That's pretty insane. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later as we go back into the match here. We'll have to see if there's any adjustment here from Mo and Lev.
That's right here. Fucking game.
Oh, the Cloak and Mo has a fucking blizzard. This might be finessement.
Finessement. Nah.
I'm just gonna instant Titan Fury and fucking dot Mo in the beginning, just to see
Okay,
if you
yeah,
react.
just use your stun and your damage ability, and we should be able to get him off one stun to use his invuln, and then I'll cloak
Can
the
you
shield.
shield or no?
No. Mo went into this. He's on the right pillar.
He's stunning.
Whoa. What the fuck? You have to stun him, and get him he'll use his thing right away.
I can't.
He has web invuln, but he has ice block too. We just need to get Mo to invuln.
Can you heal me?
Yeah.
I'm stunned.
He invuln, we win. Game over.
Alright. Well, heal me.
I'm just killing this guy. He's one, you got him? Yeah. I think you're good.
Yeah, I am. About to finesse us.
Oh dear.
Why is this guy wasting my time, bro? Make the game ready, bro. Stop wasting my time, bud.
I like to see. Delete them. No respect, no remorse, utter deletion. Not even going to mess around with the sheeping. Just get him out of there. Get him home. Early bath.
Feels
savage,
bad, man.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
Yep. Yeah, we're kind of, and for all of you joining us right now, we're kind of seeing the very early stages of the tournament. This is a $250,000 invitational here for the the unveiling of Aimgods, as well as the unveiling of the new mouse from Final Mouse. And it's just the warm-ups right now for the best teams from what we're seeing. We're not seeing any crazy strats, any crazy builds just yet. We're seeing mostly general stuff, just because they need to save that. They need to save their good stuff for the later periods when they're actually facing off against really dangerous teams. The format is a best of 7, so first to 4 round wins is the winner. And as you can see, the rounds are fairly short, and on top of that, it's single elimination, a double-sided bracket. So it's pretty brutal. It's a brutal experience for the players here in this tournament, and Sinatra and Zoms are probably, for a lot of people, the favorites, actually.
Yeah, I can't wait till we get deeper.
Yeah, because then we get to start seeing the game evolve. Like that's like the real concept, is that kind of evolution round to round of like adjusting the meta.
Yeah, so this is how things are looking at the moment. Again, we've got Bigger and Stretch versus Tifu and Steel to come. Summit and Mendo versus X-Ro and Vinny1X. Winner is going to be playing against Bizzle and Dubs. So Mo and Lebby are getting wrecked at present, and the winner of that match, probably Sinatra and Zoms, will be up against Zayt and H-Tag. So I don't know, man. I think we're going to see some big jumps in the action as soon as we get into that second stage of the bracket.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be. Oh god, I'm trying to think who I think the matchup will be for the semi-final on either side. And I think that it's got to be. I reckon it's going to be Summit, Mendo versus Tifu and Steel. That's kind of what I'm thinking for the right side of the bracket. And I would imagine it's going to be Ace, Synced versus Sinatra and Zoms. I think for the other semi-final. I think that's how it's going to shake out. I feel fairly confident in that, but as I said, there's definitely some surprises that can be had here as we look at the last round between, or possibly, I'm like calling it early already, possibly the last round between Sinatra and Zoms and Mo and Leb.
Well, there's a big focus. We can see Mo and Leb both have traps. They've got stuns and traps essentially. So they're really trying to stop these guys from doing things. Sinatra and Zoms, with the traps they have, they've got fear as well. So it's aggressive, but rather than damage, they're just trying to find ways to stop Sinatra and Zoms from doing things to them. We'll see how successful they will be. They'll bubble at the beginning, Sinatra and co, to try and avoid that, and damage has begun on Mo. See if they can force him from his position behind the pillar. Some pillar humping from that side. But as we can see, Sinatra's not really even remotely concerned to hide behind the pillar. There's the initial stun. He's getting peppered now, but only 50 HP done. I'm sure he'll get healed by his opponent as well, by his teammate rather. So, well, there's the sheep, but there's the heal. So 90 HP, and he's fine. He's chilling. Animal farm, no problem.
Yeah, it's looking really smooth at the moment.
I don't know.
Oh god, the sheep is back out, and just get it over with, shoot him in the face. And Lev is not long for this world.
There's nothing he can do at this point. It's just too overwhelming.
Yeah.
Put him out of his misery. They could have left him in the sheep for a while as well, just while their own cooldowns chill out a bit. So that's pretty crazy.
And there are instances where you can get into that 1v2 and you can come back and win, but it just all depends on the builds, the scenario, and we're also not talking about a spot where all their cooldowns are available and everyone has 100 health. Those are spots where you just had like a committed fight 2v2, teammate goes down, you leave one of the other two players really low. Those kinds of situations do happen. But if you manage to, as a 2 versus 1 team, reset the situation, it's not going to work out for the player that's alone. So you got to really try to avoid that from ever happening if you can. And this seems really easy and straightforward for Sinatra and Zom's. Not really trying to change up anything with their abilities. They don't need to, so why would they? It's up to 11 Mo to find the adjustment to help them have success against what Sinatra and Zoms are doing. But so far, no dice.
Yeah, I'm again, if you look at the dominating team in the games that we've seen so far, slowly but surely, round after round, they just start running at their opponent and not really being concerned with taking cover behind pillars and so on. But I'm sure that's going to change again once things become more competitive in the future rounds. But I look forward to seeing how people change their behavior. And again, when I mentioned a false sense of security, like if you're deleting the likes of Leb and Mo here and they're not really offering a challenge, maybe even in the build they have versus what you're able to do and cleanse out of with your own build, then I do wonder if there's going to be people are going to fall into the trap of getting too aggressive against a stronger opponent later on in the bracket. That'll be interesting. I would imagine they'll go into it with level heads though, and pay their opponent respect at the very beginning. Of course, right now there are Sinatra and Zoms are saying to Leb and Mo, give us a reason not to do this, and Leb and Mo don't really have an answer at present, and they're running out of rounds with which to find an answer. But we'll see if they choose to change up what they had previously, because they both had fear. I'm not sure how many fears they were able to land. They both had the chain stun, the F key, as we can see on our screens here, among other things as well, but didn't really get very far with any of it.
Yeah, it's one of those things we talked about before as well. Like we have a lot of stuns actually. Everyone has a stun. Oh, actually, one thing is we see. I think this is the first time we're going to see Blade Storm picked up, Achilles Blade Storm by Leb, and he's got charge as well. So the whole plan here is going to be very explosive. In fact, they both have Blade Storm. They're both going to charge Sinatra and Zoms. Sinatra and Zoms can see the opponent's abilities, so they know this. So this might be over very quickly. The Blade Storm, you pop it, and if you're like a few meters within your opponent, they're going to take a lot of damage from you consistently. Just think of like a blade swirling around, swirling around yourself, damaging your opponent.
You have to heal me.
We just have to kill one faster.
Oh wait, I could get to the left pillar. Wait, I could get to the left pillar for free. Nice.
They double cloaked.
Sheep one and kill other.
I'm hiding.
Can you sheep one or no?
I don't have sheep. Wait, Mo just blade stormed.
He did a close range attack when he's very far away, and I think partly why he did that is because, again, you change your buttons, you press the wrong button, it's a disaster very quickly afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that they're like, easy 2K at the end there. Yeah, but the thing is that the damage coming out of Leb there was huge. If Mo managed to be with him, if their strategy actually worked out and Mo could close the distance with the charge as well, like Leb did, I think Leb used the invis to get close too, then maybe they actually instantly drop one player. And maybe that all-in move actually works out. So it's that could have worked out for them, but unfortunately for them, not this time.
Yeah, maybe the charge without blowing the load too early with the blades would be an idea. I think Siren Song was maybe an option there, which again, it reflects damage, but I feel like if one person has it, the other guy is probably going to get focused, so maybe they both have it instead of the blades there, and maybe that gives them some breathing room. But again, you've got bleeds and so on that could, or AoE stuff, which could be, again, it depends on the builds, but another option over the blades potentially. But yeah, that was very difficult, and I think they were always going to come out on the losing end of it. I do believe we're going to be heading towards Summit versus Zexro shortly, so we'll see how quickly we'll be able to get into that one. But I think, at least, I'm expecting big things from Summit and Mendo. I don't think I've seen Zexro and Vinny play before, so I'll be in a dark in that one until we get into the server. And it seems we'll do that right now.
Okay. And here we go. First match of the day. All right. Oh, they're both running bleeds. One blinked already.
Yeah, Invis
I got
bleed
feared,
heals.
I got feared. Right off the
Yeah,
bat.
you're chilling. I shielded you and filled you up. He's on the right side. I'm shooting him right now really hard. He blocked already.
I'm
I
vanishing.
have to block, I think. I'm blocking. He's gonna get stunned on the block. He's stunned on the block, you can shoot him. He only has cloak as defensive now. I'm gonna start shooting him, I have no defensive. Nice bleed.
Oh, man.
He's dead, nice.
That's the issue with like popping the ice and so on early, is that he's just sheeped watching his teammate die there. He can do nothing to help him. We've got the traps now, the invisible traps, and the purple goop has come, and that's a wrap. Full control, my friend.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. At the beginning, you see someone just running out there, and it's like, he's pretty exposed, covering all this distance across. But because the ice block was forced out, like you said, because of Mendo's damage, that just allowed Summit to get that really strong position for free. And then Summit CCs the one that's next to him to focus the guy coming out of the ice block that popped everything to keep himself alive, and then had no cooldowns. So then that's a wrap. Just off of the rip, that's just a wrap. So that they can't allow that kind of a start to happen. This is the problem I have with ice block personally, is that I like to have answers to that damage that doesn't take me out of the fight completely in that fashion. So it's a tough one. It's a really tough one, but they got to adjust now, right? So that was round one. Mendo and Summit with a great start. Now, what's the difference going to be in terms of the build for their opponents? That's the question now.
Yeah, Sheep was abused savagely, and I'll have to see it. I bet their opponent doesn't know. Well, let's see how they can turn things around now. Again, Summit and Co didn't really need to pop anything defensively early in that game, and you could see his surprise at how quickly the ice block and things came out. And again, if you don't have like a second cleanse, and that can be a problem if you get Sheeps and you just got to watch your teammate get deleted there. You don't want to get focused in this if you can avoid it. So maybe things will be better for the likes of Zexro and Vinny in the second game. Again, if you haven't connected your accounts yet on the Aimgods website, then try and do that. I think it's getting a bit battered by all the people in the chat at the moment, so you may want to give it a minute, but aimgods.finalmouse.com is where you want to sign up and connect your Twitch account when you can. Again, I think everyone's trying to do it at the same time, so be patient, but you'll get there eventually. Again, you can see the keys. Summit's used all of his, but these mice, magnesium mice. No more of this plastic mice stuff, guys. Magnesium wireless mice. Crazy stuff coming out from Final Mouse.
Yeah, it's cool to see. I'm again, like, for me, I feel pretty lucky. I was looking for new mouse recently, and I was already an ultralight user, so pretty perfect.
See some details of the mouse now. It's crazy, man. Let me know in the chat which color you guys would like. The white one, the gold one, the red one, or the black one.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's another material that's like if companies are going to like start experimenting with a lot more materials and the stuff that's already been out there.
Seeing a lot of gold and black in the chat. They seem to be the popular ones. But I mean, okay, so for the Counter-Strike guys, right? Ferrari Peak, you got to get the red one, surely. Dan's looking at the white one. Those gold trims look really nice on the white and gold one, I would say. But red for me, man. Ferrari Peaks all day, guys. You got to be fast in the gaming, and it is. I believe it will be the fastest mouse on the market, wireless or wired, which is pretty bonkers.
Yeah, the wireless is supposed to be faster than the wired. That's the one of the mad things about it.
Okay, lots of black and red. I think black is super popular, but it's also, it's got some contrast with the gold, right? But it's also the least interesting color. But it depends on what your theme is. For me, that red one is just sex. That's magnesium sex right there. Whatever that means. Don't ask me what it means.
All right, let's see. We've got Summit back up on the screen. Oh, I was about to say we could check out his abilities, but maybe we can go for a listen and see what if there's adjustments, what Summit and Mendo make of them.
That's a tip right there.
All right, don't let this mess you up now. We're blue team, so don't shoot blue, even though we've been doing that the entire other time. Like, red is the enemy.
No.
Okay?
I got you.
I do that shit all the time. I'm mostly telling myself, dude, I'll catch myself just like spam shooting heals on an enemy.
It's weird. You guys should always be blue team. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. They're running bleed still. I'll tell you if you're bled, because I can see like the debuffs on you. I'm already double bled. I might block it if he hits the second one. I'm just gonna.
Fuck myself.
Actually, you can heal this. I'm turtling. Okay?
I'm fucking. Yeah, he didn't get a fear off.
Can you heal me? Heal me? Heal me? Heal me?
You're good and shielded.
Nice. Okay. Cool. Yeah. But he's trapped. He's taking a lot of damage. He's gonna have to block.
I'm hitting him. Yep, he blocked. I'm vanishing. I'm gonna poly his boy. Oh, he vanished.
He's wiping my invis. Yeah.
So did he. They're both.
I'm being juiced right now.
Got a poly.
I'm just playing LOS. Nice.
You got a shield on you. You're okay. I got a heal too. Go ahead.
I'm swinging this guy.
Steeps him.
Shoot the sheep. He's invis.
Bleeding him. He's getting.
He's bleeding.
I got a stun for him. I have a stun. We have to stun this guy right now in the open. Oh fuck! I have a stun open for him when he gets out. I'm gonna stun Zex.
Okay, yeah.
He blinked
out. I'm sheep. I can cloak you if you need me though. You're chilling.
I got a shield on you. I'm okay.
This guy's stunned twice. He's taking a lot of damage. Double dots.
I have a down on him now too. I missed it. Please, Summit. Please. Pulling him.
Can you heal me?
Yep. Double up.
Kill the block. Healing you as well.
Oh my god, we killed him through crystal, bro. We're gods. You're insane.
Dude, every time they blink, I'm like, he went vanished? Oh wait, he's just behind me.
You're stunned.
359 damage, Mendo.
That was a huge fight. You could see how concerned Summit was once they got the crystal in the middle. Again, that crystal increases the damage, so he really doesn't want to get dealt peppered by that. So he was really focusing him on the stun and so on. But there was some good defense there under a lot of pressure from the other side. However, still they come out with the W there. Summit and Mendo. Mendo's a really good player at this. Actually, he's really hard to beat.
Yeah, he's got great understanding of ability usage. He's really on point with the comms there. You also saw it. Also, just he's kind of leading the charge. He's like dropping the AOE's. He's hitting the stuns and the traps and so on. It's Summit's doing a really good job supporting him, but it does definitely seem like Mendo's driving a lot of the action here. And they're looking like a pretty strong team at the moment. That was a much better round though. A much better round, I got to say. It was really close, and you can see how intense things can get once you get past that kind of early mid phase. Things can get kind of crazy because both teams get up in each other's faces, and you got to really have great communication and execution. And it's tough, man.
Yeah, that was the most marked improvement we've seen from a losing team thus far. Again, it's been wipeouts, but that one was competitive. They came out on the wrong end of it, but there was certainly a lot of concerns there. You could see someone was panicking. Again, he knows how much money is in that first prize position. $250,000. It's absolutely insane for one day at the office. 125K each. That's a lot of money, man. That's so much money. I can't get over it.
Down payment on
so much money, and none of it's for me.
Well, I'm looking to see, because the other thing too here is that Mendo and Summit, even though they won that round, they could actually decide to mix some stuff up themselves. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, see if we see any differences. I don't see anything getting swapped out just yet, but we'll check in on that. We're waiting for everyone to connect, as you guys can see. This game's gonna be interesting in terms of it's kind of a nice game to just jump in and you can just play for 30 minutes and get a bunch of rounds in if you really want to.
Yeah.
And so it's actually pretty, it's kind of nice that it fills a gap there of low investment, which I think is kind of nice, because if you play a game in CS or something, it's you're committed for 45 minutes at least. And similarly with a lot of other games. So
yeah, it's easy to pick up. I could see myself on Mendo's friends list. Yeah, he helped me learn a lot. in the practice about this game, but it also means that he's a very dangerous person. So Summit's got himself a really good partner in Mendo for sure. You can see they did well on the heels, weren't too concerned when they got sheeps and so on, didn't really get focused. So they've got everything under control in that respect. Just waiting for Vinny to ready up, and we should be into the next round of this series. So again, we'll see what Zexro and Vinny have been able to learn from the game so far, and if they can win one. I think it's been whitewashes that we've seen so far, so we'll see if they can get a round at least, and then see if they can do better than that afterwards.
Yeah, and I definitely like that you highlighted Mendo. I think when Mendo also came into Valorant and kind of made his name as a streamer there, that was like one of the things that I think surprised and impressed a lot of people, was just the fact that he was very, very good at just figuring out how to get more with abilities. He just has a good mind for it. And so that's something we're definitely seeing here, because there's 55 of them, so...
So many. And there's going to be more in future as well. There will certainly be more, so make sure you look out for that. Yeah, I had some fun playing this game for sure. And now we're in Mendo's POV.
Consistent aim.
They swapped their abilities. They have counter headshot now, so be really careful when you pop your abilities. They're still running bleeds. They have block double vanish. You get silence for 14 seconds if they catch you with an ability active. Like, so when you pop your stun and they shoot you before you hit the stun out, you're silenced for 14 seconds. Yeah, you're fucked.
Yeah. And then they just kill you.
Then they kill you. You're guaranteed dead. Yeah, so we just play this slow because they don't have any AoE. We play our pillars. They're gonna fear. It doesn't matter. Tear on the reshield until they're out of vanish. I'm double bled. I might have to block, honestly.
I got a shield.
Right, cool.
I got you. I got you on shield too.
He's pop. Just hide. Just don't use your abilities right now.
Yeah, I didn't.
Nice. He's gonna have to swing now. He blocked. Can you heal me? Heal me.
Yep. I got you a shield too.
He's trapped. Shoot him in the trap. I'm shooting him right now. He's out of the trap. He can be anywhere. Yeah.
I'm following his friend. I'm following his friend. They both finished.
He's dead. Nice. I'm getting the crystal.
Oh, the other guy.
You gonna top me off? Nice. You just ran up and fucking destroyed that guy, huh?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Damn. Once again, just crushing it. You can see again that start from Mendo Summit is really strong. They kind of just play it by ear. They want to see whether their opponents are going to make a move. They just exchange damage, get the bleeds on, and then you can start to see everything start to happen. As soon as Mendo drops the Blizzard, that AoE, that kind of blue AoE, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does slow opponents. And so if you can get an angle on them too, they will take a lot of damage, and it forced the ice block. And then as soon as that happened, Mendo and Summit were like really far ahead. And so it seems like that's going to have to be an adjustment. How can they either like win that battle, or how can they find a way to actually put the pressure on and take the fight to their opponents? It's one of those two. You have to find one of those two answers right now. So it's a tough one.
Yeah, I can see how useful the cloak is to just disappear when you're under pressure and move things around. But that pressure resumes pretty quickly once you're visible again. So, but I do wonder if that's going to be more and more common as we go deeper. But for now, we've got a big fat 3-0. So this may be last chance saloon for Vinny and Zexro. Again, looking for the first match, which isn't a clean sheet for the winners, but we shall see. Yeah, this is the brackets looking at the moment. So Huddled and Sybil 7 will be up against Asur and Synced. That'll be the first we've seen of, I think, well, certainly Ace and Synced on the broadcast. So again, we're seeing 4-0s across the board on the furthest corners of this bracket. Summit to Mendo, I believe they're at 3-0 at the moment. So we'll see if they make it to a clean sheet. But I do want to see some more back and forth, and I think we will once we get into the next stage of the bracket. But we're not quite there just yet. A little bit more from Summit to Mendo, and perhaps we will be.
Yeah, and it's interesting so far. I haven't been, let's say, super impressed by some of the Fortnite players we've seen thus far. Obviously, Tfue is that's his background, and we haven't seen Bugo or Stretch. There's a lot more Fortnite players to go through. I'm really curious about Zate and H-Tag. Can see that indeed Sinatra and Zoms will be up against them. I think that should be a pretty interesting game. It should be pretty competitive. but definitely edging Sinatra and Zoms. But moving forward, it's cool. We've seen like a variety of builds and approaches so far, and we're going to start to get to see, I think, some of the more abusive stuff because I know already that, like, for example, when I was messing around with and playing with Steel and filling in for Tfue for a day, that there was a lot of stuff that he had found that he's like, don't tell anyone about this stuff, like I want to make sure that no one knows about these things. And I'm sure every team has something like that they've been hiding. So because the stakes are pretty high, man. It's $250,000, so it's serious business.
Yeah, it is so much cash. I'm still kind of reeling from all the zeros on that. And I think that final's going to be, well, I hope it's very competitive. But who knows? I think once we get into the deep waters, we're going to see if anybody's got the gimmick play, which is just going to absolutely delete someone. And I hope they do, because I want to see that kind of BM madness happening. But we got a while to go before we get there. Just under 60 seconds before we start the next game. Very close indeed. I'm probably just looking at his stream there. See how they're going to do. Is it going to be a clean sweep from Summit and Mendo? We're about to find out.
Indeed.
They're running hardcore bleed. So, dude, he's running charge, damage buff, no
It's very
defensive.
hard
So
to
then he's
win
gonna charge in. Yo, this is what I told you about. Okay,
really
play your pillar, and I'm gonna put a trap down, and you just like try to bait Vinny to charge you. Okay.
Oh, they're doing some shit. What? Oh,
double
man.
charge. Yeah, we're doubling up same
They have
pillar.
Blade
Okay,
Storm?
because they don't have Blade
No Blade
Storm,
Storm,
and
no
they're gonna damage buff.
Okay.
And then if they push us, I'm AoE in the ground. They can't cloak it. They're gonna take insane damage, and they don't have like anything. We just have to stay alive.
If they cloak it, I'll poly out of it.
Yeah, you see that trap? Play it. So when they charge, they're gonna go on the trap.
Invis.
Taking a bit of damage. You want to top me off? Second trap here. We can just play these traps now. So if they charge, they get stunned. Being shot from right side vantage.
Got stun on him. Oh man. He has to block that.
Yeah. Can you heal me?
I'm getting stunned here. I'm okay though. I got shield. There you go.
He's invis.
I'm vanishing. I'm gonna poly his boy.
Yeah, just vanished.
I'm gonna poly the vanish guy behind you. He's like trying to lurk around. I don't know where he is.
Yeah, I'm low. I'm blocked. He's shooting. I haven't seen him the entire time. Can you heal me on a block?
I'm getting crystal.
He's stunned. He should be. Really? Oh no, he missed it barely. He's getting stunned here.
Nice.
Second stun. He's dead.
That was a great. You can see why Mendo is scary, just because he immediately at the start looks at the builds, he sees exactly what his opponents are trying to do, and then he's like, well, within our build, we have these counters available to us. This is how we're going to play it. You go over, we double up on a pillar, so if they charge, they can't isolate one of us, and we can both play the traps so that we're going to be consistently able to deal with that strat. And so already he set up a bunch of counters so that Summit knows what to do, and he can keep calling. So that's definitely huge from Mendo. Huge shout outs to him for such leadership, and that's going to go a long way.
Yeah, for those of you asking what the crystal does, it gives you heightened damage. So it's very, very scary. If someone picks up that crystal, which is why you could see when their opponent did, someone was like, let's stun him, let's just try and stop him from doing anything with heightened damage from that crystal. So it's there to discourage pillar humping, encourage people to get out and take risks and get into the middle. And so indeed we can see now in the four corners, every game has been a 4-0. So the dead weight has been deleted. I think in all the games that we've seen, the guys who won were way ahead of their opponent. So I think the people who've been waiting for them ahead in the bracket should be coming in strong as well. We're going to get straight into it. Tfue and Steel now versus Booger and Stretch.
He only has one team heal and a shield.
I'm going to try to do damage on Stretch right off the rip.
This is going to be sketch fuck. Yeah, let's do it.
Stretch has he's got Spartan.
Actually, I'm gonna use it on Booga. I'm gonna make him force his shadow, his protection with Zeus, because he doesn't have it for 50 seconds after that. Who did I say? Booga? I'm going Booga. He's bleeding super hard. You see that? Oh my god, he has to pop
popped
it.
his
He has 6
protection.
health. Yeah. Hey, do you need heals? Yeah, I got you.
I should go to the other pillar. I'm gonna cross.
Okay, good luck. They're waiting for heals.
How much time do we got? You ready to go invis soon, right?
Yeah, I am. Good luck.
You shot a sheep. You shot a sheep. I'm healing you. Popping heals.
Keep me healed. Just keep me healed and we're good.
I'm sheeped. It's all you. It's all you.
Okay, he
Nice,
dies.
nice,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, I'm good. I heal you. Oh, you want invis?
I want invis. I'm doing hard damage.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on him too then.
I'm just gonna let you do the damage. I'm gonna let you tank. You're tankier. GG.
Dude, it's actually so much damage. No one knows how to deal with it. It's incredible. Holy fuck.
Dan Booger was in so much trouble. He had 7 HP for ages. He only had 1 heal, which was for his teammate. So I don't know how many heals his teammate had, but he was up to 50 HP for ages and was just like, and just had to hide for so long. I'm amazed he even lasted that long. He got peppered so bad at the beginning of that round.
Yeah, their build with the dots as well as the damage percentage increase, it's like Seal just said, it's so much damage, nobody knows how to deal with it. That's an interesting statement to make because it means definitely we're going to continue to see this build. This is definitely one of the strong builds that they found. And it's because, again, this is the thing. There are definitely teams that will not have seen certain builds or discover certain builds that are as strong and may not know. It may take them too long to know what the adjustments are. And maybe it could also be the case that the only way to beat that build is to copy it and do it better. But given that Steel and Tifu will have all the experience doing it, that's not going to be a good approach. So they definitely sound like they're onto something right now.
Yeah, for sure. Now the question is, for me, I feel like the second round is even more interesting than the first round because the people who've been on the receiving end of things get to consider, what's been happening and so on, make their changes. So I feel like we'll see how good they might be in their second game once they have a chance to adjust to what's happened in the first one, because it really is about depth. It's about your plan B, about your plan C in an event like this with so many abilities to choose from, trying to figure out how to break what your opponent is doing or try and take control of the match, because I feel like just straight off the bat there we saw Tifu and Steel in control. Booger had a lot of problems at the beginning. Again, 7 HP, had to hide for ages. They had heal issues, which maybe they'll have to change, but I don't see much change. I haven't noticed that much on what he's doing at the moment. Just that 1 heal running for his teammate, Apollo's heal, which is E. That heals his teammate for 40 health and has a cooldown of 12 seconds. So it's a pretty strong heal to have, actually. I feel like it's a bread and butter heal. That cooldown isn't too long, so you can really help a bro out with that. But again, that may have been a long 12 seconds for him to receive it from his teammate when he was on 7 HP. So we'll see if they can do better this time. Looks like we'll be riding with Booger, so let's see what he's got.
Yeah, I have to say, we.
I'm gonna go to Arctic, I think.
Arctic's a little boring, I think.
I'll make the point a little bit later.
Tangerine. I'm gonna jump at them like a monkey.
Tangerine.
Like, what the fuck is it called tangerine?
I don't even. What is a tangerine, anyways?
It's like I think it's an orange or something. It's not an orange, but like.
All right, hear me out. I'm going in literally right away. Yo, if they.
Yeah, and what am I doing?
Bro, give Sheila absorption, chill.
Yeah, but I can't.
And
I can't dive in.
When they vanish, you vanish. Okay, when they vanish, try to do it a little bit after them though, so you're still in vanish. I don't know how to explain it.
I'm gonna hit you with this. Don't hit me because I'm vanishing. Vanishing. Yo, Tifu's weak, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just dead.
Oh,
Hit
you're
me, hit
dead?
me.
Yeah? Killed you?
I'm actually dead. No
Yeah, he's rushing you. I'm trying to use my shit on him.
Okay, wait.
And Stretch is dead.
Wait. Wait.
Damn, these guys.
I didn't think about this. I didn't think about this.
Goats.
I didn't think about this. Okay.
He's pushing you. I'm fine. I'll be fine.
I vanished?
Yeah.
I'm about to DPS him hard here.
Yeah, as soon as he comes out. I don't know where he is.
I popped Titans Fury.
Dude, Steel is just doing so much damage, man, with this build. We'll talk more about Steel's build. I was going to say that, again, like Tifu and Steel with the Heal God, we haven't seen anybody else running this. And you recall at the beginning of the broadcast, I said that I haven't seen people really running Heal God. But I can see, we started talking about it when we started to see it in action. It's like, actually, this seems pretty damn strong. And there's lots of applications we've seen of it so far. You can see here, Steel's abilities. He's got like, oh, sorry, it's Tifu's abilities, I think. Yeah, I think this is Tifu's build, actually. He's got one of the bleeds, and the bleeds seem to be pretty critical in what they're doing right now.
Yeah, the top up, I suppose the top up at your leisure with the Heal God versus the chunk like what Booger was using for his teammate. And let's see how this is running now. So Stretch got ruined. So I guess it's a replay of the previous one. Yeah, Stretch just got deleted immediately. There was that very late heal, but he was like, I'm gonna charge them. He never made it past the pillar, and then he was just in shock. He's like, yeah, I'm dead. I guess I'm dead. So that really didn't go the way he was expecting it to. But I feel like, I think he just went all in there and just came up dry. Just came up real bad. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if they're going to be able to turn this around because, again, Tifu and Steel have clearly come into this with like hard strats, and Booger and Stretch, I think, like, let's try this. And when it doesn't work, it really doesn't work against them. God, they're looking like such a dangerous opponent. I think it's going to be hard for people to solve this.
It's interesting because it really comes down, I think, a lot to the fact that they're using like Titan's Fury. Rage of Achilles is something that I think Steel is running as well, but I think we don't see that on Tifu, but Tifu has instead the Hades Curse of Strike, and that's the E that he has. And all these abilities modify, like, are a big damage percentage increase, and it seems to be applied to their DOTs. So when they're applying the bleeds, which have very low cooldowns, they can just consistently put insane damage output. So unless you have nothing to dispel the bleeds, you're going to get absolutely wrecked. And that's just what continually is happening. They're getting a huge health advantage because they're stacking all these DOTs that already have the percentage increases on them, and nobody is able to dispel them. And they're trying to heal against them, but you can't heal against this. You have to. That seems to be the case, at least.
Really, I think we should go for Stretch still.
No, he's just gonna ice block out of it.
It doesn't matter.
I want Booga's shit on cooldown.
If you can heal me, that'd be dope. Heal me.
Yeah, I'm coming.
New sheets, nice. Chilling.
We're both on the same pillar, by the way, but we're cool. We're chilling.
I could go invis and push the other pillar. You want me to?
No. I got invis in 5 as well.
No. You need to save yours, though. I'm going across.
Okay, good luck.
I'm gonna heal you in the process. He went invis.
Invis.
He sheeped me.
I got charged by accident. I got the thing.
Did you?
Yeah, I need heals. Heal as soon as I can.
Oh!
He's gonna die.
Hide.
I'm hiding. I got you heals if you're good. If you're in danger.
Hide.
Yeah.
Keep stalling.
Yeah, we're good.
I got you on heals. Never mind.
I went invis.
He ice blocked. I'm popping Spartan's armor.
Fuck, you had full health.
I need you to heal me if you can.
I can't. I just used it.
He's sheeped me.
He's
I'm good though. I'm good. I could heal you as well.
He's gonna die, I think.
I'm gonna heal you.
Okay. Oh, he's striking me.
I just kept healing you.
Oh. They were so close to losing either player. Man, that was a good effort from the likes of Booger and Stretch. I didn't think it would get that close, but still, close is not enough.
Yeah, that was a great round. You could see that there was at first we saw that the initial barrage from Steel and Tifu was dealt with by Booger and Stretch in a way where they were able to reset. And then it's like a question that you can see Steel and Tifu have to wait for their cooldowns on pretty much everything to be able to kind of launch another attack. And then, and then that was the moment whilst that was happening that Tifu vanished across to the other pillar. And that maneuver from Tifu was super important because that was the moment that they had cooldowns still. So Booger and Stretch were trying to push the advantage and were trying to gain ground. But because Tifu took that position on the other pillar, he's able to actually put pressure on the player who's trying to move across the map to try to aggress onto them, and that created a spot where it's a much more even fight. So there's a great back and forth between them, and you could see the limitation of the healing on Tfue and Steel. Their healing is reliant on them having line of sight to each other, and they have to be shooting each other to heal. That's kind of it's a really good ability, but there are some downsides. And we almost saw the downsides there. Like if Tfue missed like 1 or 2 shots on Steel, then they would have lost this round. So it was super close.
Yeah, that really was. Man, I can't wait for the what is likely to be impending here, which is Tfue and Steel Summit in Mendo. We're not there yet. It's not a guarantee, but I think there's a fair chance that it's likely, and I want to see. I'm so curious to see what that looks like. So we can see how the bracket is at present. Summit and Mendo versus Bizzle and Dubs, but on the upper half we've got Tfue and Steel already 3 up versus Booger and Stretch. Again, they're on the ropes at present, and we'll see what Bizzle and Dubs. Have you seen much of Bizzle and Dubs?
No, I haven't really seen much of Bizzle and Dubs. They're an unknown quantity to me, but 2 players, Fortnite players from FaZe, so more cracked aimers, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know though, man. If there's so much about the build. It's almost all about the build here. So I really wonder. I mean, I'm sure that since they're waiting in the further ahead, they can observe some of the goings on, but they've got to be figuring out oh crap, even if they get past Summit and Mendo, they're likely to be facing Tfue and Steel. So it is really like nightmare mode on the right side of this bracket from what we've seen so far. So well, they're able to observe and see what's failing with the likes of Fresh and Arab and so on, Texero and Vinny. So we'll see if they can offer something better. That will be required as they're up against Summit and Mendo. But Booger and Stretch were pretty close. The games have been getting closer, but maybe that was their best chance. We might see if they can turn things around now, as if they can't, it is going to be the end for them.
Ooh, Steel's actually swapped out some abilities too. He's running the Roots, Athena's Gift. It's a little thorny thing. So when you activate that, if someone shoots you, they get stunned. And he's also, So he's actually swapped out quite a few abilities here. So they want to just shut this down straight away. They don't want to allow their opponents a chance to adapt.
It would be like that.
I stunned one of them.
They're gonna charge you. They're gonna charge you, maybe. He tried to. I'm healing you. Nice. I'm sheep.
Okay. I'll heal you. Healed.
Okay.
He's trying to stun. Give me LOS, I heal.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh my god, you're dodging my heals. I got you.
LOS is line of sight, by the way. Needs to see him to be able to hit him with the heal there.
Oh my god. Ooh. A headhunter.
It's got a crystal, increased damage.
You're healed. I can get out of this if I need to.
No, you're good. Expose yourself to me. They're gonna try to charge me? They're trying to charge me?
They might charge me instead.
Okay. I might ice block.
Yeah, ice blocked.
No, we're good. I'm trying to heal you. I healed you. I'm pushing. I'm popping Fury.
Where we going? Stretch. You're healed.
Stretch.
You're healed. Just keep fighting. I can't get out of this. You have to fight 1v2.
Okay. I'm an ice block. I got ice block. Oh. Just heal me when you can.
I'm sheeped again. I can get out in 1 second.
I gotta go in.
Yeah, I'll get you when you're back.
Okay. I'm going back to the other pillars.
Okay. I need heals as well.
Whew.
I heal. I headhunter.
It's funny to watch them hit each other, but look how much health they've got now. Look how things have changed dramatically.
Such a close reset.
Use protection.
Oh.
I'm trying to heal you.
Give you heals. They have crystal if you want to kite them for a little bit.
Yeah, we can kite them.
Team spamming crouch, trying to avoid getting headshot.
Protection as well.
Aimgods is so good. The cooldown's very low, and there's the charge as well. They're going in for it. More aggression.
Oh, he's missing some headshots here, Steel. Teammates being cheaped as well.
I think we should kill Stretch right here.
Okay.
Or could this be it? All the cooldowns getting popped.
I need heals as soon as you can.
I got you.
Booga vanished out. The stalemate here in terms of just using all of these abilities. The ice blocks, the sheaves, the vanish. Oh, Stretch. He's getting so low. Steel goes down at the same time. Tfue gets the trade though, and the health is pretty even. But again, we know that Tfue doesn't have many heals. They have that heal god strat, so he's going to have the disadvantage in the heals. He gets stunned, he forces the ice block, which gives him some heal, but that's going to reset some cooldowns as well for his opponent. Tfue is in so much trouble right now against Booga. The vanish as well. The crystals up as well. That's 30% damage increase and reduction.
You're good.
Reduction on damage received, of course.
I don't think Booga's got a self heal though. So he's only got a teammate heal, as far as I know. So he's in a lot of trouble. Oh, the sheep! But he can't do anything apart from wait for his cooldowns at least. Oh, but the ice block again, he's got health, but I don't think Booga's got anything to heal himself. He went from 26 to 27 HP.
Oh my
so.
Ooh, the Spartan's armor and the crystal means he's only going to take 10% damage.
This shit is so funny.
Oh my god, this is...
What about now?
Look how slow his health increase is.
Your crystal's
Oh
It's
my
like
god.
1.5 seconds. He's getting 1 HP. Booga's got no choice.
This is disgusting.
Getting trolled. He's ice blocked on the crystal. Oh no.
He only does 25% damage.
Never seen a 1v1 go on for this long.
2, 1.
Kill him!
GG. You got it. Fresh.
Oh, he's just trolling him now.
Oh my god.
Trolling him.
There we go. Well, that was a close round though, but that was the fourth and final round.
He's got 8 health. Stop playing with your food. End it.
Oh my god.
There's end it, Tfue. Come on, man.
We
This
could
is the
cheap him.
steal.
We could cheap him. Oh, he's being
Oh, he's
cheaped.
bleeding out. He's bleeding
The
out.
bleed. Oh no.
Look at the damage. Oh wow. Man, you can really see how good heal god is because the cooldown is so low. You can get huge heals from it.
Yeah.
And as long as you can reset together, and they have the ability to do that with the vanish and the ice block as well, like it allows them to kind of stay alive. And if one of them ice blocks, the other can always vanish if necessary. And the vanish's cooldown is, I'm just going to double check it, but I don't think it's that long. So I'm going to check that real quick.
Man, that was that was awkward for Booga to not have a way to heal himself and be the last man standing for the squad, and then just get embarrassed at the end of it. So Ace's team is up 1-0 at the moment versus Huddled and Sybil 7. Bear in mind, Huddled and Sybil 7 they 4-0'd Scream and Basie. So Ace and Sync have got something to show, and I feel like if you look at the teams who have won the first match in their bracket, it looks like Huddled and Sybil will be the first team to drop a game versus Ace and Sync. So we'll see how that one continues. I'm not sure if we're going to be heading into that one as the next game or what. I know Ace is streaming as well. And here we go. We're riding with Ace. Been doing a lot with Apex Legends of late after exiting Counter-Strike. Oh, we got some bombs as well.
Behind you. I'm stunning right behind you.
Is on my right? Yeah, resetting.
Is that? Holy fuck, bro! I tunneled. I'm the damage hard.
That guy is like invis off it forever. I'm low. Do you feel? I don't want to block.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay,
Oh my
god. Yeah, blocked.
Holy.
I hit one. I'm pretty sure.
My guy's face is cracked. That'd be mine. I'm blocking. Heal me.
I feel one. I feel.
Tony, I'm stun.
Dude, like in.
Bro, that's like immunity shit. It's so annoying.
It's just their build. They can't kill us, but they're fucking.
Yeah.
He's on my left. I hear him.
I think I stunned him.
He's
I
in
stunned him
the
right here.
middle. Resetting.
I have fear out of that.
He's
After
dead.
that, we can kill him in the fear.
He's dead. Oh, new crystal. Yoink.
Oh my god. I'm dead.
Yep.
Damn.
I'll get it.
Well, there you go. Ace and Sync seem to have an easy time saying that the build that they're up against is just annoying, but they can't kill him. So let's see if there's an adjustment. We didn't really have time to really look at the build that Sync and Ace are running, so we'll have to take more attention or put more attention towards that in a second. But good start for them. I think definitely the expected victors.
That's a 2-0 for sure. So there's more games to come, so we'll see it. I'm interested to see the discussion, especially how they observe any potential changes from their opponent. And again, there are drops in the chat now. If you haven't been able to already, then sign up for an account at aimgods.finalmouse.com. A lot of people are smashing the website, so it may take you more than one try, but don't spam refresh too much. So again, Ace previously of Counter-Strike fame, but maybe with all the highlights I've seen of him playing Apex Legends, that might be his what he's primarily known for right now. Very good Apex Legends player for sure.
Yeah, he's just super sick at any game he touches. Incredible aim, really great. I think a lot of people really want to see him play pro in Valorant because he is cracked as hell in Valorant as well. But he just is one of those people. He just wants to stream, man. You know, it's reminiscent of Shroud's story to an extent. You know, a player that's obviously could play at the elite level if he really wanted to put his mind to it. But he's pretty content just owning people on his stream, and then that's about it for now. I mean, obviously he played pro Apex as you mentioned, and playing for NRG for quite some time, and yeah, he's just a gamer, man. He's got a great chill stream to follow as well, and Synced as well. I think is insane aim. If you look at his Twitter, you have to scroll down a little bit, but he's got some videos up there and him playing grid shot and hitting like 140, 150k on grid shot and stuff like that. So he's Synced also can hit his shots, and someone that's played a lot of Apex as well. So these guys know what they're doing, and you can see there as well, like they have insane levels of aim. I would say definitely the best in terms of aim that we've seen, but it's going to come down to the meta, man, the ability usage. That's where this game is going to be decided.
Yeah,
we've got Ace on that headhunter. That's what you want to see.
Okay, let me see. Hold on a Sybil. They've gone more for they've gone for self heals. And they've both got the armor as well, and the cloak and bombs. So it's more or less identical, just on different keys. Indeed, it is. Whereas it's a little different between Ace and Synced. I think having identical probably causes some problems if you want one player to have a certain role versus another. But let's see how it goes.
Pillar as well. It might knock me out of this pillar.
Yep.
Go for a stun whenever.
They soaked me already.
Yeah. They're just LOSing.
The guy on the right.
Yeah.
They're bombing.
They're trying to knock me out. Yeah. I'm okay.
You're healed.
Yeah, I'm okay. We need to kind of aggro on this.
We're waiting for Crystal. Let's just wait for Crystal. It's up in 10.
Okay.
They're trying to clear OS. Oh, it's you. Okay. He's standing on the left. Nice.
Yeah.
He pops Zeus on right. We might be able to kill him.
Yeah. Can you heal me when you can?
Yeah, healing you. Getting Crystal. You got it.
Nice. You're fine. You're good to go. I'm getting focused. Yeah, no, not yet.
Shoot right if you can.
Yeah, man. Behind you, kind of low.
What's this guy?
Yeah, I'm blocking here. Heal me and block.
Yeah, I feel. I popped armor. I give you shield. You're trying to go on me.
Yeah.
I popped armor. I'm focusing your guy.
Yeah.
Focus this guy.
Nice. I have your shield and heal.
I must have cooldowns. We should kill Huddled if we can.
Yeah.
Kill Huddled now.
Yeah. I can't see this other guy.
I popped into this.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the...
In the open.
I'm fine. Heal me.
You healed full.
This guy should die.
We kill him after that.
Kill him out. I'm blocking here.
I have shield when you come out of that. I'm stunning. Oh, he popped Zeus. I'm fine. I'm popping cooldowns on this guy. Alright, we killed this guy.
Kill this guy. Yeah.
He's dead.
I got Crystal.
He's in Viz right now.
Yeah, right on me over here on the right.
Big Zeus, you're doing great. You're doing great things, buddy. You're winning the game. You're winning the game. That's a big block, Huddle. That's a big block. You're going crazy, brother.
Wasting my fucking time.
Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god. Am I...
I've stunned when he comes out.
I have heal everything.
That's a tough 1v2, man.
Oh my god.
It's a tough 1v2.
Let it happen.
Poggers.
There's number 3.
Oh, I left again. Fuck.
Dude, there's a good average in the damage across both teams. Well, 3 of the players at least, but it all the crucial damage went one way, it seems.
Yeah, scary. When Ace has all of his abilities popped, he's hitting like 19 damage headshots. That is insane. That's so much damage. It's like 3 headshots and that's like 57 health, and boom, just like that. It's like so much pain. So you got to react really quickly, and you got to have really good comms and awareness to deal with styles of play like that when teams are hitting you that hard. But it's yeah, there we go. Ace and Sync, another round in their hands. It looks pretty like that looks a lot more competitive though.
Yeah, it really did. It was a close one. However, it's a clean sheet for the likes of Ace and Huddled, Ace and Synced, excuse me, at present. Man, I'm excited. I'm excited for what is to come. We could see Tfue and Steel awaiting the winner of Bizzle and Dubs, Summit and Mendo. Whichever one is going to make it into that slot, that's going to be a war of attrition, like the definition, especially with the setups that we see run by the likes of Steel and Tfue. Interesting things to be had on both sides of the bracket. But again, well, we've got one more game at the very least to see if Huddled and Sybil can turn things around. We may be heading towards Sinatra and Zoms versus 8 and H-Tag afterwards. That may be the next prepared game, but no one's made it to the final just yet. Again, 250k for first place and first place only. It really is utterly absurd, and it's only here at Final Mouse.
Well, I think we're going to see some really crazy builds later on too. So I can't wait to get our teeth sunk into that and seeing who's going to be able to actually deal with some of these builds we're seeing that are having success. I think you highlighted it, Tfue and Steel in particular. We actually started to see through the Booga and Stretch matchup that there are definitely some weaknesses to that style of play. And it's just a matter of being able to exploit them in the right way. But having relying so heavily on Heal God, not having any other heals, and they can do that because of the cooldown being so low. That frees up an extra slot of your 7 abilities you can have, right? So you got to make the decision. You got the opportunity cost there. You have 7 ability slots to use. What are you going to use them on? So a lot of teams will have like a self heal and a team heal, and then maybe they're going to have another couple defensive abilities. But if you can just have 1 heal, that allows you to have another option in terms of your strategy. So it's pretty cool to see that give and take.
Look for this guy's bomb. He's kind of trolling.
Put your screenshot in the. Oh, never mind.
I just said. I just say same as last. So.
Hey, what is this ping diff right now? What the fuck?
That's crazy.
You're on a hundo. Sheesh.
Oh, my mess on my fucking HP is disappearing. Delayed.
They don't switch anything.
Yeah. Running right over.
Yeah, he baited my. Yeah, they double shrouded.
I used
big damage on
headshot.
that guy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm swinging wide. He popped armor.
Yeah, do it.
Just waiting it out.
I don't want to do
bomb.
too.
I hit armor. They double bombed me, but I'm fine.
You're fine. I have your full heal. I healed you, but it didn't work. What the fuck?
They just double bombed me, so I kind of countered it.
Yo, I just speared this guy out in the open.
Yeah.
He's getting blocked by his teammate.
Yeah,
Actually.
I don't have
I stun him.
It.
I have you. Don't worry. You're full.
Yep.
He's going for middle.
I'm gonna find him.
Yeah. I got double bomb. Heal me when you can. Bind you.
Your shape's crazy. TJ, your shape's crazy.
Alright, I got you. I'm gonna pop headshot. Do you have stun for this guy?
Yeah, I do.
Alright, do it right away.
Oh,
Oh fuck. That's fine. I fucked him up. He's dead.
He's dead.
Let it happen, homie. Let it happen.
Man hitting the craziest shape of his life. No problem.
Oh my god, you're hitting the fucking strafe on me. Oh, my man is.
Oh, that's a wrap.
That happened.
Yeah, it's that's what we're talking about. Like, so much damage. He's blown away with the Hephaestus bomb. Love to see it, or Hephaestus explosion is what it's called. Man, they got rocked in that little matchup there. Ace and Synced move forward to 4-0 for them. Have we actually seen anything except a 4-0 so far? I don't think that we have.
No, it's been the 4-0s across the board. Yeah, nothing but 4-0s. So, but that was the first team from the furthest parts of the bracket, Huddled and Sybil 7. They 4-0 to Scream and Basie, and then they got 4-0. It's kind of like, I guess, the arcade days where you think you'd be the king of your arcade. You go to another arcade and it'd be some strat you weren't ready for and just got absolutely deleted and went home with your tail between your legs. Is maybe what happened to Huddled and Sybil 7. There we say goodbye to them. So we see in the semi-finals on the left side of the bracket, the conference, if you will, Ace and Synced will be playing the winner of Zate, Hashtag, Sinatra, and Zoms, which I think is where we're headed to next. Perfect timing.
They're gonna like put all their traps down and shit, so we just need to get quick, to be honest.
I'll try to stun one insta.
Yeah, you could just bomb him when you stun him.
I'm just gonna insta stun someone. Zate?
Yeah.
I'm insta stunning Zate.
Yeah. Bomb him. Okay, Buck, GG.
You can go kill him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm killing him.
So we got bombs, we got sheep, we got armor, we've got the heal as well.
He's one. Is he die?
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead.
Oh, yeah, he's dead. Yeah, he'll do. You're good. You're full.
We gotta try it, bro. Like, give up. Let's go.
Guys, Invis on us, Rich. Like, chill with the Invis. I've healed in 1 second. Oh, I got you. Oh, wait, they actually almost killed you.
I'm dead.
Ooh!
But you can win that.
Yeah.
7
middle
HP.
things up.
Yeah, I'll just.
I don't think we've seen a 1v2 yet, but let's see what H-Tag can do here.
When I've stunned, so they just win.
Zoms has that crystal, so 30% damage increase, 30% damage reduction. H-Tag's in for some pain. He's got the Blade Storm out right now, so
this guy is
that's going to do damage to H-Tag when he's next to him. And you can see H-Tag's trying to keep the distance so the Blade Storm doesn't hurt him. He has to keep him at bay right now. And he's got the stun. He's popped the stun. Oh, but Zoms has run him around the corner. So then the stun times out and he's unable to connect it onto Zoms. That could have been the equalizer if he connected that stun. But Zoms still has that Blade Storm, so he can't do anything. He's got to keep running and just wait for his cooldowns.
Yeah, H-Tag can't have a self-heal here. Just the mercy of the game config giving him 1 HP here and there. Ooh!
Oh my fucking god, I wasted my stun again.
Oh man. This is really interesting. I want to see the 1v2 here. It would be a first. Oh, he's getting deleted now. Okay,
he missed the crystal.
Oh, that's going to be pain. Oh, the headshots. The headshots. There's no way H-Tag survives this. There's no way. He just doesn't have the HP. That was a very noble effort. Topping the damage, 250, but just couldn't get his health up enough. And again, that crystal at the end was absolutely brutal.
Yeah, that is brutal. The damage is nuts, and the reduction helps too. And that was really close. Yeah, for H-Tag, I felt like there was a way to maybe get out of that spot, but it all depends on maybe your heal is only a heal that is for your teammate. So as soon as your teammate goes down, you don't really have the ability to win those 1v1s as much and to sustain yourself. So good start there for Sinatra and Zoms. And we'll see if there is a recovery. Zite's going to have to try to make sure he doesn't go down straight away. So that would be an improvement. And then maybe we can see what H-Tag and Zite can do together. And we've got a really heavy damage output build here from Zoms. You can see the Rage of Achilles, the Axe the Q. That's a 40% increase for 10 seconds. You pop that with there's like the 3 skulls. That's an increase that's Headhunter. So that's an increase, 55% damage for 4 seconds for headshots. So that's enormous damage. And if you get the stun on an opponent, that's guaranteed massive damage. And that's very problematic. So that's a lot what his build is about. And the heal, which is the V, that is Apollo's heal, which is a team heal. So he doesn't have any self heals. He's just got a teammate heal. That's a heal for 40 health, and there's a 12-second cooldown on that one.
Yeah, and that's an interesting dynamic. I mean, you can't really plan for the 1 versus 2. So if it gets down to it and you can't particularly heal yourself outside of like ice block, let's say, then it's going to prove to be a pain in the butt. So we can see the post-match stats H-tag in the 1v2 with the heavy damage. You can see Zate got deleted. He contributed a whole 11 damage in that previous round. Well, he'll have a chance to rise again. And hopefully for him, it'll be better than last time. Maybe for H-tag as well. We'll see how long we have to wait for that one. Again, if you are late to join us and you're looking for one of these amazing magnesium mice, aimgods.finalmouse.com. Make an account there and connect it to your Twitch. You would get key drops. You can use the keys on the website to hopefully open up one of these mice. Absolutely crazy. 4 different colors to choose from. Got the Ferrari Peak Red. That's not the official name. That's just my name for it. Dan prefers the white and gold. Most of chat prefer the black one. And there is that gold one as well. They look absolutely amazing. Magnesium alloy wireless mice. That is nuts.
It's kind of insane. 37 grams, wasn't it?
Yeah.
37 grams. That is insane. That
Tell
really
us about the
is insane.
magnesium, Kevin. Tell us about the magnesium. The keynote was amazing. It was unlike any keynote you've ever seen before. That's for certain.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, like the battery life is 2 months of usage. That's also pretty mind blowing, given how light the mouse is and everything like that, and the wireless signal as well is the latency is extremely quick and boosted by the magnesium alloy. It's kind of nuts, just insane. Anyway, we're back into the action. Zoms and Sinatra up against their opponents, Zite and H-tag, who have been suffering. We'll see if their adjustments have done anything. They've actually got some adjustments here. We got roots coming through, which is the next shot landed on an enemy within 4 seconds after your activation is going to root them in place. So I'm curious how they're going to be using the roots.
Kill him?
Yeah. Oh wait, I'm stunned. I walked on a trap. No way that happened, bro. What the fuck? We can still kill him anyways if I just stun him. Hey, they're just hiding.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna have ice block back up again.
I shielded you.
He clicked. Can you top me off?
Yeah. Way after you get low.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm trapped too. Yeah. I'm dead.
Oh boy!
I actually have to try.
He got focused. Sinatra's in trouble now. 1 versus 2. Now the question is, we might see finally not a clean sheet. They got deleted. So Zate managed to stay alive for more than 3 seconds, and that helped them make a victory. Well, we got our first tied score. That's not 0-0. Everything's been a wipeout apart from this game.
Yeah, that's awesome. And, you know, we saw a complete switch up in that build. We saw the roots from the underworld, is what the ability is called, that coming into play. And it's a pretty big cooldown. 35-second cooldown on that one, and it's only a root for 2.5 seconds. So that's actually not a huge amount of time. So, but obviously we saw it's enough time to focus fire down their opponents. I'm not sure they have a lot of damage abilities to follow it up with, so pretty impressive how effective that was. We'll have to keep an eye on exactly how that strategy works. But you could see that they were hugging the pillars there. They were putting their opponents, Zoms and Sinatra, in this position where Zoms and Sinatra didn't know exactly what to do because their opponents are kind of sitting and just hugging the pillars, and which was kind of their game plan. And Zoms moves, try to move, you know, from pillar to pillar, gets caught in the open with the roots, focused down and dead. So they can't, if they're going to do a move like that, it has to be with a vanish. It has to be with a charge or something. You can't just dry move across the pillars there. That's one of the lessons they learned. So we'll see what else they'll change.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of, I think, again, as we saw from previous games, when you see so many changes, is that if your normal build, you're expecting like Q to be one thing, F to be another thing, you start changing things up. If you've pressed the wrong button, then you might have a complete disaster. I know that the first game of Bizzle versus Summit is happening as well, so I'm not sure if we'll hop back and forth, but there's a lot of action coming in different directions. And again, we are getting into the meat and potatoes of things now, so that is definitely something to just bear in mind. We might see some increased action here. I mean, again, we see our first tied game. It's been a whitewash every match so far apart from this one, so things are starting to heat up.
Yes, it would be really crazy to see a run back. Just because we've been hitting up these 4-0s back to back to back on the broadcast, to see like a run back would be pretty nuts. Even though it's not, I mean, they just went down one round, but still, it still feels significant somehow. So we'll see if we get any changes here. You can see Ron Zite's perspective. You can see their route. So we've got the route and the trap. So I think I was wondering if the point is that you're able to place the trap underneath the rooted opponent, and that's like where a lot of the damage is going to come from, because that would make sense why they're both running roots and traps, to just really just own one guy, chain root him, and just drop all the traps underneath him so that he can't go anywhere after he gets rooted, and he gets stunned again by the trap. Because the traps are pretty awesome. You can place a few of them, and they do 20 damage, and they stun for 2 seconds if an opponent runs over them. And they do an additional 12.5 damage as a damage over time. So the traps are really good. So you can see the build is facilitating a guaranteed outcome of getting a stun, then getting the follow-up stun after you get to place the traps because you got that initial stun. So pretty interesting build.
Okay, very quickly, just a word from Final Mouse. So there are so many API requests for Twitch that they're hitting their limit. The keys you get via drops aren't going to show up on the website, but they are still there in your inventory. So when they fix that, you'll be able to use your golden keys. So don't worry. If you've got a notification saying you've got them, you've got them.
Get those keys.
Oublie pas de sauter là pour qu'ils pognent notre drop s'ils veulent te
Il va me charge. Nice. Je suis obligé de se bloc. Tu te décales, Ok, on tempo ça. Il veut te fuir. Je vais mettre une cloak. Nice. Ok, c'est chill. Nice. Moi, je le mets invisible. Tu pointeras. Je le combo. Je fais mon combo live. On le combo. Tu fais le tien. Je peux rien faire là. Ouais. Le stun, faut tu mille. Vibing. J'ai mon. Ouais, stunné, nice. J'ai mon stun. J'ai mon ice-block aussi. Easy. Ah ouais, mais c'est l'affaire. Ils vont essayer de trouver. Ils vont peut-être essayer d'acheter leur build.
Nice. There we go. You can see it. It's the root trap build. That's what we're going to call it. The root trap stun lock build. Something like that. It's that's awesome to see. You can see it's definitely very dangerous. I do wonder if what the best solutions will be to avoid that kind of chain, because obviously once you get rooted, then the traps go down, then the stun comes out from the traps if you walk over it, and then they can stun you again with the stun, the Trojan stun. So that's a triple stun, James. That's pretty rough to deal with.
It really is. And what it also needs to be noted is that Bizzle and Dubs are 1-0 up versus Summit and Mendo. So I wouldn't call it an upset because we are in the dark on Bizzle and Dubs, but there's a reason that they were seeded ahead of most people in the bracket, and it seems they're showing it on the server there. Again, these I know Summit's streaming as well, so you can tune into some of these guys, their own streams, if you want to see that one while we're covering a different one. But indeed, things are starting to look very interesting now. Again, Tifu and Steel haven't dropped a round just yet. Bizzle and Dubs, though, have upset Summit and Mendo, at least from Summit and Mendo's point of view, very early on. So we'll keep an eye on that and see how it progresses as everyone's heading towards that grand final. Well, I say everyone, 2 pairs of people are. Everybody else is going to be sorely disappointed. I don't know. Would you rather come in second knowing that you win absolutely nothing versus 250 grand, or go out earlier in the tournament just for your own sanity?
Oh, I think I'd rather come in second, just because I bet there's going to be more opportunities to play this game. There's going to be more opportunities to win prize money. There's going to be more opportunities to get that experience through playing more matches, and so you increase your overall chances to win in the future, James. So I'm gonna take that option. Man, it's brutal.
I think it would be too painful for me, to be honest. Too painful for me to come second, because look at all those zeros on 250, right? If you come second, it's just the zeros. You don't get the 25. You can put as many zeros as you want, but if there's nothing after it, it's nothing but pain. And I don't know that I could take that. I don't think I got it in me. I'd be so sad.
Well, right now, it's getting into dangerous territory for Sinatra and Zombs, because they need to find a way to bring this back. And the only way that I can think, if they want to adjust the current build and just not switch something, maybe they have something entirely different they would run, but they would at least need to probably run dispels. There's an ability called Athena's Dispel, which allows you to remove all remove all debuffs from your teammate if you shoot them, and the cooldown of it is 10 seconds. So you can use it really frequently. So given that there's so many stuns, maybe that's one of the options, because once you get that first stun, you're going to get wrecked. I mean, another option could be a blink. That could be another option as well. Like they got to find some kind of answer, and we're going to see it in this next round because they just got shut down hard twice in a row. So that we have to see some adjustment. And I'm actually just right now I'm just dying because I just need to see what they decide to try against this.
So for those of you at home, in terms of playing the game will be live after the tournament, so you'll be able to activate your account then and start competing for the mice. So you do have the chance to win a mouse by playing the game, so definitely get involved in that. It's pretty fun to play and to figure out what builds you want to run. Definitely take some inspiration from what you're seeing here. So we've got the bombs on deck. That's going to be fun. They're going to be launching people maybe from the pillars. We've got sheep as well. Got plenty of purple. We've got cloaks. We've got sheeps on Zoms and Sinatra. They've got armor as well. We've got traps on the other side. Let's see how they run.
Yeah, the same thing. We could just double stun one.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they have no team shield, so it's guaranteed they ice block off spawn every time.
I'm gonna
stun Zayt again. Yeah. I'm restunning. He blocked. He has full health still off the block.
I'm gonna bomb him when he goes behind his pillar. Okay? I got trapped.
Okay.
I got trapped again.
Yeah. You bombing Zayt?
Yeah, wait. Can you
Wait, he's running out in the middle. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. 2 seconds, 2 seconds. 2 seconds, 2 seconds. I healed you. I shielded you. You're on the right. You're fucking lit, bro.
Oh, I got quad stun, bro.
Oh, that's tragic.
Wait, do they have 6 stuns? They have 6 stuns, right?
Yeah.
Because they have double trap, double stun, and double root.
God damn.
The hell?
Oh man, are they just realizing now that they're just gonna like they're against the stun lock build?
I'm putting on charge and ice block and Spartan.
Okay, here we go.
You can see him trying to react. I think we may be heading over towards the match of Bizzle versus Summit, actually. I'm not sure if it's right now. There we go. Switching over, and we can see there's some frustration on this side. So, well, the score is 1-1, I'm being told. So Summit and Co have just won, but I'm interested to see his discussion here. Of course, there's no discussion.
Crickets, of course.
Well, he was talking, then he turned his hand up, then he wasn't talking. But maybe a moment of reflection, waiting for Tfue to join the lobby before this one begins. So again, I'm really curious to know how this one went. They started losing the first game, managed to pull things back in the second one. So currently 1-1 Bizzle and Dubs. And again, like this is 125k. Like he's got to be thinking about first place, right? So that had to be a difficult L.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just such a, I don't know, man. I've never played in a tournament like this. Like it's so cutthroat, the format. It's like single elimination, winner takes all. It's definitely brutal, especially in a game that's new. Because we talked about it at the top of the broadcast too. There's a lot of stuff that people might not know about. A lot of these teams and players, they have been scrimming against each other. So everybody knows roughly like how good everybody is, but there will be builds that are being hidden and ideas that may even come out for the first time in this bracket. So in this double bracket, or two-sided bracket, I should say. So yeah, that's kind of gross. And you could already see that Tfue and Still at the beginning, they have this like heavy damage bleed oriented build, damage over time build. And then that was really successful, and they were finding that people are struggling to deal with this. It looked like Booger and Stretch started to find some answers, but Tfue Still, they're sitting in that semi-final right now, and nobody has really beaten that build just yet. No one has beaten that build, so I'm sure that they have other ones as well to save for the finals if they manage to get there without having to use anything else. So we'll have to see what some of the Mendo and Bizzle and Dubs, like how that affair goes. And I'm really curious too if Sinatra and Zoms can make an adjustment. They seemed only to realize that they were getting stun locked like kind of late, so that doesn't bode well, does it?
Yeah, 6 stuns is That's a lot of stuns, man.
Yeah.
That is, that's a very aggressive setup. And what's cool about that is we spoke much earlier on about like if you're running 1 or 2 cleanses. So if you get stunned, for example, the idea of a cleanse is that you can just remove any effects that are on you, which is why we call it a cleanse. So even if you cleanse twice, they could still chain stun you and potentially stun your teammate to try and focus one player. So there's like a lot they can do as long as they can synergize between each other. That could be a very dangerous matchup. We look at Tfue and Steel and the amount of damage they're doing, but if you're constantly stunned, if your opponents are running 6 stuns, then what are you going to be able to achieve?
Okay. Well, here we go into the next one. We'll see if there's what the adjustments are.
Fuck it. I'm double stunning.
Okay.
Oh, they're taking the fight to them.
Because I think Zate's bait. We started.
Yeah, we started. They double traps.
Yeah, we're in the game. We're in the game. I'm gonna go on. H.
Je me cache là, je me cache. Il charge. Ouais, chill. On le décolle,
Oh, he's exposed now.
Ok, c'est chill. Je mets un invisible. Clock. Ok, mets-toi invisible, je pense. Ouais, je me mets invisible, je vais en faire mon combo Sinatra. Live. C'est chill. Ok, après ça, tu fais le tien. Chill. Après ça, tu fais ton combo avec la root. Nice. C'est chill. J'ai mon stun. Live. Call ici. C'est chill, ouais. Chill. Il prend la trappe. Décolle ici la tête. Il meurt. Ok, je m'envoie le truc au centre. Ouais, bing.
So many stuns.
Wow.
Là, faut qu'on se prenne les dessus par contre là.
That's awesome. They're well organized.
Wow. And wow, that's brutal, man. What a beautiful victory there. That's wow. Zane and H-Tag, they've come prepared with their own build. Again, Sinatra and Zom's definitely a team that a lot of people favored, individuals that are incredibly good and tenured. Yet, if you run into a build and you don't know what to do, you only have a small amount of time to adjust, and they didn't have enough time, it seems.
Yeah, there's not much coming from Summit here, but let's tune in and see what's happening. It's 1-1 at the moment in this match.
Let's get reduced healing too.
I fell back. Oh, I polyed his stun.
He cloaked it. I'm stunned.
Okay. I'm going for shield.
I think you gotta try to push from mid.
I'm going for mid. I have a block. I'm blocking all those bleeds.
Yeah,
They're going mid. Bizzle's low, but he's going mid. Or is he? I can't tell.
They're terrified. They won't. He's gonna get trap blocked.
They're going.
Kill him in the trap.
Yeah.
He blocked. Go get the orb now.
I got stun for him. I got a heat. Oh, damage on him. Good pick up on that.
He's gonna get stunned again.
Good shit.
Nice. You're topped off. I'm just sitting on the side. You just shoot him from wherever you are.
Potato. Good shit. Good round.
Nice.
Nutty, bro. Mendo ring.
It is nutty indeed. Mendo's, I love Mendo's use of Blizzard. He's the only player. So again, we're seeing certain players and teams running things that nobody else is so far. And Mendo runs the Blizzard, and we haven't seen anybody else on that. And that's this AoE, self-explanatory. It doesn't do a lot of damage when you stand inside of it, but it slows down your movement in that area of effect. So you're really vulnerable. You're kind of, a lot of players will want to try to use a cloak, the shadow cloak of Erebus, to get out of it if they have a cloak or some ability to get out of it. Otherwise, you'll take a lot of damage. So it's definitely very good to kind of force a reposition from your opponent.
I'm really interested to see what Mendo says at the beginning of the game when they see the build of their opponent.
Yes.
Because we've heard how he breaks things down. He's like, okay, they're going to try and do this. This is what we need to do. This is who we need to focus, etc. So I really want to see what he's got to say at the beginning of the next one if it's coming in timely fashion. But indeed, it is 2-1 to Summit's team over Bizzle's team at present. And again, they started 0-1 down. So I really think, like, in terms of a strategist, Mendo, as we've seen vocally, is maybe one of the stronger people in this tournament. Of course, it is a two-man affair. Okay, so he's joining the lobby now. So just wait for Mendo to join. And yeah, I'm really curious to see what he'll have to say about the build. Well, as we can see, Zayt and H-Tag have deleted Sinatra and Zoms. So for some, they were a favorite, but for now, they're eliminated. They are gone. The chain stuns of Zayt and H-Tag, absolutely brutal.
Yeah. And, you know, Ace and Sinks, we saw them eliminate Huddled and Sybil just previously, so they would have been watching that match for sure. So Ace and Sinks get the advantage of knowing from the get-go that they have to have a solution to that triple stunlock build. So that in of itself is such an interesting prospect because Ace and Sync, they don't even have to fall afoul to running into that build blind. They get to deal with that. And what would be interesting if Zayt and H-Tag, if they have something else to run, maybe they should run that because Ace and Sync will be, they should know that Ace and Sync should have something to prepare for that. So it's one of those that's why, you know, this is so much about like a very quickly evolving meta because it's all about what do you expect your opponent to actually do. And if Ace and Sync to run a composition that's specifically to deal with that stunlock build, maybe Zayt and H-Tag have something that's going to be strong against whatever that they think that might be. So there you go.
Again, guys, if you haven't got your keys on the website just yet, it's because the Twitch API is being overloaded by all your crazy requests. So you will get it after the tournament, most likely. Well, they're definitely in your inventory. You just may have to wait to open them up. Is all because of the demand is absolutely crazy. But here we are. Let's see how it goes.
I'm gonna fear him to mid.
Going for a stun pound and off rip. I'm about to stun him. Playing now. Stun him.
Okay. He's behind pillar. Just play slow.
Alright, I'm bleeding.
Healed you. Okay, let's play slow and then try. I'm gonna sheep summit. Sheep him.
Nice, I'm gonna sheep him again.
I have heal in 5 seconds. Maybe don't peek.
Here.
He's not peeking me.
I need heal, I need heal, bro.
I did. Okay. Yep, I will.
Someone's behind you. I'm gonna sheep someone in a second.
Okay. Stun him.
Nice, I can't see him. I need heal.
Healed you. I got the stone. I'm pushing Mendo.
I have stun in 5. Nice, I'm pushing Mendo too.
I feared him out. Yeah, ice block. Nice. Now just play slow. I healed you. Sheeped him. I don't have stun, but just kill him. Cloak. No, I don't have fear. I healed you. Dead. Fucking go, baby. Get shit on.
Oh, shit.
I'm trapped.
Oh my god.
He's next to us. I'm chilling.
I don't have shit. Just cloak.
Oh, you have stun?
Yeah. I'm stunning him. Stunned him. Yeah, ice blocked. I'm healing you.
I have stun in 6.
I'm gonna fear him. Feared? Oh. Feared?
I have stun.
Fucking go! Good shit! Let's go!
Okay. I feel like those are the hungriest guys I've heard looking for that money. That they are hype as fuck. That was awesome. Those guys are ready. 2-2. Let's go down to the end of this, maybe.
Yeah, the intensity there is unrivaled so far. They are on top of it. Bendo and Summit, man, they're running into some problems here. Like, what are they going to do against this? What do you even do against the energy that's coming from these guys?
Man, that was a close one. It was really close. Like there was some clutch ice blocks towards the end there, but I want to hear. Give me some sound.
You know,
I
also
held on to
my
sheep for too long. Because they're running double sheep. Double sheep is so you can cloak it out.
They fucking sheep me 3 times.
He got turned into a wall jumper.
Yeah, so I think you just run the cloak so you can get off.
Well, there it is.
They're trying to identify, like, okay, these are the problems we had, and this is how we're gonna.
My bleed to Achilles. Actually.
Okay. Yeah, that's good, because if they're going on me then, and you just fucking choose them, yeah, that's super good. You probably kill one, honestly, on Achilles in that last round if you had it.
Why does it keep doing that if it's... Let me do it, thank you.
All right then, let's see if they can adjust to being triple sheeped. Again, just to isolate someone, even if they cleanse out of it, if you get sheep 3 times, you're going to run out of cleanses eventually. Your cooldowns are going to be up and you're going to have some trouble.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like that battle of cooldowns and baiting out certain responses and trying to have like a net victory in the sense of we have more now. We have that extra ability or two to kind of swing things. And so far, you know, it's been an interesting battle between a lot of these teams. Like that is the interesting dance of trying to get that kind of an advantage. We saw with Tfue and Steel that if you're able to kind of fend off their initial couple barrages where their cooldowns are active and they're doing the most damage, and you have the answers for those phases, and you have enough in the tank to push them after that, that's the window that you need to get the advantage. So we'll see what the response is going to be. We've seen that Mendo, just as James has said, has like a really good head on his shoulders in terms of finding the counters, finding the direction, and the adjustments. So this is the ultimate test, man. It's a 250k.
Yeah, so you can see they're still considering their options. Like, what if I change this? Well, I think he was considering switching, but you can queue and still toy around with your abilities. But let's just tune in now and hear what they're saying.
I'm seeing how this guy killed you. Oh my god, that guy just cracked you for 27 in 3 shots. He hit you in the head 3 shots in a row.
I don't like that. That shit feels bad.
So while I'm missing shots on your entire body, this motherfucker cracked you 3 times in your brain piece, you know what I mean? He's opening up with the sun.
I'm feared. I might get feared in the open.
No chance. Wow, I just got dicked on. Well, that's not good.
He cloaked. Left side low too. I'm sheep. I had to cloak. I'm chilling. Just hide.
Yeah, I can't hit a shot.
I'm cloaked. I'm polyed again.
Okay, you're good.
Orb's coming up in 15. I'm gonna knock him away from orb. Killing you. Oh, like I broke the sheep. I'm feared. Can you get the orb?
Yeah.
Do you have a block or anything? I'm gonna be on their side.
I do. I'm blocking on it.
Ooh.
You're gonna have to heal me though.
Yeah. I got heals on you.
I have a stun up.
Bizzle's really low. It's gonna block. We can kill the other guy right here.
No, what? That's my fucking heal. It didn't go off on you. I literally hit you with it.
I got heals in a sec.
Oh, these guys aren't you. These guys aren't you. That's why.
I'm healing you.
Blocked it. Got one.
I killed one. Just stay alive.
I literally was fucking okay. I got that red-blue thing mixed up. I'm shooting there.
I don't have
shooting you like it's him.
Okay. He might kill you.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Good. You just
Nice job, dude.
Nice.
I'm literally shooting them, trying to heal them, bro. Thinking it's you. I need to pay attention to our health bars. God damn it! The blue health bar, man. It's the blue health bar. It threw me off. I was like, why is this not healing? Why is this ability still on my gun? What is happening? Oh, thank God. You carried me on that round, bro. Thank the fuck.
Yeah, Mendo he's the savior.
That was desperate confusion. I was thinking, like, what is the impact of this problem going to be, this issue? But it was no harm done. They seem to be in a little more control. Well, they're in the lead once again, if I'm not mistaken. Is that 3-3? Or is that... I think that's 3. I can't even remember. Bloody hell. I'm lost now. So we'll get an update soon.
Yeah, it's... but it's interesting, too, because it felt... like, when we were watching Dubs and Bizzle, especially from that perspective, I felt so convinced that they were just going to crush through this. And it almost felt like Summit was struggling there. We saw a lot of missed shots. We saw him pillar dancing and so on, but we were not seeing all of the ways in which Mende was also helping him out during that moment. So it looked a lot worse, I think, than it was for them. And Dubs and Bizzle then try to close the distance. And I mean, the play onto the crystal, the positioning of that, like ice blocking on top of it, that was a really smart move. And I think that was the play that really really separated the two teams. You can see here again, Summit's abilities to familiarize yourself with some of the options you have when you play this game, when you guys will get the opportunity after this tournament. You can see a mixture of damage abilities, abilities to help yourself, to help your teammates. So the shield of absorption on the second one on the left, from the top, is to be used on your teammate to shield them. It's a low cooldown. You got a stun. You got the sheep, the crowd control. You got heal for your teammate, the Apollo's heal above the sheep. The Cloak of Erebus, another kind of, as James has been talking about, these cleansing abilities that remove debuffs. You gotta find the right builds.
Yeah, so it's 3 to Summit's team, 2 to the opponent. So this is going to be pretty crucial. I want to see all 7 games here. See everybody's ready and in the lobby. So we'll soon see if the builds have changed much, or maybe they'll feel like there was a narrow loss there for Dubs and Bizzle. Well, into the load we go. So we'll see what Mendo's got to say.
He's here. It's good you have cloak.
One.
We'll just try to pop their cloak. Like, I'm gonna try to pop the cloak early, because if I can do that, then they won't have anything for their push.
Then I'll poly that.
They only have 1 bleed.
Double up on the other guy.
That's a medium bleed, right? Not the low one. It's medium.
That's a medium bleed.
Yeah. I'm gonna go left pillar.
They stun me. They're opening up
I
on me
heal stream.
fast. Okay, I'm just gonna tank it.
You got bleeds on you. You got block.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm fine.
I'm just gonna stall for heal. Yeah.
He's trying to poly.
He's trying to poly me. Yeah. I get heal in 4.
No,
over.
He polyed me.
That's fine. I'll just heal you.
Fucking hey, man. You got my stun. Good valley out of him.
He's in the open on the right. Okay, I don't have AoE for you. We should stall a little bit.
I fucked my guy up really bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna peek him a little bit. He feared me.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
I got you.
I'm getting orb. I cloaked.
Okay, they polyed me again. I'm okay.
Yeah, you're chilling.
You're
I got
good
the orb,
too.
so I'm just
You're
gonna
good
go back and reset.
Good, perfect.
You can beat the guy on the right. He cloaked.
Oh,
he
I
cloaked.
can poly this
And
guy
walked in
too.
trap.
I'm stunned. I might have to cloak
I don't have
this.
heals for you.
Okay, I blocked it. I'm gonna cloak when I get out of this, and I'm gonna go for a poly on Dubs. I'm gonna go for a poly on Bizzle.
He's trapped on the right. I'm sheep. I can cloak it though. I'm gonna walk up with the sheep and cloak it. Actually, you good? Yeah, I'm coming out with a heal in 1. He's gonna try to fear me after this. I'm feared.
This guy's low, dude.
Yeah, I'm shooting the other guy. He's stunned.
Double ice.
They're for sure. One of them's gonna be stunned off of this.
I got you healed up. Beautiful, brother. On to the next, mate. On to the next. Nice job.
They're too scared to win on match point. You know they're nervous coming into this one.
Yeah, they didn't want to cry. They were too scared to get off their pillar.
Too scared.
There we go. Well, that one was probably nervous for a while. We didn't get to see the first game that they lost on this broadcast, but they did turn it around and just went from strength to strength. Got way more confident towards the end there, as we could see the smiles are back. And that means that Summit and Mendo, the Dream versus Tfue and Steel, that's going to be very, very interesting of a semi-final. And so our semis are looking like Tfue and Steel versus Summit and Mendo on the right-hand side, and then Ace and Synced versus Zate and H-Tag on the left-hand side. So you've got the triple stuns from Zate, the triple stuns of H-Tag on the left side to look forward to, and then just the damage output of Tfue and Steel on the right-hand side, and how their respective opponents are going to be able to deal with them. That's going to be very, very interesting indeed. There's definitely going to be, I feel like no matter who wins, there's going to be a big clash of styles in the grand final.
Yeah, and I'm really, like, the whole Asynced Azite H-Tag matchup in particular too is really interesting to me, just because of the fact that, as you said, Ace and Synced will have the advantage knowing the build that's been working really well for Azite and H-Tag, as it's quite specific, and so Azite and H-Tag will just have to make the decision to whether to run it and just adjust it if it doesn't work out, if there's good counters, or just run it and see if the counters don't work for Ace and Synced. They don't have experience countering it yet, so A lot of interesting questions in that one. And Ace and Sync, I would say, have the best damage output in terms of just the raw skill of the players. And then, as you said, the Steel and Tfue one's really interesting because we don't know if they have anything else up their sleeve. So if they run that building as Summit Mendo, and I'm sure Summit Mendo must have been looking at some of those matches. So same thing goes for them. They would have seen what's been working for Tfue, what's been working for Steel, and they should have some kind of an answer. So we may see the same story where Tfue and Steel will try to run it, see if it works out, and then have to switch off to some other strat that we haven't seen just yet to if it is the case that heavy bleed, heavy damage increase strat doesn't work for them. So yeah, we got a lot of really interesting storylines going into these semis to decide who's going to hit that grand finals. But it's best of 7, first to 4 rounds, as you guys can see on the brackets here. And when you get to that grand finals, the second place is nothing. The first place takes everything.
It's literally nothing. I don't even think you get a mouse. Just the money for first place and that's it. Oh man. Maybe a mouse cable for how things used to be, because it is a magnesium wireless mouse with a very long battery life. It's absolutely crazy. Have a look at these. They are beautiful from the gods themselves. The red one for me. Let me know in the chat which color you guys would like to have. Got the white, the red, the gold, the black. All are absolutely gorgeous. I love the designs on them. Made from magnesium. You know, like the average watch is made from steel. One of my watches is made from titanium. And I had this discussion with the guys, with Final Boy. But magnesium is a different level of lightness. And they just look beautiful, durable. But again, for me, it's the red one. I want those Ferrari peaks on the CS servers. But again, it's a lot of black. There's some white. We got some white votes in the chat as well. You can see some red and gold. But black seems to be very, very dominant.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how what the feedback is from people in general, and what it does in terms of like other companies trying to compete with this. I think I've been someone that's used. I've really liked the shape for a long time, so I've been using the Ultralight 2 shape for a long time. So I feel really lucky that it's like basically a new iteration of the same mouse that I'm using. So I'm pretty hyped. And I'm also hyped to see exactly where we're going next, James. Like which matchup we'll be moving into next. As we mentioned, both matchups, there's lots of story behind them already. And I'm also curious, like who's gonna get all that money, and what are they gonna spend on? That question's definitely gonna come up.
Do you know? I love how brutal the prize pool is, but it's also, I mean, we're not even there yet, but it's already hard to watch. Because it's just like, oh, someone's just going to get... I mean, what if it's a close game? What if it comes down to one missed heal or ice block, or somebody presses the wrong button out spawn or something? 250k, winner takes all. Oh, God. It hurts me, and I'm just watching it. But boy, is this fantastic. I can't wait to see the results of this. I think the plan is to go to Tfue versus Summit, but we'll see once we get there. But again, we are into semi-final territory, guys. There's not much more to play, but it's definitely like the sweatiest matches are the ones ahead of us. We just recently seen people drop maps. Again, the beginning was 4-0s across the board. We see like a 4-1 for Zayt and H-Tag, a 4-2 for Summit and Mendo. And I imagine that things are going to get closer now, going to get tenser as we move forward. But again, if these are obviously these 4 teams are far stronger than all the other ones. And we saw people try to adjust to having other teams will impose on them, and they tried to change abilities and so on, and they were pressing the wrong buttons because you've got 7 buttons, but never mind. Let's go into this one. Here comes the pain.
Peeling left. Nope, right. He's just dodging us completely. He went invis. I don't have.
I'm sheep.
I'm just gonna heal him.
You can heal me if you want. You're an AoE. I'll heal you. Yep.
Heal me. Heal me as soon as you can.
I'm fucking in a stun.
Oh my god! What? Fucking.
Oh, still dead. Tfue's going to be down for the count.
I'm dead. Go shit. Oh
yeah.
my. 0 damage.
I didn't even get to get a shot off. Basically, I was just waiting for a heal.
Wow. So yeah, looks like I'm not sure if it was that heals were missed on him or exactly what happened, but ouch. But there was the calming kind of disappeared pretty quickly. So, and we have heard so much calming too. So I'm not sure like what's up with that. So we'll see what, what adjustments they make. But yeah, it's weird to see Steel not do any damage. That's not right.
Yeah, it's again here we go. The shocks to the system. Now they're like, whoa, hold on a second. But again, if they start changing things up, are they going to start pressing the wrong buttons? Are things going to get worse? Are they going to tilt? So many questions to be asked. But again, meat and potatoes now.
I just I couldn't do anything to heal you. Let's see. Usually you're not the one getting focused, but you have the more squishy build, so it's probably.
I have a super squishy build right now. That's why they focused me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to invis after his invis as well. I think that's also what fucked us, because he just went heavy like combo on me as soon as they invised.
You just got like. CC
Oh no shot! Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, we screwed. We screwed over Steel on damage. We screwed over Tfue with CC. It's pretty much your typical World of Warcraft 2v2 going down there.
Are you running same abilities?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm running that. Alright.
These guys are ready. They know how they destroyed their opponents, whereas they're still figuring out how to adjust. And at least in the best of 7, they have the space to adjust. But again, the question is, will it be successful? That was certainly a shock to the system. Again, you and I both picked Steel's team as a favorite to win, but seems they were outmatched. Maybe by the depth of the different kinds of games that Summit has played may have helped them there. They definitely got outmaneuvered in terms of abilities.
Yeah, this game is so much about adaptation, and so far we haven't seen Steel or Tfue really get caught off guard. This is the first time. So we got to see how they respond to this and how that adaptation really happens, because we didn't really see their build operating on Mendo and Summit. So there is still definitely a lot to be said for that. And it seems like it's more of an issue in approach and an issue of execution of their utility, their abilities, as opposed to maybe their build not being good in this matchup. So I think that's probably what they were discussing. You could see Steel was saying, I needed to do this in response to this, as opposed to saying, we need this ability to deal with this. He's more or less saying that they have what they need. It's just about executing it correctly. So here we go, back into it. We'll see what they make of this.
So we just kill him. He's running full DPS still. Double heal god. Nice. I'm okay with this.
Yeah. So Tfue's plan is to poly my block, but is to cloak my poly. But I don't think Steel's still gonna be able to handle it. To be honest.
No, because if he does that,
and they're running triple bleeds right now.
I line up a headshot. Yep. So we just block the damage if we have to.
Mm-hmm.
No stun on them, by the way. They don't have any CC.
They're both rocking Vanish still, too.
I'm Vanished and bled. You wanna heal me up? I'm gonna need more heals. I might actually have to block this.
I got massive damage on Tfue there. Massive damage on Tfue. I got you.
Can you heal me? Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm turtling for a little bit because damage. Tfue's taking damage there. He's getting healed. I got another bleed on me. He blocked. Tfue blocked. I'm giving you the shield.
I fucked up my polymorph. No, hold on. Yeah, okay. I can. I got shielding too.
He's in my trap, vanished.
I vanished?
Okay. I'm just playing my life. You got the orb, by the way. Steel blocked. Oh, cloaked.
I stunned him.
I silenced Steel! Kill him!
Dead.
He blocked.
Got a shield on you?
You're healed up too. Body block him. We can push him into the corner. He can't move. Oh, we shouldn't have moved.
Oh, he's in a meat sandwich.
I thought he died, honestly.
He's on me.
He's in my trap. Yeah, he's 1 health on the trap. You see him?
Nice shot, brother.
Yeah, nice.
Well done again, my friend. We brought him back.
Man. It looks like Tfue and Steel are in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, the double heal god is not working out for them. You could see, I think that moment at the end there really epitomized its weakness. Both of them were together. They get AoE'd. it necessitates them both shooting each other to heal each other. And if one of them gets stunned, the other person's not getting healed. If they both are getting damaged in an AoE, they both have to move out. It just gets really complicated really quickly. So now we might see a complete switch up from Seal and Tfue, or maybe we'll see just an adjustment to that build. We'll have to see how they think how they interpret that loss.
But you can do stun for sure.
Okay.
I think you need a stun. I think we need stuns up in this bitch.
Alright.
And then you could do
Titan's Fury, or should I run another bleed?
I think bleed. Don't do Titan's Fury right now because they're bursting.
Should I do Ares Bleeding Strike or Greater?
Should I put in this? I'm gonna.
Alright.
I just do lesser maybe. I don't know. Do lesser.
I already have a lesser on. Alright.
So what are you running then? You have cloak, yeah?
I'm running cloak, invis, ice
vanish?
block.
You have 3 self-sustains.
Yeah. Should I take off ice block?
Maybe, because I'm healing you. And I need your heal, because as soon as they're just bursting me right now.
Yeah.
Because I have double heals for you, and you don't even have like a shield or a double heal for me.
Yeah. I might just run fucking Titan's Fury off a rip. Maybe.
I mean, I could go stun root trap then.
I'm gonna go heavy on bleeds here and stuns.
Stuns and bleeds. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we should be fun like this then. I'm gonna pee real quick and then I'll start it.
Alright.
Alright then, there's a lot of red on Tfue's side on his picks, which means aggression. We can see the sword is a bleed, the chain is a stun. That V though,
that's a greater bleed, I think. Oh no, it's a lesser bleeding strike, so it's all bleeds.
Yeah,
lots of damage over time.
There we go, very nice. So he's heavy on damage here. We've got Titan's Fury for 60%, sacrificing health to do even more damage. So it looks like they're going to try and focus one of these players down as much as they can to have a chance, because they've been on the receiving end of that, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like a great response so far to their builds. Like, you can see Steel was really getting focused, and they just didn't really have... I mean, you can see Steel's mentioning it, didn't really have enough to sustain him. It's kind of lopsided in that sense, in the way that this sustain worked. So... yeah, we can see Summits. I mean, what Mendo and Summit have been doing so far is pretty awesome. It's just really good decisions as a team. I think good shot calling as well. But you know what? I'll put a cork in it for now as we go back into the next match.
I mean, we could go. Yeah, we can stun lock and try to kill one off the rip.
Who do you want to go for?
They both have Shadow Cloak. Wait.
Summit doesn't have Shadow Cloak.
I mean, Summit has Vanish. But he keeps pushing us, so I'm fine to go after Mendo first, and then someone's gonna try to push us anyways. I'm taking the right, but I'm gonna go left after. Oh, I'm gonna come with you. I'm sending Mendo as well.
Sorry, nice. He's ice blocked. He's ice blocked.
I
got you. I got you. I got you on heals right now. We need to focus Mendo when he gets out.
Mendo's hurt. He's taking a little bit of trap damage. You got healed. I'm gonna back up a little bit so I don't get fucked here.
Okay.
I'm fine here. We can just heal each other. We're just healing each other, right?
Yeah. Watch out. Mendo's pushing for counter. He's pushing for counter headshot.
Okay.
I hit the vanish here.
Right now.
I'm vanishing.
I got it.
I need heals. I need heals. I need heals. I'm behind you. I'm behind you.
Okay, I see.
He's trying to focus me. He's trying to focus me.
Give me LOS. Give me LOS.
I got LOS right now. I can heal you as well. You have Crystal. We reset the fight. We win.
I'm stunned. I need heals as soon as you can.
I don't have heals for you. Fuck.
I died in the trap.
Oh shit.
Tfue the Lone Warrior. The Blizzard traps really working out super well for Mendo right now. Tfue's having to force the issue. Such unfortunate timing.
No,
back just tanking everything.
And he's got no way to save himself.
Fuck, dude.
They're in a lot of trouble now, and it looked like they were about to, just as Tifu was saying, they had the crystal. It looked like they were about to reset, but before they could reset, Steel kept getting hit by abilities, and the pressure just was continually on him, and he had to vanish, and then there were traps around him. So when you're vanished, you can't, if there's a bleed on you, you know, whatever, it doesn't matter, you're still going to take damage. If there's traps on the ground, you can still run into them, which is exactly what happened to Steel. He was forced to run away from the blizzard. He's slowed. He only has so many movement options to get out of the blizzard as fast as possible, and that's where Mendo put his traps. So that did more damage and stunned him as well, and Tifu couldn't even see where he was to even heal him, even if he could heal him. So really sick response again, just showing that there's a huge amount of variation and versatility by the build that Summit and Mendo are running. Really impressed by them.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I feel like, so I think you can see it on their faces, Summit and Steel, like both of these guys are so focused on that 250k that, man, looks hard for Steel. Like, it's such a short space of time to figure out how to out-ability your opponent, basically, at this point. Really, really rough stuff there. A lot of space for Summit to work with now. Created quite the buffer for themselves, Summit and Mendo. And again, Mendo might be the genius of this tournament. But if they end up going up against those triple stuns, they may be in for a nasty surprise if they haven't seen that one coming. But first, they've got to deal with at least one more game of Steel and Tifu. So we'll see if they've got anything left. They can turn things around now. 0-3 for Steel and Tifu. This is last chance saloon. They need a reverse sweep if they are to survive in this tournament.
Yeah, perhaps we can do a listen in here to see what Steel and Tifu are talking about, because as you say, this is their lives on the line right now.
Titan's Fury like off rip and try to do bleed damage.
So I'm gonna get rid of Heal God. I'm gonna go Shield instead for you, because he's just doing counter shot, counter whatever, the silence shit. Anyways,
we haven't gotten silence though.
Mendo's game. Stand by.
Okay. Yeah, but fuck. I feel like we're not comboing the same person as well.
Bro, I got Mendo down to like 20 HP on that last game, and he ice blocked, and then he got healed.
I wonder what happens if I go Athena's Gift instead of stun.
Maybe.
And I charge the guy that Athena's gifts me, and we just keep him stunned and burst him down.
Yeah.
Can you ice? Can you?
I don't have ice block.
No. Does ice block let you do it while you're stunned? Can you use at any time except for when silenced? So they can ice block out of stuns.
Yeah.
So I can only initiate after he uses his ice block.
Yeah. The only counter ice block is like maybe AoE, but like it's like whatever. We just need to be fucking. When he ice blocks, we should just rush the other fucking player. But I don't know, like.
We have to. Oh, I have to invite him again.
Yeah, like being wall hacked all the time.
Breach flash. Dude, did you even play against the birds? All right, I'm in. I'm in a good now. I just need a reinvite from Steel. Okay. Did you get to play against Sky?
Who?
The bird girl?
They're just chilling, just talking about Valorant Aegis right now, whilst at the same time, Steel and Tifu are just experiencing the worst anxiety ever, just trying to figure out how the hell to stay in the running for this 250k.
Yeah.
So such a crazy contrast between these two guys.
Utter nightmare. Again, just a regular reminder for those in the chat, if you have got a notification that you've got some keys, it may be after the broadcast that they will show up, just because the API of Twitch is getting absolutely slammed by all the guys who are trying to claim one of these insane mice. So just bear that in mind. You may have to be a little patient. If they don't show up, you have got them. You may have to just wait a little. If you haven't connected your Twitch account, aimgods.finalmouse.com. You can see the mods putting the link in the chat. Connect your Twitch account. Make an account on Aimgods. Connect to your Twitch account, and you could have a chance. Well, you will have a chance to win one of these insane magnesium mice. These are not going to be easy to find And I cannot imagine to see the potential prices on eBay. For those of you who don't deem yourself worthy to use it yourself, I will certainly be holding on to my one. And again, you got this sort of 4 colors here. I don't know, man. Maybe I deserve a gold one over a red one. I'm not sure now. I don't know which one to pick.
You can't go wrong. They all look super awesome. That is for sure. They're just clean. And the
If I
whole,
go to
like,
LAN, I'm not leaving that. I'm not leaving that mouse on my desk. I'm taking it with me when I go for a shit. 100%.
Man, the detail, the aesthetic, the whole Greek aesthetic's great. I'm into it for sure.
It's a mouse wheel.
Yeah, I do wonder like how it feels, and how the clicks feel and everything. Like the previous the Ultralight 2 had grip tape, like it had infinity skins, which were their version of grip tape, and specific to the Ultralight 2. So I'm curious, because this doesn't have anything like that, how it's going to feel as just this magnesium alloy. How's it actually going to feel from a grip perspective versus like the typical plastics that we're used to?
Yeah, it's definitely worth getting a proper grip tape if that is something you opt for, like a lizard skin or something.
Yeah, but can you sully this material with a grip tape, James? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I wouldn't. No, not that one. Not that one. Man, I have on my current mouse, I have double-sided tape and then badminton tape on the sides. But the problem is when it's not integrated as one object, the badminton tape eventually slides around a bit on the double-sided tape. It's not like grippy enough, if you will. So it becomes a pain to maintain for sure. So things like lizard skins and so on are definitely a better option. Well. Need I say any more? It is time for potentially the final game for Steel and Tfue. Let's see if there's anything left in the tank.
Charge on Steel. Only cloak is defensive still, no block. Still something trap.
What is happening?
They got lesser heal. If you got 1 bleed and then they reduce, yeah, they have the reduced healing thing.
See, it has a Spartan shield to kind of maybe make up for some damage. Bro, I'm still lost on these builds.
Stealing a
They must have been
charge.
practicing some weird shit.
Or they just practiced versus bad players.
They're completely different build than when we played them.
Yeah.
When we played them, they're more like us, right?
Yeah, they mirrored us, basically. I'm gonna try to jump.
I'm gonna open with a poly.
Okay. He's trying to stun. Nice poly. He's
stunned
stunned.
him,
Nice.
Oh, I got so much damage right there. Tell me if you're taking any damage.
AoE.
Okay?
No, you're chilling. I can heal you up too.
Oh my gosh.
He's dead! Dude, what are you doing to him? I healed you up. He's in trap too. Fuck armor, he should die in armor. Oh, dude.
Oh my god!
The heartbreak, 3 damage.
3 damage, bro!
Oh, wow, I did not expect that. They absolutely crushed it. Oh my god, they went both to the same pillar and then just got smashed.
They got utterly deleted. Utterly deleted! This is a semi-final. Or it was a semi-final, it's history now. Oh my god, that was an absolute spanking. That was shocking.
Oh my
Mendo,
god.
the likes of Mendo and Summit. I mean, that's insane. They just got raided, man. They got pillaged in that one. That was absolutely bonkers. I was expecting it to be like the most competitive, but maybe they didn't have a plan C and just were like, let's try this. Oh my god, that was a checkmate if I ever saw one.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like, as you said, Summit and Mendo, they got to run the same stuff that's been working really well for them. And you can see Summit and Mendo at the beginning, they were kind of like a little bit worried because it's like, what are these guys doing? Because this looks really weird, what they're running at the moment. And it looked kind of like Tfue and Steel didn't really have any synergies like they did with that original build. Maybe they only had that one original build that was working for them. And it just came up short in this instance as they switched away from it and it didn't look too good. And I was a bit worried when I was looking at them kind of selecting things. It didn't really seem like they had a plan if that initial build didn't work out, which it ended up not doing so. Okay,
well, yeah, we got our grand finalists. Our first grand finalists in Summit and Mendo in Conference B, but Conference A, Ace and Synced, Zate and H-Tag. So do you know what? I'm hyped for this. Like, all those stuns we saw, I just don't know how people are going to deal with those. There's so many stuns. Like, you just can't have enough cleanses to deal with all that stuff. So I'm very interested to see how this one plays out.
Yeah. And this game is such a young game. It is the case that there could be some totally broken builds still. There's been a lot of balancing constantly as these players have been playing over the last couple of weeks. But yeah, Ace and Sync though, they have insane damage output. So I am curious to see if that might just change the equation a little bit for Zayt and H-Tag. It's not to say that, Sinatra and Zoms don't have a great damage output, but I think there is a pretty clear difference with Ace and Sync, what they're able to do in that sense. But we'll see. They know what Zayt and H-Tag have been doing, and that's the same way for Zayt and H-Tag. So we'll see the clash between these two teams. Definitely Ace and Sync, I think, are the expected winners on paper, but we'll see.
I don't know, man. I'm siding with the stuns. I'm siding with a stunning victory. There's my cringe pun for the day. I thoroughly enjoy that. I just feel like there's so many stacks. I don't know how you answer that if you don't like disable them first, if you will. But let's see. Styles make fights, man, as we just saw with that 4-0 from Summit and Mendo versus Tfue and Steel. Definitely a shock to the system there. And that's got to be, I mean, that's such a brutal crash for Steel. It had to be confident with the earlier games, but it just didn't, even in a best of 7, didn't feel like they had time to figure out what they had to do.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a matchup whereby, I feel like for me it's going to be about Ace and Sync having to make a few adjustments, and that I feel like they will be more capable of doing that. Whereas Zayt and H-Tag, I feel like they're going to run off the strength of that initial build. I think that's a similar story as to what we saw from Tfue and Steel, where I thought Tfue and Steel will have the advantage because I felt like they would have more in the tank, but they didn't after that initial build was solved. So the question is there any solve after Zayt and H-Tag? If their build gets defeated, do they have anything else to show us?
Our second semi-final coming your way soon. Zayt and H-Tag, Sinatra and... Ace and Sync, Zayt and H-Tag. There we go. Reading the right line now. To find out who our second finalist will be, I'm sure the initial ones will be watching this game. And, I mean, I really hope for their sake they are. Purely because of just all those stuns we saw coming out was bananas from Zayt and H-Tag. And just like... we saw Steel & Co. struggle to figure out how to solve what Summit were doing, and Mendo. I mean, we know that. I feel like Mendo's the brainiac of this tournament, but how are you going to solve what Zayt and H-Tag are running? I don't know. And one thing I almost forgot to mention is that in the earlier games, very early on when there was confidence versus some opponents who didn't really put up much of a fight, we heard Summit and Tfue saying that they didn't really, they weren't running their deep strats. But man, when it was time to throw the kitchen sink, they died so fast in that last round. I'd love to watch it back and see that game from their point of view, but again, they are just history now. Just history.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, I almost wonder with this game as well, because obviously it's so new, what is going to be the best format? Because best of 7 does feel like it's just enough so that you have the ability to adjust after you see the builds that your opponents are running. But maybe it's also such a new game that it is harder for people to know what good adjustments actually look like, and when it's better to maybe just run a different build entirely. So there's a lot of questions to be answered in that sense, but I feel like the best of 7s is really a really good spot for right now. I feel like it gives both teams a good chance to react to each other. And as we wait for this one, I do wonder, I would assume that we're going to have a lot of Ace fans rooting for him. I think, I'm definitely someone that has watched his career grow. I think you and I actually, James, we saw him first coming up as a CS player. Actually back in the E-United days, and maybe not getting the best situation for himself, but he really obviously turned everything into his favor. And maybe we can have a listen in, actually, given that we are in the game now and everyone's readying up, see what these guys are chatting about.
Our heals off cooldown.
Yep.
I might be able to trap Zayt on the run in before he blocks. I think they're gonna try to do the same. Try to stick to like the middle before you pillar.
Okay.
Honestly, if he blocks, you want to just run up left instantly and just get third pillar?
Yeah, probably. I might just fucking die, honestly. This is like scary without cloak. I'm pretty fucking scared.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, they have roots for you for days.
Yeah. Alright, he's going left. I'm sending
yeah. I didn't block that. I'm hit him. He might run into my trap.
Yeah, he blocked already. I'm pushing up left. I'm pushing up left.
Yeah, I have trap on him.
He's gonna vanish. I'm looking right. They double vanish. I'm matching. I'm gonna match it.
Yeah.
Actually, I blocked. I had to block.
Yeah. You're good.
Just try and keep me up if you can. I'm spamming block or vanish.
Yeah. Focus 8.
I'm stunned. I'm dead. I'm down. Do you have heals?
No, I don't. I have you.
Look left.
Yeah. I'm hearing this guy. Let this guy reset.
I'm going crystal. I popped.
Yeah, get it.
I'm stunning Zay.
I'm healing too.
Oh, you fuck. Okay.
They're gonna go on you. I have you.
Yeah.
I have you full.
Both on the right.
I'm stunned 8, killed 8. They should die here.
Yep.
Nice. I have your heal. Play safe.
We're fine.
Oh, we are fucking gods, bro. Get fucking shit on.
Seriously.
Back to the fucking lobby. Give me that fucking 125. I just die right here. Imagine. I've had the block.
You're fine. Nice, good shit, bro.
Good shit.
That was a close one. However, once one was down, it's pretty much over after that. I don't know. I didn't think this one's going to be a clean sweep. That was a strong one. You could see the nerves from Ace at the beginning of that when he's like, I don't have a cloak. He was really scared he was going to get absolutely deleted. And again, those traps were getting chained and he was down to like 20-something HP more than once, but they managed to hold on and take that first game.
Yeah, that was great to see from both teams. Honestly, I feel like both teams run the same thing again, because I feel like if you're Ace and Sinks, you don't want to change anything. You just won. It's feeling good. The ball is in the court. The ball is in your opponent's court. They got to make the changes to try to figure it out. But they were really close to dropping Ace like multiple times. It was like so marginal that he was able to actually live. So I wonder how they look at that. Do they think that they could have executed a little bit better on their strat, and that's just the difference, or do they think they need to change something? Because that was so damn close, like you say. And again, as something that I was mentioning before, like these guys, Ace and Sync, have such nutty aim. They are able to eke out so much extra damage all the time. So they're running a more generalized kind of build, kind of, can deal with everything. And what the build that we're seeing here, we can see on the screen right now from Zay, this is a pretty specialized build. This is all about stun locking your opponent, taking him down really quickly. And we saw that almost worked out.
Yep. Well, they've got a few more cracks at the whip here, for sure. And again, I agree with your opinion that they don't necessarily need to change much, because, again, I think if you play that one game out 10 times, maybe it goes, maybe it's 50-50, I don't know. But we'll see if they are shaken by that. Again, they've still got space to play if they are confident that they can do more. I'm not always speaking English on that stream, but it's still, you can still hear the urgency in the comms and so on. So it's still interesting to watch. But yeah, these are quite specialized combos from what we've seen from most other teams as well. Like we see a lean towards aggression or heals and so on, but all these traps and stuns, it's quite fun to watch. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's one thing that the traps are definitely, like, it's been really cool to see how different teams have used them, but they've been consistently very viable, very deadly. Okay, so here it is. Next rounds, can H-Tag and Zayt find an answer?
Ça va être facile pour nous autres, on sait comment jouer contre ça. 100%. Il va cloak tout de suite après Ice Block. 100%.
Sinon, faut que tu le root. Sinon, je vais le root, là.
Mais il va cloak, je suis sûr qu'il va cloak.
Moi, je pense pas. Je pense qu'il va attendre qu'on le root, puis après, il va cloak. Puis après, on se met invisible.
Ok.
Quand il est cloak, genre, on se met invisible.
Ouais.
Là, crouch. Mets ta trappe à bonne place. Pas greedy, là. Nice, il est stun.
Nice.
Faut-tu mill? Oh, tu
Je vais attendre, non? Je te heal, je te heal.
Ouais. On va faire un combo.
Je me sécure, c'est bon, c'est bon.
Je l'attends.
Je suis stun, j'ice block.
Il y a ice sur, puis ice block. Heal. Je suis invisible, je m'en vais chier. Ouais, je m'en vais chier dessus. Je suis invisible là.
C'est bon. C'est vraiment bon, il y a plus défensif, Je te heal dès que t'es plus invisible.
Ouais.
Je te heal, je stun à Ace.
Ouais.
Je mets le combo,
Mutu.
Oh, look at the traps! Look at the traps! Oh, he's getting deleted!
Je pogne l'orb moi au milieu.
Ok. Je prends ma cloak. Faut que tu m'aides.
Je te heal.
So again, the team that puts those traps down can see them, but the other guys can't see those traps on the floor. So that one next to the pillar there, Sinks can't see that. Oh, he's still getting peppered.
Yeah, je mets invisible. Il y a ice block, c'est bon.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it's the case that they could run the same thing, just execute a little bit better. And it's working out for the Sink, though. He's trying to do what he can, but there's only so much to be done in the 1v2. And you can see the Ace just got immediately killed. It was super close. Obviously, Ace survived, but like he was getting tagged down so fast. He managed to ice block with like 6 health left or something. And this time he wasn't able to do the same feat. So there you go. And the question is for Ace and Sink. I think this is the first time we've seen this. I feel like it's a battle of execution here, not builds.
Yeah, man. Once they get a chance to put those traps down, the chains, the combos. This is such a dangerous build. I really enjoy it. But let's see. 1-1. There's a lot more play to come. This is the second semi-final. We've got Summit's team in the grand final already, just keeping an eye. And I'm sure they'll be discussing how on earth they deal with all these traps. Should they go in? I feel like, you know, it's 1-1 and both teams could certainly win this, but I feel like those traps just stick out so much. It's like, what the hell? How do we deal with all this stuff?
Yeah, exactly. It's either like a big miss. I mean, one of the things is that if you're going to use the traps, you have to have reliable ways to connect them, but sometimes they're not going to connect. But when they do, it's just so surprising. You're not counting on getting hit by that as the person that's getting hit by it. And so then it's like definitely a very scary situation. You've got to kind of panic react to that in some cases. And it does some initial damage when it hits you, 20 damage, which is quite a lot of damage, and it does an additional 12.5 damage over 5 seconds. So it does a lot of damage as well as the stun. It's very good.
Man, I'm very, very curious to see. This is just a good matchup. Like both teams are pretty closely matched despite the different styles. There's over 100,000 people across the different broadcasts watching these games as well, which is really, really awesome. Again, for those of you here, if you haven't connected your accounts yet, then make sure you do. Aimgods.finalmouse.com. Sign up, connect to Twitch. This is how you want to get one of these mice. If you've been told that you've got a drop already of keys, they'll show up in your account most likely after the broadcast because the API is getting hammered. The Twitch API is getting absolutely wrecked. It's getting maxed out by all the guys trying to get these drops, and with good measure. Again, have a look at these mice. They're made from magnesium. If you didn't see the absolutely balmy keynote, then just take a look at these. They're wireless and yet made from magnesium. Absolutely amazing. Shot on location in Greece. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I can't wait to get my hands on one of these at some point. I mean, wireless is just the way forward for sure. And it's just actually been so amazing to see the improvements in wireless technology. This is obviously another innovation. They've actually managed to make it just faster than wired. It's insane. I'm not a tech nerd, so I don't know all of the crazy tech nerdy details on it, but I do remember the times when switching to wireless was a very scary thing to do because you know it doesn't feel like it makes sense. Like it just didn't feel like it made sense. I had to like wait until pros started doing it to really believe that it actually could work out. But enough of that. We're back into the matchup here. Ace and Synced had to have a response here. They just came off of a loss. We'll have to see if their adjustments will work out for them here.
I'll use my stun.
Maybe we just push on that because he's just gonna waste it. And if we both save our stuns,
yeah,
we can just push up.
I can instantly like knock him as well. They double trap something.
That's probably the play. You instant knock him.
He cloaked.
Yeah,
Cloaked
big.
him up a little bit.
As soon as that comes out, just knock him.
Yeah. Yeah, got it. I didn't get a knock on him. I got trapped.
You're fine, you're fine.
I
I'm watching
need
your
heal,
health. You're full, you topped.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hide for a little bit. He put trap. I'm dropping backwards.
Yep.
Okay, I'm strafing. I'm strafing hard.
Yeah,
I'm
at this
gonna
point,
stun.
we should play for Crystal, yeah?
Yeah. I feared this guy. I'm gonna stun him.
Yep. Back in. I restun. You block.
I block. This guy's out in the open. Watch out, they're setting up right now. I have your shield.
I vanished.
Nice, good van.
Yeah, I got. Oh, I'm in trap. You know what?
Yeah.
Kill this guy.
Yeah, kill him. I have to block. Heal me and shield.
You're healed. You're shielded. This guy blocked. Oh, the guy's behind you.
Yeah. I'm gonna let's kill Zayt off this. Ready?
Yeah, ready. I have no cooldown.
I got stunned. I could die here.
I don't have heal from you too. I feel now.
I'm dead.
They're just not expecting so many traps. They're like, oh, let's kill this guy. Trap after trap.
Yeah,
They're both full health now. Oh boy.
We need to run double trap. I think.
Ooh,
or
yeah.
we can both use vanish all in builds. What do you think?
The floor traps that they're surrounding them with are really screwing them over.
Yeah.
Do you both want to get damage builds?
The stuns are just so strong because it allows you to just pile. You get the option to just pile into one player, focus them down with headshots, and if they just run into too many of those, they only have so many cooldowns that are going to actually help them to deal with that. And there's so many traps that you can put down, especially between two players. It's pretty insane. So the way the trap works is that you can place a maximum of 5 of them down at any given time, and the cooldown is 15 seconds for placing a trap. So, you know, if you're placing traps right from the beginning, you can really start to stack them up towards the like mid to late rounds. And that's especially when people be moving because they want to get that crystal, they want to reposition to go for
and they
attacks.
can't see the traps.
And exactly, yeah. So it's definitely a problem. And you could hear that the response was either we run traps or we run a vanish all in build. So that's a scary place to be in, to have to rely on something that you're not used to doing, running traps in just adding traps in, or running an all-in build of some kind, and just not having any evidence that it's going to work for you in this case. But that's where they're at right now.
Yeah, they've really got some figuring out to do. That's for sure. I mean, how do you even solve that? Like, you can't even see the traps. But that's a big thing. You'll forget about them, and then you'll find yourself in a world of trouble. And I don't know what the solution to that is, but it's not me who has to try and figure that out for a share of $250,000. Let's not forget, first place takes everything. Coming seconds just isn't going to be enough. It's not, because there's nothing. You get nothing for it. Nothing. You just get oxygen. You get air. That's it. It's scary. It's scary to watch. And I don't have a dog in this race, but it's just so painful. It's just like the idea of it is painful.
And this is the bracket. If you've missed out on the action so far, we've said goodbye to a lot of very, very skilled gamers. Oh my god, we have world champions here from different games. We've got players that have played some of the biggest tournaments ever in their respective game or in the global scene in esports scene in general. And it's coming down to this. Summit and Mendo are waiting. And what's really interesting actually about this, and I have to say it's crazy that, you know, in speaking about world champions, that is not really a way that you describe Summit and Mendo. These guys are not players that have won world championships at the top of their respective esports. Both have been at the professional level, for Mendo in Overwatch and so on, and for Summit in CS, you know, but these are not their predominant occupations by any stretch. These guys are more about creating content and building communities and, you know, streaming and so on. But you can see that their background of being just mega cracked gamers is paying off for them as they manage to use that experience, that competitive experience they do have, as well as just understanding new games. I think you mentioned it before, James, and I think there's a lot to it. That you said that Summit has had experience playing so many different games competitively as well. And he mentioned, he was talking about World of Warcraft and the arenas, and this game is very similar in that sense.
Yeah, but again, just like there's so many traps on the floor that they're both running. I guess you've really got to try and focus one of them, but that's been difficult to do. I mean, they've had some success in it, Ace Instinct, but not every time. And I think they get into a false sense of security based on the other teams they've played, where they think, okay, this guy's coming out of ice block, we can focus him now. Then they just get stunned, trapped, stunned, ruined, deleted, wrecked.
Yeah, we'll see the answer here. We can see we're in synced perspective. So they've just joined the game, and well, maybe we'll tune in, see what they make of their opponent's builds, if there's any changes.
We could go U double stun too instead of the damage abilities. Like if we could run double stun set for early bursts on these guys. Like root to get his shadow, and then I could run AoE still, and then stuff like that.
Yeah, that could work.
Let's get this shit.
Walk him up.
We actually see an AoE for synced.
Yeah. Play wide on the pillars. So he put one right here on my shot. He invis early.
Oh,
yeah, that's good. That's good.
I mean, he's gonna have.
Okay, they're trying to keep track on the traps rather.
I can walk up. I'm gonna
going wide on the pillars.
Cloak. We should double vanish. I stun him. He's gonna have to block this.
Yep.
Oh, he didn't block.
I'm gonna let the double stun. I double stun.
Nice.
Trying to force the cleanses out.
I vanished. Heal me when you can.
I can't see you. I don't know where you are. If I vanish. Where are you? I need to climb.
I'm on pillar.
Yeah, I'm stunned. I'm double stunned. Out of his block. You have to live.
Yeah.
I have a heal in 2 seconds.
I shielded you out of that, and I'm blocking.
You heal it? Oh, yeah, I'm dead if you block.
Oh, I used everything for you.
Yeah.
This is
dead.
Annoying as fuck.
I've no doubt it
For
is.
days.
Yeah, it's so fucking cheesy. You don't need to play the game. He just had a double trap it, I guess.
Yeah.
More traps. See, there's always a trap at the end. Every time the last guy dies, he's in a trap while he's dead. Dying, rather.
And it's funny too,
There's
because
no mercy.
They were contemplating running traps before on their previous loss, but they didn't do it. They opted to do other stuff instead. But now it sounds like it's finally coming into play. I wonder if it's gonna work out, because it's kind of like, are you gonna? It's like that old saying, you shouldn't argue with an idiot because they'll bring you down to their level and then beat you with experience. I'm not saying anyone here is an idiot, but what I am saying is that what you're doing is you're forcing your opponents to feel like there's no other way to play the game than your way to play the game, which you already have the most experience in playing in that way. So how would it be that you're coming anywhere except in from behind if you're an ace and Sync's position? Very difficult, and it's a lot on the line here. So we'll see what they do. You can see Sync is, I think they're mulling it over at the moment. There's a fear popped in.
Yeah, but this is where things get difficult. We haven't really had much success in teams trying to hard counter what their opponent's doing. They've just been, things have just got worse for them, because this is like outside the comfort zone. This is like, okay, well, what we want to do isn't working, so let's try and play against, the strengths of our opponent as opposed to play to our own strengths. So these are deep waters now, and I do wonder if they're going to have success. And again, if they're changing their abilities dramatically, are they going to start pressing the wrong button? Like, this could really be a giant collapse here.
Yeah, and you were talking about like the strength of this build, and it seemed promising at the beginning because Ace and Sync kind of beat it out of the gate, but we said it was maybe an executional issue. We saw no change from Zeitz at all. Instead, they just decided to just run it again, Zeit and H-Tag, and they executed it better, and it just kept working. And now you can see this, like, fast forward a few games, and you can see that this is kind of where Tifu and Steel were at in the other semi, where they're just kind of scratching their noggins trying to figure this one out. And you can see the builds are changing enormously right now. In fact, they're trying to copy the builds. So they're trying to just straight up copy the build of their opponents. You can see it's the triple stuns here from Ace. He's got Spawn's armor, which decreases damage received, and he's got, which is a low cooldown too, and he's got the ice block and the heal for his teammate.
I feel like this is going to go real bad. They're basically copying their opponent. Well, do you know what? I feel like from what we've seen, I think that triple stun maybe one of the best builds because what can you really do about it? I mean, this is just pure speculation on my part, but it may lead to like a limit on how many stun/traps you can have in your build or something. Who knows? But for today, with 250k on the line, trying to imitate what these guys have been practicing game after game may lead to trouble here. I think they're playing a game of catch up, and I don't know if they're going to have time with which to catch up. But we'll see how it goes if they lock it in and click that play button. But I don't know. I think if they're able to turn this around in this fashion, I mean, maybe if they can beat them at their own game, if they can equally stun them and isolate them, then they may be able to trump them otherwise. Because perhaps it's a gimmick for their opponent. Like it could dramatically go in either direction, or they could just have like a narrow victory. So I really don't know what to expect now.
Yeah, it's very hard to say, and we actually see Ace popping up the blink, so you can see it on R. That's the blink, and so I'm curious whether that's obviously to get out of trouble, especially if you get hit by one of those traps, but also it allows you to kind of make plays towards the crystal for the pickup, or towards a pillar, or towards your teammate, whatever it might be. So it's a fast repositioning tool. So I'm curious how that might come into hand right now. And it definitely seems like it's going to be a desperate attempt to recover for sure. Right now, they are they don't seem confident in how they're having to mix up their build to try to come back into this one. And you can see but Ace was unable to do much because he was just stunned all the time. And Sync did not have enough sustain to keep him up.
Man, what do you guys think in chat? Like, who do you, if they try and do a copycat build, do you see them coming back? Do you see them getting smashed? Let me know what you think. I'm very, very curious because I really don't know which way this one's going to go now. I mean, I'm kind of leaning towards struggle, but if they can put a stop, if they can like go stun for stun and just stop them from dominating with stuns. Okay, I'm getting like another chance smashed in the chat, but I mean, maybe they've got deeper smarts if they can just put a stop to the gimmick. But we're about to find out.
Just on a shield right off rip.
Yes, there's key.
We've got double blink for Ace and Sync. It's worth mentioning.
They doubled the right, so we just play left.
Yep.
Next traps are probably gonna go. I could have stunned him.
I'm just going wide, right?
Yeah. I have trap up in two. I got stunned. I blinked this.
Yep.
I don't want to set up.
I'm here. Oh wait, I'm trapped.
Yeah.
I'm trapped. Shield.
You're fine.
I'm restunning this guy. You can set up on him.
Yeah.
He's vanished.
Yeah, I have cloak.
Looking right. Still. Don't trap that. Careful, he trapped us.
Yeah. Just transfer pillars. Transfer. Left. 17 HP.
Block.
Push this. I'm gonna shadow.
Yep.
Oh, not anymore.
Behind you, guys. You got the fucking.
Yeah.
I healed you. I'm going in on you.
Yeah, I blocked all their shit. I have blink.
I'm
if I
owning
get
this
trapped
guy.
out of this.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going. Shield me if you can.
I'll cool down everything.
I have nothing. I blinked. Dead.
Oh, Sync is dead.
Oh, that was so close as well for Ace.
Fuck, bro. Unlucky.
He's in such a strong position. Oh, man.
Oh.
There it is. Ace and Sync eliminated each tank and state, moving to the grand finals. And it seems unbeatable right now. This build seems so difficult. It felt like maybe that was one of the best, I guess the best rounds from Ace and Sync when they try to copy the build. But obviously they're not going to be able to execute it as well as their opponents have been running it every single round, every single game.
Yeah.
This is looking really scary right now. Mendo and Summit have to find an answer for this. There's no one left to do it other than them.
I respect the adaptation, though. I feel like they did better than I expected them to do. And again, they came close, but Zayt and Co were able to survive and thrive, basically, even with the semblance of the copycat build. I think things got a bit wild when the people started blinking and it was just big fights in the middle of the map. I think 3 people were more or less in the middle, but it seems to be controlled chaos to some degree. But again, the Trap Masters make their way to the final, so I'm really interested in this one. Again, we've got the mastermind of Mendo with Summit on one side, and then the Trap Masters on the other side. I think this is going to be a very curious final, very curious indeed. Zayt and H-Tag. This is going to be, again, like if they can be successful with their traps, I just don't see it being that possible to deal with them. But if there's anybody who can figure it out, surely it's Mendo.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And it's interesting too, because Mendo and Summit, they've not really run anything too crazy themselves. They've got quite an all-rounded build, and so far it's been really resilient. And it's more been about them just making really good decisions as two players, synergizing with each other, knowing when to push, when to make plays for the crystal, when to make defensive plays, and just having good aim to back it up as well. And they've got a bit of everything. However, this does seem like such a specialized build from Zayt and H-Tag. The stun locking, once you get hit by those stuns, the amount of damage output that's required for you to heal, and then the amount of dispel that you need to kind of use to get out of those debuffs, and just the fact that you're locked in place, it seems very, very hard to deal with that. And people just get behind on their cooldowns because it's just too much. So it's going to be interesting to see if anyone can defeat this build we're looking at right now. This seems to be the god build right now in the game as it is in its current iteration.
Yeah, this is looking brutal. Very, very brutal indeed, but very, very enjoyable to watch. I can't imagine it's fun to play against, however. But yeah, I made grand finals, man. 250k grand final. This is going to be a sweaty one for sure. There's got to be a lot of focus here because there's nothing for second place. There's nothing for second place. Nothing at all. It's all for first 250k, man. Comes down to this one best of 7. This is bonkers. Before we get into the action, though, I think we're going to have an interview with 3 of the 4 players. It's not all our English speaking, Dan, but man, here is what the bracket looks like. Zayt and H-Tag from Conference A versus Summit and Mendo from Conference B. Who's your money on? Even though we've spoken a lot about these traps.
Yeah.
Are you going for Summit and Mendo here?
It's crazy, man. I feel like I have to because that way I'm going against, because Zayt and H-Tag, they represent the Fortnite community, man. That's who they're repping right now. Summit and Mendo are representing a bunch of different games, but the games that I know more than Fortnite, so I got to go with them, James.
All right. Well, I think it's time for us to have a conversation with these players in this final and get this shit talking on the go.
All right, guys. Okay. What is up? Okay, who's winning this thing? That's very quiet. I feel the tension is palpable right now.
Well, we weren't sure if you guys were if you're live right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we live. Oh, we're live now for sure.
Okay.
Did you guys tune into that match on the other side?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think of all these traps?
I mean, I know they've been studying us,
There's no studying to begin. It's like a flip book with pictures.
I think there was lots of holes being taken advantage of on with Ace and Sync. I think they were swinging too heavy. They were wide swinging like Counter-Strike players.
It's true. It's true. We saw some crazy blinks from Ace. So do you guys want to tell us exactly how you're going to adjust for this? With your opponents in the voice chat right now.
So when we were playing, we were expecting adults trying to play pro, and now it's more like 12-year-olds just throwing abilities on the ground like they're playing Overwatch. So I think we're turning it down, taking it a little easier, less comms, just chilling, maybe play some music in the background.
Oh wow, no respect whatsoever. Guys, it's gonna suck. What I'm saying is, it's gonna fucking suck if you come second, like whoever it is, to all of you, because there's nothing for second place, man.
I know.
There's 250k for first, and there's jack shit for second. That's all I'm saying. Like, you guys got to bring your A game, because the B plus players are gonna get dunked on, man. It's gonna be embarrassing. It's gonna be a long walk home, even though everyone's probably at home anyway. But you know what I mean.
With that said, Zayt, do you have anything to say before we close this one?
I don't want to blame tournament organizers, but I think we're running in with the disadvantage because we have no clue what they're about to play with, but they've been watching us for the past 30 minutes, you know? So we gotta adapt our build.
30 minutes?
I mean,
what, dude? This is the first time I've ever heard of you. Listen, I was there. Listen, you clapped those dudes in like 5 minutes, right?
You're making a point.
In fact, we came. Listen, you know what's funny is we watched you guys first round when you're playing Zoms. We seen you lose the first one and then just left, and then you guys 4-0'd them after, I guess.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
We thought you were losing that one, to be honest.
If you want me to be honest, I
But
didn't.
I mean, like, I understand. You guys are running 4 stuns. Your opponents have to be standing completely still for you to aim. I understand. I feel it.
Yeah, we'll shoot you even if you're moving.
Yeah, don't move too much. I'm better when you're moving.
All right, so
All right,
Zay,
guys.
do you think you got this one?
We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, okay. All right, bit noble. It's a lot of money, man. It's a lot of money for that first place.
It's a lot of money for men donation. Get that way.
Summit's
Summit and I are chilling.
All right, fair enough.
Win or lose, I'll take part of your winnings and help a lot.
Send it to me, man. I'll take some as well. Hey, if you're being charitable.
Rent's coming up. Like, I haven't paid my taxes. Fuck, man.
Let's go.
I need money for kebabs.
Oh.
All right. with that said, I think that's gonna do it. Good luck, everybody, in this grand final. I can't believe one of you gets nothing, but that's just how it be sometimes. Okay. All right. Back to the production chat for us, James. Okay. All right. So you heard from Mendo and Summit and Zeit. Unfortunately, H-Tag wasn't in the chat to represent himself, but I feel like the spirit's pretty good right now. This is pretty intense, but everyone's joking around. I feel like we're not really seeing from their voices, James. We're not hearing the desperation right now.
I don't know, man. I don't know how Summit and Mendo are going to deal with this, but I know they're going to have a plan. I just don't know what the solution is to all these traps, because when they start, like we saw towards the end of that game with Ace and Sync, that they were keeping an eye on where the bullets were hitting the floor. So basically to lay a trap or an AoE or something, you need to shoot the floor where you want it to go, so they can see the floor being shot from the traces of the guns. So they like, okay, we got some traps here, we got some traps there. However, as we can see from the score, 4-1 for Zayt and H-Tag, they weren't able to solve those issues, even trying to track where those traps were. So again, we haven't really seen a solution just yet. I don't know if Summit and Mendo have, but if anyone does, it has to be these guys in this grand final. Nothing for second place, 250k for first. It's absolute insanity.
Yeah, it's hard to wrap your head around it, and it's definitely a statement. Man, it would be crazy. It'd be crazy for me if Zeit H-Tag won this. I feel like, going through Sinatra and Zoms, a lot of people had them pegged as like one of the best teams. Then going through Ace and Synced, again, another favorite team. This is the dream run. This is the dream run with the dream build. Maybe we'll have to see, as you say, as to whether or not it will be contended with effectively by Summit and Mendo. And then, Summit Mendo's journey, as you can see on the screen here as well, they've had to go through a lot of difficult opposition. Bizzle and Dubs, they had some great performances against Summit and Mendo, and then the adjustments just kept on coming. And that is, where we've seen the best results here, or why we've seen the best results here from Mendo and Summit. They've just been adjusting really well, and their build seems kind of flexible for that. But this is the ultimate test.
Yeah, we can see the path to the finals here for Summit and Mendo. 4-0, then a 4-2. They lost the first game versus Bizzle and Dubs, but were able to adjust pretty quickly and didn't have too much trouble taking it home afterwards. And then Tfue versus Tfue and Steel, that was a stonker of a game as well. That was another 4-0, if I remember correctly. And then we can see the path on the other side for Zayt and H-Tag, trapping their way to the grand final. $250,000 for half this final, and absolutely nothing for the other half. I'm excited, man. I'm excited just to see. Again, styles make fights, and I do think the best teams are in the final, but will it be a one-sided affair?
Yeah, I think we're all hoping for a back and forth. We're hoping to see, for once, Zeit and H-Tag looking a little bit scared. We want to see them panic switching some abilities. We want to see the scramble. We want to see maybe maybe they've got another build up their sleeves. Maybe they've got something else. But it seems like it's hard to imagine any look that could feel or seem better than what they have going on right now. It just doesn't seem like there's enough to deal. There's enough cooldowns to deal, defensive cooldowns to deal with these stuns, and there's not enough sustain. It's just really difficult for these teams to adjust. I do think that Ace Instinct could have perhaps like made some better adjustments, but at the same time, you know, they're pretty damn good and they couldn't figure it out. So, you know, it's all speculation in that sense. But, you know, we
again,
are just...
guys.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Dan. Again, like once this tournament is over, you'll be able to play the game, which is how you can have a chance to claim a mouse. And again, if you have got keys in the Twitch chat, once this is over, then I think the API will chill out a bit because the Twitch API is getting absolutely hammered. Over 100,000 people watching this, trying to get these final mice. And my God, these are absolutely crazy. Made from magnesium, wireless, fastest mice on the market. There's 4 different colors as well. So again, if you haven't done it already, aimgods.finalmouse.com, sign up, get your account connected to your Twitch account, and then maybe one of these could be yours. Look at them. They're beautiful. They are nuts. I mean, they're made from magnesium, god damn it. Look at the mouse wheel. Look at the art on the mouse wheel. It's just, I'm lost for words, Dan.
It's definitely pretty special, given what we've been sort of used to. Like the conventions in this market in particular, it's like really awesome to have like a metal option, like an alloy option. It's really cool. But my question is, why does that guy's finger bleeding? What's going on there?
These are questions you don't ask, Dan.
Oh,
that's the question. I don't want to know the answer to that.
It's the only one you don't ask.
Based on how the keynote was, I don't want to know the answer to certain questions like why his finger is covered in blood. But man, don't be staining these mice. Well, I don't think you could, since it's made from magnesium anyway. But just keep that bleeding finger away from my one. And at first I wanted the red one. Now, I mean, the gold one is just like, it's pristine, man. Look at it. They're all gorgeous. This is the one that Dan's after, the white one with the gold trimmings. But man, that gold one is the full Sunday roast for me. Beautiful.
Yeah. It's all looking really nice. And I'm sure that they're going to perform super well. I'm interested in the weight difference because I already feel like, you know, I'm working with like 60 grams right now or something. It already feels very, very light. So I'm curious. It's kind of like that whole thing with, oh, you know, we've got 120 hertz. Okay, 144 hertz, that's like a small improvement. And then it's like, well, 240 hertz, do I really need that? Of course I do. So I get that. And you can feel the difference on that. But now there's even more hertz that's possible, James. And I feel like it's the same kind of thing with the weight of mice right now, just like pushing the boundaries, pushing the limits, and seeing whether or not that actually has a performance outcome. But I feel like it's a pretty, like the weight of mice has been sort of a revelation in the last like few years. And I think for me at least, it's turned out to be a really important one with the way that I use a mouse.
I don't know. I can't imagine what a 37-gram mouse feels like. But what I do know is that the abilities have been locked in and game 1 is soon starting. I don't know who we're riding with just yet, but we won't have long to find out. Man, these mice have been on location in Greece. I haven't even been to Greece, but these mice have. Maybe one of those mice will be yours. Make sure your accounts are connected, boys and girls.
Too many questions now, man. The bleeding hand. But
they're just showing it again deliberately. They're doing it deliberately, guys.
Just to troll me. Here we go. The grand finals. This is the Aimgods Invitational for $250,000. One of these two teams will walk away with nothing if they lose at this best of 7. We'll see who gets off to a better start as we ride here with Summit to start with.
The longer the fight goes, the better we are. Right? The harder it's going to be for them to coordinate their skills together.
Yep.
Where the sound at? Let's go.
Let's
I'm going to start off with a poly. So
no, we're live. I just picked the wrong ability on the screenshot. That's my bad.
Well, we don't got sound right now, so... Oh, H-Tag's been sheep, so they're going to be focusing Zayt immediately.
We're double right now, by the way. Oh, he put down a trap. Carry on the pillars. Okay. I'm going to AoE right side right now, okay? He's eating the damage. He put down a trap too.
Perfect. I just stunned there. I'm going to trap. Not a big damage. I'm good. He's trapping.
My heal's up in 7. Yep.
Don't let these I want to cross.
Trash talk wait, Ben? Oh, he vanished for orb. Oh, chat. Armor.
He's on me.
One trapped. They trapped one. Yep. I'm healing you.
I'm cloaking. Pre-cloak. Tell me, can you heal?
I don't know if heals. You gotta get a block.
Blocked.
Oh, 7 HP.
I can poly's 8. Can you heal me or no?
Okay. Yeah, I healed you.
I'm eating a stun here. Yeah,
I'm trying to body block some.
Okay. Body. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, shit. Okay. You got H tag really low there, but he had a paw. He had a thing. Okay.
Man, it's so hard to be aware about the stuns. Like I think Summit got hit by like a couple traps there.
Parle-moi de ça.
Je mets une trappe au pied.
I'm thinking, like, the thing is, they're in an ice block, right? They're thinking, okay, when I'm out of this ice block, I can do X, Y, or Z, and they get stunned immediately. And I think that's where where guys are losing the game, is that they think, okay, as soon as my ice is done, I'm gonna press this button, but before they can even click, they're just getting trapped immediately. I don't know, like, well, they're getting stunned rather than trapped, it looks like. So they need to like be quick on that trigger finger, because that is where they think they can turn things around, and that is where they're dying.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really difficult because the longer it goes on against them, the more traps are down on the ground. So especially if you haven't triggered any, the traps are just growing in number as the round time goes on. So it gets just harder and harder to move. So I do wonder, what the answer is with that. Like, we heard that call where someone's like, I want to cross. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, that sounds so dangerous, because there's definitely going to be traps you're going to run into, which is precisely what happened when he moved out there. And it didn't seem like, again, they had enough sustain to deal with all of the damage they take once they get the chain stun.
I'd love to hear what they're saying right now.
It's tough to deal with. They just have a fuckload of stuns.
I'm just gonna run stuns, run it back on them.
Mirror match them?
Yeah. I'm running if they shoot me, they get stunned for 5. Their stun only lasts for 2.
So here we go. Their own game plan's gone straight out the window, and it's like, all right, they've got a better build, which there may not be a solution to, let's be honest. So this is where it was interesting, the Ace and Co kind of ran a stun build on their opponent as well, and followed them, and they were competitive. I will see. I feel like Mendo's got the smarts. Do you have the button presses though? Again, when you change your build so much, we won't have long to wait to find out. But I think the timings and which buttons you're chaining and so on, it may be hard to do on the fly, as good as Zayt and H-Tag have been doing it.
Yeah, and one big difference already is that I think one thing that's been awesome, that I've really loved about watching Mendo play, is that he's been running the Blizzard AoE, but he's actually swapped it out. And he's swapped out a couple abilities, actually. He's running the traps, the Artemis traps, but he's also running Athena's gift, which is when you're popping that, if he will shoot you whilst it's active for 5 seconds, they get stunned for 3 seconds. So we'll have to see how these adjustments work out, but we're into the round 2. We'll have to see if Mendo and Summit can find their way back into this one.
All right, Mendo, let's make this a match.
We got this. You want to go left or right pillar?
I'll go left. Got damage on. I got it early.
He vanished.
I'm stunned. I'm taking this.
Killing you? Yeah, you're good.
You still have I got another shield on you.
I stunned my guy.
Nice.
He blocked. He already blocked. I'm gonna take his pillar. I'm taking his pillar.
I'm moving up. Oh, I'm stunned.
Oh, now they're in a sandwich. Here come the traps again.
Oh, I thought you did, so I waited. I'm so sorry, bro. I should have blocked. That's my bad, brother. I apologize.
It's alright.
I thought
that felt better. That felt way better anyway.
Oh, yeah. We put a little more pressure on him on that one. Fuck! I should have blocked that. We definitely had it. I'm not sure if I should pre-cloak that or not. I feel like cloak's useless right now.
Nah, yeah, maybe. Like, I think you could...
Well, it seems they made a user error.
So...
And it's 0-2 now. 0-2, but there's still time. But they're running out.
I really wanted to see what happened if Summit hits that ice block, because because that was the mistake. There was not just hitting that ice block. He was waiting for a heal that wasn't going to come, and if he hits it, I wonder how it progresses. Because as Mendo said, he said this actually felt a lot better, and they felt like they could pressure their opponents, and they got off to that good start. And that was partly because of a trap that, well, I think Mendo hit a trap onto, I'm not sure which player it was, but that allowed Summit and Mendo to put the pressure on as they forced an ice block onto the player that got trapped. So they got off to a good start, but it was that kind of the following plays where they got behind again. So it definitely did seem more promising. So going into round 3, at least they have more to work with.
Yeah, but the pressure's on now. Man, it's so much money, dude. It's just so... I just can't imagine being in that position. It's insane.
Yeah, it is intense. Only 2 people will win it of the 4 in the lobby right now. Okay, everyone's readied up. Super curious to see how Summit and Mendo continue to adjust to Zeit and H-Tag with the God build, it seems. The triple stun locks are just so strong right now.
Yeah, and again, being seasoned veterans made Trump doing it on the fly as good as Summit and Mendo have been. But let's see. Mendo with the second highest damage on the server there. But some of that was in the 1v2 as well. It's worth noting. So attempt number 3 for Summit and Mendo. Can they break the build of Hate and Zeit and H-Tag rather? Playing it against them.
Je vais juste cloak. Je vais garder mon invis. On met des trucs à droite encore à Summit, puis... Mais faut pas qu'on tire Mendo pour la tennis gif, là. Faut faire attention à ça. Je vais juste cloak, là.
Ouais, bah attends un peu, là. Parce qu'ils vont me pique peut-être moins.
Nice. Il m'a mis dessus.
Nice, c'est bon. J'arrête de tirer Mendo,
ouais.
hier.
Ouais. Le shield, faut que tu m'heal.
Il s'est pris une trappe, yeah, je l'ai... Nice.
Je m'approche, faut que tu m'heal, faut que tu m'heal.
Faut que tu piques, nice.
Ouais. Je fais mon combo.
Ouais, je mets une vis.
Ouais.
Je mets une vis, nice.
Oh, Summit's getting focused. Oh, the headshots.
Je fais mon combo.
I think he uses ice block already. Look at the traps. Look at the traps.
Nice.
Oh, he's getting deleted so bad.
Je
peux pas focuser pour l'aim live. Tu vas mourir,
J'aille bloc.
Dis-le en 2 secondes.
Man, they came out swinging that time.
Yeah, trap, nice.
So I feel like previously H-Tag and Zeit played somewhat passively and they were staying around the pillars and so on, and this time they just charged them. And I mean, they were just peppering Summit at the beginning and just jumping over the middle block as it came down, then stunned him, and he got chained so bad. And again, just the traps on the floor at his feet. He couldn't move anywhere. He was completely exposed. He had no cover. He just got smashed.
Yeah, and now we might see that desperation move because it's going pretty bad right now. It's they're already 3 up, and this is
Match
it.
Point.
This is $250,000 point. Oh my god. Zeit and H-Tag are about to make a lot of money. If they're able to just hold their nerve. And you know what? I've seen people get this far, look this good, and then not close. So I don't want to call anything prematurely here. Summit and Mendo, they got to throw the Hail Mary out there, and maybe that's going to work. We'll have to see what the decisions are for their build. What do they do? It feels like everything they've tried is just not working so far, so I don't even know what to suggest. No one has found out a good solution for this yet.
Yeah, and they were so chill as well. You could see they kind of found it funny how fast they managed to focus Summit in that game. You could hear on the comms there. So I don't even feel like they feel that pressure just yet. I mean, maybe not before they go into the server again, but I feel like, you know, they changed their style. They're not being predictable from game to game. They're not playing the same way necessarily. Again, the previous round they were just hugging the pillars at the beginning and figuring out what their opponent was trying to do and what they needed to dodge. And this time they just charged Summit, focused him. You could see that was a plan from the beginning when they were jumping over the falling block to try and do damage to him before he even got to his pillar. So they definitely had a game plan and took control of that round when they know that their opponent came in with intentions, running their own build against them, more or less. So that was a great response. And I mean, they've got a lot of rounds to lose if they are not going to win this. So it's all very curious indeed.
Okay, so we're seeing, H-Tag's part of this deadly build, just to kind of remind you guys, especially if you are just joining us and haven't followed their story, what they've been running. They've got this triple stun setup. You can see on the left, actually, those 3 stuns. Roots from the Underworld, which is, 1 stun. Then they've got the Artemis Trap, which they can place on the ground, and they can place multiples of those. Over time, you can see that the maximum amount you can set down is about 5, I think, active. And then the Trojan stun, which is just straight up, you press the ability, it's active, and then you shoot it at the person you want to stun. So very dangerous so far. And then if you look at everything else they have is the Shadow Cloak. That's to get out of, that's to get out of any debuffs, get out of any sticky situations. Ice Block as well. That's the panic button. Vanish as well. It makes you an invis. You can still take damage, but allows you to reposition without your opponent seeing you. And then the heal for your teammate. And then that's it. That's their build. Simple as that.
Yeah. Simple in its execution, but very, very difficult to fight against, as we have seen. Changing the meta as this tournament continues, I feel like. Forcing players and teams to pick what they're picking, but hey, we got Zate here as well, so maybe he's looking to change things up. Oh, some sheep action. Maybe to try and surprise them in how they try to isolate one of the players, as seems they may be trying to stay one step ahead of their opponent if they are to mix things up here. But right now he's just browsing. But we'll see if he does any actual shopping. Doesn't seem like it. Not really yet. It's Mendo. There we go. Well, it's game time now. It is match point 250k. Could be won in this one game of Aimgods. Zayt and H-Tag being, they're very close to being the Aimgods, and we're about to find out if this is the game.
Samy, tu peux s'enlever son route avec ça, puis l'autre, il peut rien faire.
Mais ça change rien qu'il peut s'enlever son route avec ça.
Ben, c'est comme s'il y avait une cloak, puis l'autre, il n'y a pas de cloak.
Ouais.
Fait qu'on a rien qu'à focus sur Mendo. Il n'y a pas santé nocif, on fait un focus Mendo, là. On met-tu nos 2 tables à gauche?
Ouais.
Mendo va pas être prêt, là. Samy va penser qu'on le focus encore. Ouais. Bon, il peut s'enlever un route, Mendo peut pas. Mendo, on le fait Ice Block, on a gagné.
Yeah.
On le fait Ice Block avec une route et une trappe. On a gagné. Ils veulent nous décalcer par contre. Ils veulent nous décalcer avec le double rage. Ouais, je joue Cloak là.
Ouais, je joue Cloak aussi si je me pique. Il me pas stun.
Nice. Mendo, il est pas pris, ça en est pogné une. Ouais.
Tape-le.
On remet des trappes,
Ouais. Il m'a mis une trappe, j'en suis mon side.
Yeah.
Je peux pas vraiment pique son side.
Je viens de me mettre à Invis, je me fais push.
Yeah.
Je m'en viens vers toi. Faut que tu m'heals, je suis bientôt sur toi.
Je me mets une vis.
Ouais. Faut que tu m'heals, je suis là live. On push Mendo.
J'ai mis une trappe sur son side à droite, il va piquer à droite, il va se le pogner.
Je stun.
Il a fait le combo.
Ouais, combo.
Je suis stun. Faut que j'aille block.
C'est good, ok.
Je vais cloak instant après.
Ouais, j'ai une cloak. Fais ton combo sur Mendo.
Ouais, ils sont collés.
Faut que tu m'heals. C'est nice. Je peux faire un combo. Ouais, pas je fais un combo sur Mendo.
Faut que tu m'heals. Ah,
heal.
je fais une stun.
Looking to focus Mendo. Oh, he's out here, man.
Il s'est pas une trappe?
He's out here. I think this is it, Dan. Summit 1 versus 2. It looks like it's going to be 250k for H-Tag and Zayt. Now's his best chance now. The heal's coming for H-Tag, and Summit's got the uphill struggle now.
Oh god, there's nothing left to be done, is there? Summit's down, and that is it. H-Tag and Zayt are the Aimgod Invitational champions. They've won $250,000, and I don't even know what the hell you do with that amount of money. That's insane. What a crazy performance. Nobody expected them to come this far.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the biggest names in the tournament. There's a lot of big prize winners there, but they'll definitely add their names to that, winning $125,000 each. Absolutely crazy. They take it all home in the Aimgods Invitational. Absolutely bonkers stuff. Magnesium mice everywhere and so much money. GG to them. I think they were deserving winners because they just had the best build. I think it's fair to say no one could really compete with them. They forced their opponents to kind of mirror their own builds, and they just couldn't do it as good as Zayt and H-Tag, and because of that, they're the champions.
Yeah, I can't imagine how good it's got to feel for those two guys. Like, I don't even know. I come from a generation of when I was competing in esports, if you win $1,000, that's a pretty big deal. But this is epic. Amazing performance from them. Indeed, holding their nerve to right until the end. Lots of incredibly good players and experienced players from all kinds of different backgrounds, different games, champions of their own right, unable to make the adjustments that was required to be able to beat them and to take their chance at this prize purse. Instead, it was Mendo and Summit that got there to challenge them. And I mean, I was really impressed by Mendo and Summit. I think they themselves did an amazing job in everything they were able to accomplish. But just this build was just so nutty. Nobody had the answer, as you said. So there we go. You know, we're going to be getting some words from them directly in a moment, and we'll get some answers to some of the questions as to how they feel about winning so much money, if they expected to come this far, you know, stuff like that. And I'm sure, James, you can give them some advice on the next watch purchases, I'm sure.
Always love to. Doesn't matter if it's $100 or 50,000. I'll have some info for them, but I think it's just going to be Zayt, not Ziat. As again, H-Tag has the English barrier, but he's ready, so I think we'll be joining him very, very soon.
And one quick note as well.
$50,000.
Keep an eye, everybody, on the Final Mouse Twitter account, as Aimgods will be released in the next few hours, so make sure to grab your download if you want to have a chance to win the mouse through playing the game. All right, let's jump in with Zayt. Zayt, congratulations! You have won a lot of money. It's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels great. It feels great.
Amazing. Like, no one seemed to be able to do anything against your build. Did you guys find this build a while ago? What's the deal?
Yeah, I'd say we've been practicing for like the game's been out for like all these players like 10 days, right? And we played literally every single day, and we found so many good builds, but then they had to nerf stuff, right? Because it took us like a long time to like figure out like how to counter it. So we just decided to run it like every single game. We didn't change it once, and we knew like we had that.
Man, it was so sick. The combos where there's a guy stunned and you've got the traps on the floor. From watching it from other people's POV, there were a lot of times where somebody would be an ice block, for example, and they'd think, okay, when I'm out of this, I'm going to sheep this guy, I'm going to stun this guy, and they just got trapped and stunned immediately every single time. Were you laying stuff in advance of their ice coming out, or what were you doing?
So we had a build where we forced ice blocks every time because we had the stun trap combo. And once they're out their ice block, we would use like a cloak or an invis, and they couldn't do anything about it. And we combo them again, and that's where they're just dead. And we tried with every defensive possible. There was no way to survive. There's literally no way to survive it.
So do you think it's a case of just being better at running this build against this build? Is that how you beat the build? Is with the build?
No. So we found like 2 counters. Like I said, it's impossible to like on the fly to come up with it. You need to really think about it, and you literally like it took us more than like 2 hours to find like a counter.
It's
so
awesome
you
that
still
you
had
did
things in your back
that.
pocket then?
I'm sorry?
You still had things in your back pocket in case they were like more successful?
We kind of knew that there's no way someone would find a counter, but we kind of had something like reply with for sure.
Would you be interested in sharing the counter with us, or are you going to keep that to your chest?
Yeah, the counter was running a similar build, but without trap and stun. You would keep the what's it called, the root, and the defensive the exact same. But then you run double bleed, and over time you just win. You just run the double bleed, and then after like 2 like complete, because there's no way to counter a bleed with that build. There's no dispels, there's no, because the cloak used to, but not now. So like good, really good composition with bleeds, you would win for sure.
Interesting. It's really interesting because we actually saw, I think a team who ran the biggest bleed composition was actually Steel and Tifu.
Yeah, we looked at them. The only thing is you gotta copy the exact same defensive. If you don't, even if you have the 2 bleeds, there's no way for you to win. And no one really knew what defensive to use.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's your counter, guys. Only cost you 250k because the money's gone already. So GG. What have you got any plans with your money, or are you just gonna sit on it in the bank?
Yeah, I'm definitely just sitting on it, and we'll see. Not sure. And the thing I'm most proud of is that I played with an actual IRL friend that didn't like win like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, and I'm pretty curious to see what's gonna do with it.
What do you think of the experience of playing this game, by the way? Because I didn't play it as much as you guys, but I found it very addicting. So I'm definitely going to be playing it more.
So it is very addicting because there's always like a counter to something. There's always a ways around it. Like every build has like a counter, and there's not a true build with no counters. There's like our build. The thing is with the counters, you need to take time to like find one, right? But once you got it, like even us, we didn't even know what to do anymore because we basically tried everything. Like it's always like counters and counters and counters, and it can go on forever.
Yeah, that was the experience I had as well. It's a lot of fun, and I think, is there anything else you wanna say, Zayt, before we start to close things off here for the interview?
I just want to shout out HAC that play with me and our two practice buddies, because we had to practice with other people. Nemo and Teki, whatever.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations once again. Awesome to see all of your games. We really enjoyed following your story. I think not many people expected you to do so well. There's a lot of other big names there, but you guys crushed it. So congratulations once again.
Appreciate it.
Awesome. All right. Well, I mean, that's going to bring us to a close here, James. Have you learned anything from today's transgressions?
I've learned that traps are awesome. But before we go, just a few PSAs for the people in the chat. If you're wondering, if you've got some keys that you've had dropped to you in the chat, the Twitch API is being battered at the moment, which is why they're not showing up, but they will show up. Just be patient with that. After the tournament, the game is going to be live. Season 1 of Aimgods is going to be open. There will be $1 million worth of Final Mouse mice to be won. The ones that you've seen, those magnesium mice, you could win them by playing Aimgods in Season 1. So definitely get involved. You can see them here, the 4 different mice. So by playing it, you'll get keys, which you can use to open the boxes, which may have the mice in. So I wish you the best of luck once I've opened my keys. But before that, I don't wish you any luck at all. Definitely want a gold one myself, but they all look absolutely beautiful. So these are just things to bear in mind. Again, just be patient. The API is getting annihilated by over 100,000 people, but we will get there. Oh, it's about your end season rank. Apologies. So you need to play the game through to the end of the season, and then your end season rank will determine what you're available to win. I'm being told by the head honchos upstairs. So bear that in mind. And any doubts about any information, there'll be more info on the Final Mouse Twitter as well. The majority of mice are going to be given at the end of the season, I am told. So Season 1 of Aimgods, if you want maybe the most premium, desirable, and hard to get mouse on the market, then Aimgods is where it's at.
And with that said, it's time to close the show. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you to Final Mouse Entertainment, the Final Mouse team, the production team, James as well, of course. And go and win some mice. Download the game. We'll see you on the servers. Have a good night, everyone. We'll see you for the next one.